everybody? Welcome on in to Warzone Total Frenzy Season 4. My name is Dandra. I'm joined today by none other than the man, the myth, the legend himself. It is Enigma. Andy, I know you're a little hot, you're a little sweaty over there, just like our competition here today. How you doing, my friend?
I'm very good. It's not just the duos that are going to be out here today. We also get back together. I've been missing you, buddy. Tried to split us up for the World Series of Warzone because we're just too damn powerful, but back together today. But yes, you're right. It is very hot in the UK, and I know the Americans are going to be giving it. It's not that warm outside. No, it's lovely outside. It's inside. I'm sweating buckets, but an absolute pleasure to be here alongside yourself and casting over this wonderful talent.
Well, hey, we got some double trouble this week. Like you mentioned, let's take a look at the format, what we have going on here today, because it's a little bit different, all right? We have our duos. We're going to be dropping in to our custom lobbies today, participating in duos Call of Duty Warzone match point, playing for that $10,000 prize pool. Let's take a look at that prize pool. See, how does it break it down? Enigma, $10,000 for a little day of Warzone. Ain't too shabby, if you ask me.
Oh, it's not bad at all, right? I mean, you getting your lion's share. First place, $7,000, the way we like it in Warzone. I say this when I'm on this show. I do love seeing the top dogs take home most of the prize money. It's the best way indeed. Second place, you'll take home $2,000. So if you're doing it evenly, that's a K each. And then third place, you're having that down to $1,000 across the duo, but it's still not a bad way to make a little bit of cheddar at the start of your week.
Absolutely not. And you know, we kind of alluded here on the format. It is going to be Call of Duty Warzone match point, which you've seen us traditionally run in trios, but where it is duos today, we do have a little bit of a shakeup on the scoring patterns. So let's go ahead and see how do our multipliers shake on out. A little bit different today. First place, you're still taking home that 2 times multiplier, but now if you are 2nd through 8th, you're going to be getting that 1.8, 9th through 14th, 1.6, and you can see there, so on and so forth. This is kind of to help us, you know, make sure we're not going to 14 games here today. As much as I know that Enigma and I would love to sit here and lock in for 14 games, I don't know if our competitors would. So really, really great stuff that we have coming on there. So you have what our players are doing, you have how they're going to get those points, how they're going to take home that cash. But anyway, I think it's one of our maybe most favorite parts of the day. We got to look at who is even playing here today. Who are some of our duos competing here today? Talk to me as we pull up our first group of teams.
I mean, first up, I'm just going to say that it should be totally illegal to allow Biffle and Shifty to play together anymore. This has become a bit of a joke at this point. But one of the duos on my screen, actually, that I'm really looking forward to seeing play, Amir and Castillo, long-standing Mexican duo, pulled off in absolute heroics to get themselves through to the World Series LAN. And I absolutely love the community that they bring along as well. No doubt going to be in the hunt for the cash.
Hey, I love that we have Uncivil Queen to believe here as well. Uncivil Queen and Skullface had won a tournament very early on this year. I'm glad to see her back fighting in the foray. A couple of other long-standing duos, Bbreadman, Joe, that we're not surprised to see there. Smixy and Echo, always love to get Smix back in the mix. But let's go ahead. Let's take a look at our next group of teams that we have competing here today. Because, well, we have just even more duos coming in. A reuniting. Earlier this year, Enigma, I got to cast a duos LAN, FIFA Scummin'. They come on in and they slam the competition, looking to make it happen here today again.
I mean, not surprised that duo would do well, right? In FIFA, you've got one of the biggest brains in the community. Scummin', you've got an all-out aggressor. I can see that duo doing absolute numbers. I think two of the people that I'm really excited to see come back into things with Warzone Total Frenzy is going to be Careless Kitty with Enxian. I think that's a potential duo. We've seen Careless Kitty do a few good bits, and Enxian, I think he's massively underrated, a great talent. And then Swish'em and Fallnets. Swish'em in particular, you know, she had some good stuff in World Series in particular. And before we took that break as well throughout the Warzone Total Frenzy event, showed some real class. So yeah, plenty of teams in here that are looking good, my friend.
Love it, love it, love it. Let's keep it on moving. Next group of squads, bring them on out because our teams are getting even better, I feel like, by the day. When we look at some of the teams here, one of the ones that I think that's gonna maybe shock some people, we have Hisoka playing alongside Almond. Now, yeah, we know there's a little bit of drama between these two back in the day, but hey, maybe a little bit of a rivalry coming together. Almond feeling a little bit dejected after some recent performances. I know for sure this would be definitely a great way to get the blood pumping, gain some confidence back in your gameplay, because they're going to need it here coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, no, I'm with you indeed, and we fully expect them to make that bounce back, right? And I think there's a duo here as well that lights up the screen a bit for me, and that'll be Huskerrs and Intex, smack bang in the middle there. Mouse and keyboard representative, obviously, in Huskerrs. I think both of these duos have plenty to offer, and I think that pulling together in this format is exciting. Again, another duo that could be well in the cash when we talk about the end game.
Yeah, and he's just a podcaster, but we also have Ebates back here as well, playing alongside DJ Moss. I know that this is a long-standing, you know, they got the vibes. They got the chem playing World Series of Warzone last year together. I'm really excited to see Ethan back in here in the foray. But let's go ahead. Let's keep on going through our teams. Who do we got on this side? I'm looking across the page. Well, okay. Finally get some of the representation for you, my boy. You got Pentagon and Fuzz, and we got Jukies and Lennon, but I'm loving what we see with Mirai and Goat Clamp. I love these two, you know, representing, of course, our friends towards the south. They are always just aggressive in these sort of duos lobbies, and I love what they bring to the table.
No, yeah, it's a fair shout. Alongside that, the Amir and Castillo duo, Mirai and Goat Clamp definitely bring a lot of that. Mirai, last time I got to cast over him, was wearing the most wonderful robe, and I just wish he'd send me one because it was amazing. But yeah, you highlighted some of the European representation here, and I'm going to look at Pentagon and Fuzz, and can they continue off the back of the hype of smashing the EMEA finals to bits? I think so. They're no doubt riding a wave right now. Looking forward to that LAN. Jukies and Lennon, it's been a tough one for them. They didn't get themselves through despite my support, and they will have to play through LCQs, but a nice little win today would be a great motivator on the way there.
Yeah, also got Saskia Cole and Tiana Mercedes, a duo coming together, an all-ladies duo. I love to see that, that we have that representation coming on in here today, and also a good duo to boot. Don't overlook them. That is for sure. And I believe we have one last list of teams that we got coming on in here. Let's take a look at who we have. Well, we have Destroy, E700, and Twitty, as well as my favorite squad here, NA. Because NA is far superior to EU, no matter how much Enigma likes to make it happen. All right, well, there you go. You got our teams that are participating in here today. Some very, very fun stuff. We also have a little bit of changes to some of our rule set here, Enigma. I think to the rejoice of maybe a lot of our competitors and hopefully our viewers at home. We've had some bans come on through. Talk me through some of these bans and how they might impact some of the games we see here today.
Yeah, so a lot of our bans list is going to look pretty typical, your reinforcement flares, gulag tokens, etc. However, we are taking out the Car 98K and the C4. I think if anyone watched the World Series, you've seen enough. They're doing bits out there, blowing teams to smithereens and watching limbs left, right, and center. And Car 98K glint scopes absolutely across the show. So yes, we'll be taking them out. We want to see people running a few different weapons. It's one of the beautiful things I think Warzone Total Frenzy brings to the whole scene, is that little bit of different competition and watching these teams try and style out in something that isn't necessarily the meta.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously know that, you know, as much as the Car 98 has been kind of, you know, a nuisance, that Huskerrs 26 is just unreal right now, right? So I think you're gonna see a lot of people just running that, but in a duos kind of format, I would not be surprised to see a lot of kind of team shooting coming on through with some of these squads. They tried to, I think, have some of those touch-ups to the C4. You know, we were kind of debating as talent. We're like, oh, does this mean people are going to start using thermites more? Is the C4 dead? And like, I quote tweeted something, you know, Isaac made a post, and I quote tweeted Iceman Isaac, and then Brax within 2 minutes is responding with a clip from his stream of just absolutely yeeting these C4s, getting you know, a knock into smoke with him. And he's like, yeah, these things are still busted. So I'm curious to see, how does our lobby play here today without them? I got to imagine, I think a lot of people still probably going to gravitate towards that thermite, right? That's kind of the next best in a slot that you can kind of think of. You can deny a lot of area. You get to stick with somebody on them. It's going to deal an insane amount of damage. I hope we see a lot of that here today. Well, let's talk a little bit about macro here, Enigma, right? Because obviously everybody's been heads down, hyper competitive trios for the last 2 months, it feels like. And now we're coming in with not only duos, but a duos Call of Duty Warzone match point. So if you are some of these sort of seasoned veterans, how do you think they might approach the game today? Will it be any different to maybe how they've been approaching trios?
Well, one of the things that concerns me a little bit when you brought up the thing earlier about we don't necessarily want to be here for 14 games, we've seen trios really struggle to see out that Call of Duty Warzone match point, right? Once they get to that threshold, it's not necessarily about getting there, it's what you do once you're across the line. And I'm wondering how difficult it's going to be for a duo to finish it off. I'm looking forward to finding out. But yeah, I think we might be in for a bit of a slog here because these teams, you know, you get through to that. And we've seen it multiple times before. You know, if you know that two teams have crossed over, let's say Shifty has crossed the line, you knock Shifty, you think, well, I'm pushing that duo. I don't want them to end the game here. So I'm going to try and get rid of them off the map. And it's even harder to lock things down as a duo than it is as a trio. So yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing how these squads play this out. But we might see a few games today, my friend.
I mean, I'm on board. We're looking for that 130-point win condition. That is the threshold we are looking for some of our squads to hit. Once they hit that threshold, they then need to win a game on that Call of Duty Warzone match point. So that way they can be our victor. Now, when that win comes through, the rest of the leaderboard does get frozen. So that is how we will determine our second and third place slots. So one thing I'm kind of curious about here today, though, right? When we have these squads that have been playing in trios over the last bit, right? You're very calculated about how you want to take some of these fights. For some of these players in here, they're looking at half the lobby and they say, oh, I am a shark in blood-infested water. This is going to be fun, right? They're going to feel like they can 1v2 a lot of these squads. I would not be surprised to see someone like a Hisoka, like a Shifty, like a Scummin, you know, these Lennon, another great player as well, to just kind of like full send a team. And if their teammate has the cash and is near a buy station, why not, right? Get those buybacks rolling. It's only 3K. You don't have to worry about having all of this money for your whole team. Just, hey, you got 3K a pop? Yeah, go for it. Let them be a dog running through the field. Try and rack up as many eliminations as you can. Because the thing to note here, Nima, reminder, 2nd through 8th is the 1.8 times multiplier for most of these teams. That's all you have to really shoot for. Get some solid eliminations, get that 1.8 multiplier, and then once you're there, sure, play for the win. But as long as you're consistently hitting that 1.6, 1.8 with solid eliminations, you're putting yourself up near the top of that leaderboard, and you're creating a lot of pressure for the rest of the squads.
No, I fully agree, and I think that it becomes even more a case of we might see some teams really rack up serious points when you consider the strength of some of the lobbies, right? Because some of the teams in the lobby, apologies, but this time of year is when we start to see like our very pinnacle teams start to establish a whole new bar for the skill set. They start to like absolutely push out and really start to distance themselves, and I think that we are going to see some of the duos today come out and just look to put on a bit of a show, look to absolutely cook. So yeah, I do think you're going to get, you know, some runaway squads, and I think that the people in chat could probably put some bets on like who potentially that could be. But we do have ourselves, obviously, you know, these teams that are going to look to find strategies that work here because they've not managed to test them before. You mentioned there about the potential buyback strat. Funnily enough, that when Lennon, Fifakill, and Jukies weren't getting it their own way in regional finals, what they decided to do was just unleash Jukies. The other two stood on a buy, made sure that area was completely clear, and just let Jukies go off and find multiple kills. And he started to just, he'd come home, like you said about a dog being unleashed, but it's kind of like, that is how it was. He would like come back and he's picked up 3 kills and like, oh, good boy, send you off on a different route. So that may well be the play for today.
Well, the good boy Jukies always at play, ready to find those eliminations. I'm being told we're in our pregame lobby here for drop number 1. So let's go ahead. Let's lock it on in. If you are here with us in the chat, spam those favorite emotes. Would love to see if you are sub to any of our competitors here today, your favorite creator. Hey, I'd love to see them. I love seeing everybody's different emotes that they have going on here today. Drop number 1 is gonna be spicy. I think people are gonna be kind of figuring out the lobby, the pacing of it, how do they want to play it, where our team sort of landing. That's what's gonna be kind of curious to me. Obviously, when we know that when it comes to a trio sense, we know the drop spots of a couple of these teams and where they like to play around on the map. But when it's duos, are we gonna see maybe some you know, kind of a contests off drop? I can imagine potentially Hisoka and Almond not afraid to maybe land on top of Shifty and Biffle up there at pop-off power to try and get some early points and just get a lead very early on from those two players.
No, I agree. I think we are going to see some big contests. I'm particularly looking at high rise in City, right? That construction skyscraper. I'm expecting a lot of duos to go, you know what? I want to claim this and I want to turn it into an absolute bloodbath. And some duos are going to run at that and just pick up so many kills early on, which then sets them up for a beautiful end game. So be very interesting, as you said, though. Do we get maybe Hisoka going, look, I want to land on my boys and just teach him a thing or two up at pop-off power? It's a big ask, but you know, if you're going to try and do that, why not do it today? We're trying out a different format. You got yourself a different duo, so yeah, could be some storylines there. But I am expecting hot contests. I'm not expecting many duos to be off in the fields. We're not talking like places like Abtal Academy and whatnot. We're just purely talking nice and condensed. I'm expecting a lot of people mid-map as well.
All right, well, let's go on in. It is match number 1 here. Warzone Total Frenzy in our duos game mode. Let's get it started, friends. We are on board with none other than the Bbreadman himself, looking absolutely fresh to death. Cut that hair, got a riz-tacular flow going on the top of his head here. You got to think, Enigma, that's got to be some serious confidence boost to your gameplay on the map.
Honestly, I think it's just going to massively increase his straight line speed, right? Like less air resistance from the hair. Like he's going to be smoothing around the map. I still struggle to look at him without a bucket hat and think that that is actually Bbreadman. I'm not going to lie.
Well, you know, hey, sometimes a new era brings you know, a little bit of a new freshness, a reinvigoration. I know that team is definitely feeling it in some of their competitive endeavors lately. But playing alongside Joe, I think that this is a team that definitely you got to look out for. Now, obviously, with no Car 98, you know, you have a very formidable sniper in Bbreadman, so he's going to have to be on his A game when it does come to having to rock potentially that Holger 26 in his back pocket. But maybe we'll go to something else. A lot of people, you know, I know you were alongside that EMEA, you know, finals. We saw a lot of SVAs there. So people still finding the single tap SVA build to be very effective at what it's trying to do. And I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see some people rock it even here today, given you're not having to fight a whole trio. You're just trying to fight a bunch of duos.
Well, I mean, one of the things is when it comes to Bread, we might have been taking the Car 98K out, but this is still one of the few players in the world that can still rock up with a sniper that doesn't do the kind of damage that thing does and still be absolutely ridiculous on the map. And there's a nice MCPR, and I actually pass it straight over. It doesn't want any of that ground loot. Not for him. But like, these are a ridiculous duo. We were talking earlier about people potentially feeling like they can 1v2. If you haven't seen Joe Wo's clip from a recent game on Rebirth, I beg you to go and tune into it right now. He splits a 1v4 that looked pretty sweaty to absolute pieces, showing why he's considered one of the best in the world. And actually, Bread has got company here. Bunker Buster's going to land. Obviously, the aerial denial is the biggest threat, and I agree with this decision to just reposition himself, skip on out, and potentially start to consider moving to somewhere where his teammate can cover.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing that you have to always think about in the back of your head here is that if you got a team that's bunker bustering you, you know, they know that, okay, this team probably knows what they're doing. They're probably feeling pretty confident that they can hit this bunker buster and then they can start pushing us. Bread, going to take the opportunity to just kind of come over here. I'm kind of looking at where is Joe on the map, because it looks like he's maybe a little bit more to the north of Bread. So Bread has grabbed the vehicle, maybe just tried to grab the cash and make his way up. They can kind of, yeah, it looks like Joe up there on top of the hill at that buy station. So if Bread can get up there with the cash in hand, can definitely get a loadout rolling, can start feeling pretty good. And then maybe you start making your way around the map, start finding some of these eliminations. You pop a UAV, you start getting a little aggro, find some eliminations to your name, start taking advantage of those multipliers.
No, I agree. Going to be a lot of teams figuring things out right now. They are on someone's UAV. You've got to assume that it could be the team that bunker busted Bread. They didn't seem to push aggressively off of the back of it. But like you said, it seemed like they knew what they were doing, right? Because we're seeing a lot of it with the bunker buster at the minute. The initial explosion doesn't do that much, let's face it, for something called a bunker buster. But what it does give you is that gas afterwards, and there's no friendly fire in Warzone, so you're seeing teams full sprint into it, and the opposing player is either stuck between essentially a gas and a wall, or has to run into it, is affected by it, essentially stunned, and it becomes a whole thing. And, well, they weren't super aggressive off the back, unless Bbreadman was just too quick getting on out of there, and he's just looking on over. Going to push on back towards this block of apartments, and potentially here has sniffed a rat or something. Oh, actually, Joe's in trouble up on the hill. You see him go down, and that's a lot of money lost as well, by the way. That's Desmond and his duo.
Yeah, really tough for them to be separated this much, right? I mean, I feel like you kind of want to roll around together. Just feel pretty solid that, you know, you want to maybe fly around the map as a duo, just try and take fights, you know, 2v1. Because you got to think, if you can roll up on another team that is 2v2, you very easily find a knock on one, and the next thing you know, you're in a 2v1. Clean it up very quickly that you can kind of turn the tides. They pick up the bounty.
I think that's
pulls on over to a team not too far. Actually, I think it does pull on top of Desmond. So that gives them the information that there is you know, that the Des's team is still up on that hill, and hopefully should give Bread an opportunity to maybe rock on over here towards cargo.
Well, honestly, I think that's a bit of a blessing. You pick up the bounty there, and if that pulls to someone else, you're suddenly very concerned. Where's Desmond for starters? And there's multiple duos here while I'm by myself. By the way, Joe did win his goo. He is back in and already lighting up the map to say there's a couple of people around the port here. Bbreadman's going to be over the top. We'll have that bounty on Desmond and knows that he hasn't pushed, so has himself a moment here to try and light something up. Playing over the top of the roof. Pings one, and you've got to assume that the duo's close by.
Yeah, I like this strategy a lot. I think he sees that there's a fight rolling on down and hoping that he can maybe third party this. Does have the recon drone in the back pocket. Could maybe pop that, get some pings rolling. Somebody up to the top. They are literally a bullet. Bbreadman gets in some damage, But unfortunately, no knock. Joe has landed in on the other side. We saw that player get down, so that might be a quick opportunity for Joe to land, grab some of that loot, and get back into the mix. UAV does get popped, so you see two in front of them, but there's somebody to their right coming out potentially on this loadout. They're on the ground, BAL in hand from Bbreadman, but that player just gets the jump on him. The smokes come on through, on top from Joe. The self-revive is coming on in. Can they reset?
Honestly, Joe's done a miracle there to manage to cover Bread in order to ensure he doesn't get pushed. Morch is going to cover himself. It allows him to back off towards Joe, trying to get together as a duo, because it's only one player lighting up. Don't get me wrong. This could be a player that is potentially ghosted away from the UAV that's alongside him, but recon drone going out should clear up that concern. And, well, player potentially out of range. That's the duo that they were fighting earlier. It's not this other player that pushed. It looks like there is just split individuals. So if you're Joe and Bread, you definitely want both of those. And actually, Jukies and Lennon getting themselves in amongst this fight. This must be the squad that were pushing up around the back. That recon drone didn't seem to be picking up one of them, so looks like they could sneak in at the back of this. Have we maybe missed a fight?
I mean, definitely. I think this was the squad that, you know, was fighting when Brett originally came over and then was rotating on out. I think they tried to move to a different position and there's a different team, but Jukies and Lennon, I mean, you can see Jukies does have that ghost on there, so didn't have to worry too much about it. Catches one on the roof. Nice little armor crack. Not going to commit to trying to push that fight, though. Just weaving in and out of the bottom of this building. Finds one on the outside.
Come back in. You can go to the bike. Come.
Smokes Joe.
Follow me.
Come on, chase us.
I tell you what, why don't we jump in with a listening on Jukies while all of this is going down as they try and figure out exactly where these other players have gone.
Don't run back, innit? Come to the bike. I'm just gonna get up on his roof. You might try and go that portable.
Should we get selves? So like,
There he is there. I think that's him. Yeah, grab him.
I think selves gonna be big. For like,
You can buy Gulag entry, are they banned?
no, ban.
Yeah, I think he went that by.
He did. He's running.
Okay, we need to roll anyway. Just roll.
Let me get on this roof a sec, hold up. I mean, we are safe, like, yeah, no, we do need to row. I think he
All
rowed.
right, you hear the comms coming out there trying to decide, you know, you even heard Juki say, you know, I feel like we need to go to this buy, and Lennon's kind of saying, yeah, self-revives are going to be huge, and I definitely agree. I think we even saw right there, right? Bbreadman gets knocked, the smokes come on through, he's allowed to hit that self-revive, reposition the fight, and kind of maybe figure out a different angle they want to take it on. Self-revives are going to be huge to have in your back pocket to help reset those fights, especially when you're Jukies, who's already looks like they've gotten a little aggressive, currently sitting at 4 eliminations.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yourself's going to be massive. We've already seen, by the way, the other duo that was involved in all that altercation. We've already seen Joe lose his gulag and then die again. So Bbreadman's in dire straits. But it's not necessarily out of the woods here for Jukies and Len, and they are off to a solid start. But that gas is going to start to encroach. Probably looking to cut off anyone rotating in from off towards Kotovo Blocks or 11 Resort. I am expecting this duo to be strong. I mean, despite their issues in the World Series, Jukies was not having too many issues. Now, I wish I hadn't said a damn thing, because that's actually Pentagon, and that's going to sting for Jukies. Those two are not best friends, let's put it that way. And, well, we will find out if Lennon managed to escape or not. Jukies will be seeing a trip to the Gulag nice and early.
Yeah, you know, Pentagon's got a smile on his face after seeing that name in the kill feed. Hopefully, Lennon can sort of disengage and get to a different spot on the map. Let Jukies win that Gulag, come back on in. But across the side of the map, we got Dania and Rumble XL. It looks like they have been able to make their way on through. No eliminations for Dania just yet. Have to wait to see how Rumble is doing as well, as they are over here on these outskirts of Pop Out of Power. We know there are a couple teams that do like to land up here. They are on somebody's UAV, though, Enigma, and this is what has me slightly worried. We know some of the teams that like to hang out in this area, and if you are popping up on a UAV, I can guarantee you are getting full sent by somebody.
Yeah, we've already seen it earlier, right? Teams utilizing those UAVs to push. We knew that Joe and Bread were on one earlier, and then Desmond finds Joe by himself.
All right.
This stage where maybe we start to see a lot of loadouts come out throughout this that are ghosted off. Maybe we see a couple of teams just try and slip under the radar. It is a strategy, of course, to still stick together, but have one of your players be ghosted, so that Anyone who has you on a UAV pushes you thinking you're a 1. I've seen that strategy in the past, but for now, Danya and Rumble just moving their way through pop-off power. The current way we see pop-off power, obviously that'll be changing soon, Dandro.
Yeah, got some intel a little bit earlier today. We're going to see some changes, I believe, coming in the Season 4 Reloaded update. So I'll be curious to see how does this area of the change or area of the map change, and how is that going to impact some of our gameplay that we have going on. But one of the teams that is over here potentially was the one popping up on the UAV. It's mayappo and Rated. As you can see, mayappo has already been taken out. Rated. Drop the PA. Looks like the redeployed drone is going to be the play and has made their way out. Thankfully, has the cash in hand. We'll be able to rotate over to this buy station. Quickly get mayappo back into the fray. Have Dania and Rumble seen this rotation come on through? They were not too far away.
Well, that was actually Rumble that gets fooled amongst that. So you're right. Like it's a case of did they spot this? Because it's a great play out of Rated. He makes sure he gets off to the buy first. mayappo will be able to dive back on his stuff, and they will feel confident right now pushing this 2v1 up against Danya. And you can see that they're trying to desperately get back on over there. Maybe get themselves a quick kill here.
He's running away. You're running away.
mayappo, you hear the comms come on through. There's one trying to run away. You've got to assume that is Danya. mayappo, unfortunately, won't necessarily have the resources to push this as comfortably as he'd like, down to a slither of health, and will unfortunately fall again. And that is Danya picking herself up yet another kill.
All right, well, solid work. I mean, you know, obviously, Rated and mayappo, a very formidable squad, but even if you are a duo that is this powerful, you get caught off on the wrong foot, it is definitely possible for you to kind of get put into a little bit of a blender. So at first it was looking pretty solid, right? Rated's able to kind of make his way over to this buy station, get the buy up, get mayappo back on into it, but immediately dying off rip, getting sent back in if you are mayappo is not the play that you want to have made. You leave Rated now in this island. He's trying to loot up as fast as he can, trying to hit all of these chests, so that way you can get back to that $3,000, maybe wrap back to that buy station, get mayappo back on in, and hopefully make some semblance of a reset. As we are getting ready to end zone number 3, still have almost all of our players up. We are in the 1.2 multiplier range here, Enigma, so it's about time to maybe start lighting up some of the kill feed.
Yeah, because of course, the more those numbers dwindle, the less opportunities you have to pick players off. Also, you got to assume the stronger players survive, so you want to be finding yourself a couple of kills here, but maybe mayappo was a bit over aggressive. Thing is, as Rated heads back towards this buy, he's actually spotted an opponent. Tried to get the live ping, didn't work. Welshman with a couple of decisions to make here. You try and push this. I just heard something happen.
Yeah.
Not fully sure what that was.
It sounded like a shoot flying on in. So somebody, I think, maybe hit a redeploy, flew back on in. Maybe they saw the buy go off. It didn't happen to catch. There was a buy, but you're hearing shots go on out. Rated. He'll be able to peek on out. Doesn't actually get the credit for that down, but will help bring that player. Full gonna fly on through. Maybe any cash here. Doesn't look like it. Semtex going in through. Looks like a frag on the back. Superi in hand. Tries to take the fight. And look who it is. It's Fuzzin. Has been able to take them down. 26th place for Rated and mayappo. 1.2 times multiplier in any eliminations that they had, but not a great way to start your day.
Hey, I was saying, by the way, on the flip side of that, the Germans were going to be feeling good about themselves. They had so much bad luck through last year, didn't qualify for the World Series, had so much bad luck coming into this year. Like, honestly, I could write a book. It would be basically a skit in the life of those players, and yet they still managed to make it happen on regional finals, popped off. I'm pretty sure they were inside the top 5, potentially 3rd on the day. Really went big and did a great job to get themselves qualified through to LAN. And right now, you can see there's a little bit of extra swagger in the step of those players. Fuzzin with the moves onto Rated, and that's a hell of a player to take down, and a big duo to eliminate from this one.
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely feel good. You know, you eliminate a high-value squad like that from a place like Popov, you're, like, feeling so great about it. And another squad that's on the opposite end of this kind of side of the map, well, C-Smith and Aydan. These two were going for some high kill games in pubs last night. And I got to imagine it's how they can just figure out how they want to play this map as a duo. Two very formidable players. You got the gun skill to boot, some of the best gun skill in the game across both of them. I would not be surprised to see some banger games from them, some high eliminations to bring it out on top. You can see Aydan is just holding this wall, wanting to gatekeep this entire entire side of the map, understanding there's got to be a lot of players who want to make their way on in. Anybody goes inside a building has that bunker buster in the back pocket to make them pay. So far right now, just patience from the duo.
Here. I feel like it's hard to regain though, so usually if teams are getting wiped, they're probably most. Oh yeah, wait. This
Yeah, I like that
here.
call from Aydan. It is difficult for teams to regain. You lose one player, and instead of the usual third of your squad, you're down to half. You're considerably more vulnerable.
It's
also the
work out for those kids that are fighting.
You know, managing to then find yourself a bit of ground, being able to push out towards a buy to bring your teammate back in. So I agree with you. I like the patience, and you're trying to hold off a lot of land here, essentially trying to catch anyone who's going to make a water play potentially over towards power here. Want the big game bounty. And finds it. And who was that picked up for them? Falnets. So that's Falnets, I believe, and Swish'em. And the zone's going to come in even closer. The problem they have is who's in behind them. And actually, we change on over to Swish'em, and she's in a spot of bother here, Dandro.
She's on 3. The PDS comes on in. Hopefully lets them make a play. The shots go in on that player, but it's just not enough. She will drop. Has the durable gas mask, but this is ticking down pretty quickly. Gets up on up. Has to be able to fly back on into zone. Has thankfully tempered in the back pocket. Will let her reset the fight. They know there's a player above playing here on the edge of gas. Do they want to try and get aggressive here is the question.
Okay,
Looks like Swish definitely does. Looking down below, where could they be?
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump for this. Is that done?
Just give it a sec, give it a sec, give it a sec.
Swish wants to push this. Swish wants every bit of whatever's going on underneath.
He's swimming
You
in
can
the middle,
see,
you see him?
I love the idea to then bring the nades back in. Breacher drone goes on out. Probably won't connect and does it, but actually I think it's done enough damage to give Swish'em the opportunity to crack, and Swish'em gets the knock. Great duo work there. To find a track, swimming out. Must have presumed that he was alright. Must have assumed, okay, the one danger is going to be when I hit the next bank and they can see me, but incredible combination work here from our duo.
Yeah, that buys them so much space on the map. They take down a track that gives them the opportunity to then fly immediately over this place of water to get back onto land, play that edge of zone, get back on in. E700 and Funzy, they're not too far away either. Also playing on the edge zone. They got this mobile buy at their fingertips if they want to make it happen. 2 already on the board for E700. To parry in hand, daring anybody to fly on into this gas station. Maybe to find some eliminations. You can see it looks like 2 and 3. So 5 total for the squads as we hit the 15th here. One more Sabat Enigma, and we will be into our 1.6 times multiplier.
We are in some teams. We'll just be trying to see it out until then, but actually there's going to be no such luck here. 3700 has a lot of business going on ahead of him. Manages to bring Mireille down. I believe Clamp was also picked up throughout this, so we'll feel confident that he can bring his teammate back in. Might have a look on over. Should be able to talk about if there's any pressure coming in. Gas is going to squeeze. But they still have corner of this gas station to stand in, and it will give Funzy a moment potentially to retrieve his utility. But still, you expect a difficult rotation from there onto flanked and Gabe-kun, and this feels like the best damn spot in the next zone, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I like this spot a lot. It's very high ground centric. They can look at a lot of it. Flanked, though, unfortunately, has fallen off the roof, and he's already getting lit up when that happens. 10K in the back pocket. I don't know what you're trying to make happen here, Flanked, but Luke, he's able to do it, but somebody ready and waiting. Unfortunate for him. Gabe still has 7 though, so they're on 8 right now into that 1.6 multiplier. Decent points already here in game number 1, but a little bit of a blunder there.
Yeah, I just don't know why you would push that. Like, maybe you feel confident you spotted a solo, but I mean, maybe just play for the higher multiplier there. You'll find players roaming around underneath without doubt. E700 in a world of trouble here. Does have the PDS to provide a moment of relief, but got to assume that someone is aware of his location, considering he was low on health and Funzy's out of here. So you've got to run at this at some point. There's only so long you can last. Comms are coming out from Funzy, though, trying to give him some advice. Oh, actually, it's another PDS, so you have more opportunities. But do you play forward perhaps a little bit here before dropping it? No, is the answer.
Yeah, I don't hate it. It's kind of rough just because of you look at the rotation he has to make. Like, you have to go through so much of the open just to try and make it on in. But you have this PDS. Cool, that's great. But are you going to have the ability to tank this gas? No way. You find another one.
You are chunking, though, big time. Every single time that happens, you are absolutely chunking. You got to be careful. about exactly how you time this. You've assessed the lay of the land. Didn't manage to get the plates in, but you should be able to rotate on over. Got to select the PDS quickly. You got to get it down. That would have been an awful way to lose after all that work. And Almond's just going to light up everything with a bunker buster. Again, there is no friendly fire, so you can push straight on into this. And more than likely, it will push players on out. Maybe that's what Hisoka and Almond are hoping for here as they lock down some angles.
I like this. Almond already on 4. The bunker buster coming on in. Almond gonna kind of fly into his own, but it's a-okay. We saw Gabe was up here earlier. Flanked was joining them, but he jumped down, got taken out. So Almond and Hisoka looking to take this high ground. This is the space on the map that they want. You can catch any of these players who are getting bought in at the very last second. Tons of players from the top. The live ping comes on in. Well, that's actually Flanked, who looks like they were able to get back on into the fray, but a squad bite comes on in. Hisoka will be able, it looks like, I think, to get the self-revive off.
Okay. I can peer that.
I like this decision.
He's on the backside.
Suspectly has someone on the backside of that dome in front of him, but man, just get up on top and Almond will light it up. Those are some straight shots. Funzy, see you later. Top 6, so we're well within our 1.8. Next multipliers just for the win. So at this point, you can start to try and light up kills. And Almond and Hisoka have gotten themselves arguably the best spot in the whole zone, because as that zone pulls on out, players are going to be running directly in front of you.
Yeah, I love that. Almond trying to just kind of cook that frag grenade, trying to be able to get as much damage as possible within that smoke. Well, look who's down at the bottom. It's Shifty and Biffle. Biffle currently sitting on 4. Curious to see how many Shifty is on. Looks like somebody's trying to be able to maybe make a similar play here. You can see people flying up on the minimap. Got to be careful to your left, though. You have that scatter mine. Thankfully, EOD will make this thing just tickle at them. No real damage here as well. They start to make a wrap. Somebody seemingly knows that they are here. Shots coming on through. Oh, you got a bouncing Betty to your left. You got to be careful here on some of these. They are just tanking all of these ordinances that are laying in wait, trying their best to maybe play a little bit of an edge of a corner. Not going to be able to. Shifty's made his way outside.
I don't think so.
There's 3 full duos, and we know where they all are. Hisoka and Almond are up top. DJ Mass and Ebates are just trying to hold a door. They don't want to step out from underneath that rooftop either. And then you've got Biffle and Shifty stood just inside, and you feel like it's all going to explode in a matter of moments. Biffle, again, aware of potentially company above.
Got that PRD. Keep it PRD out, because we can PRD on top of that little shack, okay? Yeah.
I love the comms. Good PRD drops and retrieves the PDS. Shifty takes damage, though, and you feel like it's a Hail Mary play out of these two.
Oh, this is just a little bit gross, right? You only have one way you can make it out of this. Thankfully, they do have a PDS. Shifty will invest the first one. We know that Ebates and Almond were the ones that were kind of looking at them. Ebates and DJ were kind of getting some of these shots, and they peek their head up. Somebody has them here right on the outside. Biffle takes down Ebates. Biffle actually gets both. A huge 2-piece for the win. 8 eliminations, 16 points. Very awkward end game there, but they play it beautifully, coming out on top. Maybe a slight blunder there from Ebates and DJ to try and get that aggressive.
I think the problem for Ebates and DJ is that they were chunking in the gas, right? So they end up in a situation where they've got to send, they've got to push it. Biffle just snaps over to the right, picks up the first one, and then although Shifty gets cleaned up amongst that, he can just transfer over and trade the situation on out. Just incredible composure. It's almost ridiculous at this point, the level in which these two can take their play, because throughout that I'm thinking, okay, you're kind of underground here, you're likely under both duos they're playing. It's a difficult spot to play out. It's essentially a trench. You've got very little to execute around. You see Shifty take all the damage. They have to full send because of the nade, and it's just to use the PDS and the calm, casual. Feels like it's just a Sunday stroll for them. Ridiculous stuff from 2 of the best down players in the scene.
Yeah, I just felt like it was like a little bit of a kind of like rock, paper, scissors there, because up on top, you have Hisoka and Almond. You see that PDS go out, so Ebates and DJ, they know that there's a team on that high ground, right? They know that there is a team there. So they can kind of just say, okay, they know where Shifty and Biffle are. They don't have to take that fight. They can lay in wait. I believe they take down Hisoka and Almond, and then they know they just have to play, of course, for that win. Unfortunately, don't get it done at the end of the day. But when we came over, Ebates already had 4. I got to imagine DJ wasn't too far behind. So 1.8 times multiplier for even both of those teams is not bad. A little bit of a, not as many eliminations as I would have hoped, though, for a team like Biffle and Shifty. Only 8 eliminations. Sure, with the 2 times multiplier, that's 16 points. definitely feeling pretty solid about that. But I almost would have expected them to both be in double digits. Hey, it's only map number 1 though. Maybe I'm holding them to too high expectations. Who knows?
Yeah, I think we're just used to them hitting ridiculous levels all the time at this point. I think this may be a case of them just figuring out exactly how duos goes. Maybe they landed, somewhere quite typical and it was a bit quieter than they would have expected or something. Maybe they full send in the next one now that they're feeling confident after winning the first. And yeah, we get to see it there. Nice and pretty in the new color scheme, by the way. Team Biffle on 8. Biffle with 5. Shifty with the 3. 16 points earned between them. And one of the beautiful new things that's come in, by the way, so we don't have to continually do caster math, is that the overall score will now be on there. So we just kind of talk about the points that have just been earned, and it's all done for us because the amount of mistakes we've made recently. But the conversation comes back to how damn good Biffle and Shifty are, and it's just... It almost, you run out of ways to describe the ways in which they execute these things. Like, again, it just felt like there was so many odds stacked against them. You talk about rock, paper, scissors. It felt like that they had the short straw throughout all of that and still coming out on top. If they do figure out where there's a busy landing spot and how to perfectly execute duos, I wouldn't be surprised if they absolutely run amok in the next map.
That's what I'm kind of curious about as well. But it was really interesting to see just how the duos were playing across the map, right? I think we just seeing that the strategy here is you got to be attached to the hip to your duo, right? You want to be able to take those gunfights in a 2v1 if you catch somebody off on the back foot and just quickly swing the tide into your favor. I think we saw Lennon and Juki's doing that a little bit. We saw, obviously, Fallness and Swish'em doing that, being able to catch a tract out there in the water. Just some really great stuff from some teams who realize that teamwork is really what's going to make the dream work here, just to try and push it and get even more into those eliminations. I want to give a huge shout out to Flanked and Gabe Kuhn as well for making that early read, holding that top. When we came on over, I believe Gabe was on 7, Flanked was on 1. It looked like Flank was able to kind of get back on in after making a little bit of a misplay falling off the roof. So hopefully that team was able to get up there. I believe they were, pretty decently in that 1.8 multiplier as well. So I'll be kind of curious when we look at our overall leaderboard to see, did anybody really fry out who maybe we didn't get to catch that got to that 1.8 times multiplier? Because if you did, you were one of these teams that hit double digits, that was feeling pretty solid. You took advantage of that 1.8. You easily could be sitting in first here over Biffle and Shifty.
Yeah, no, 100%. Another team that I want to call out throughout all of this was that duo play from Fallnets and Swish'em. What was that? Yeah. We obviously don't see too many Breacher drones these days. They are very good, have been good throughout the life of Urzikstan, but C4's obviously reign supreme. Thermite's probably pretty close in behind that. But we don't see too many Breachers, but it was like a QB quarterback perfect throw, right? Just line that Breacher drone up to exactly where Attract was swimming on out to. It pops, he makes the comms, and then Swish'em just lights up a couple of bullets. And it was just a great combo work and showing the kind of things that we might see happen with some of these duos. Some just creative plays to kind of execute there, because you were worried if they didn't make that play when they did, then Attract can hold them as they try and cross the water afterwards. But as you said at the time, opened up so much space to let them into zone. Not sure exactly what they got up to after that. But I think one of the beauties of this afternoon is watching how these duos kind of combine. We've already spoken about how they definitely have to be joined at the hip. Joe and Bbreadman suffered early because of not doing that, and some other squads included. But how as well are you going to execute offensive plays?
I'm definitely going to be questioning that myself. How do you work together to get the most points? Speaking of points, let's take a look at our leaderboard after game number 1, starting towards the bottom. Let's go ahead. Let's take a look at some of these. So a lot of surprising zeros and a lot of single digits on this board here, Enigma. Namely, I'm looking at Team Tommey. 3 points, 3 eliminations. Team FIFA with 1. Team Mutex with 1. Couple big dogs here at the bottom.
Yeah, some of these guys are going to need to go back to the drawing board about how to play duo customs. I mean, we're looking at Bbreadman there. We saw the struggles they had at the start. Yes, there's some huge names towards the bottom end here. Kind of savage that we're bringing them all up first. But, hey, you absolutely deserve it if you get 1 point throughout your game. So, yes, I definitely got to reconsider things. One of the things might well have been, you get teams being a bit over-exuberant, maybe splitting off. And they definitely can't be doing that. But there, Dandro will be our top 25.
Okay, well, we kind of question, was there a team that really fried out that maybe got more points than Team Biffle? Turns out there were 3 of them. Team Ebates sitting on 18 with that 1.8. I believe that means they probably were there with 10 eliminations total, if my caster math is correct. But hey, solid eliminations there. Hisoka and Rational tying for second and third with 16.2. And then Team Biffle with the 16, rounding out your top sort of 5. You got Team Flanked and Team Swish'em with the 14.4. Trick Empathy not too far away with 14 themselves. And then you kind of see a little bit of a gap coming on through here. As we look at this leaderboard, though, Enigma, who's kind of jumping off the page to you?
I think it's going to be... I'm surprised the Germans aren't as high as they currently sat down there in 19th. Must have gone out quite early, maybe being too aggressive, because it seemed like they were picking up a couple of good kills, right? They picked off Team Juki's quite early. We saw Fuzzin absolutely rated a new one in the engagement that happens off towards the east of Popov. Sorry, the west of Popov. So I thought that they would have been on a few more points, but I mean, just looking at, yeah, as you said, 3 teams, they're all top Team Biffle purely because they had more kills. And one of the things is that I'm trying to look into here, obviously teams are going to become more efficient, likely pick up more points than that, but it is 130 points for our Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold. Looking at that math, we're talking probably about 8 games before a team even gets there. As we said at the start, we could be in for a long one, my friend.
Yeah, hopefully some of these teams realize that they can kind of put the pedal to the metal and really fry out. You know, one of the teams that is at the top there that I wanted to mention was Team Unrational. When we kind of saw, you know, earlier on in the World Series of Warzone, Unrational, you know, you would look at that team of Unrational, Dongy, and Scummin, and you think, oh, Dongy or Scummin got to be the top fragger for that team all day long. It's actually Unrational. They were the first team to hit double digits all day long. It was just a placement issue. And it seems like here today, they're kind of doing the same thing, right? Today, obviously, it's duos being just Donkey and Unrational. But as long as both of them can kind of fry out, man, you fix that placement issue, they could be one of those teams that's creating a gap very early on. And I hope that's what some of our teams realize. I feel like kind of in the meta, I guess, of like competitive Warzone right now, there's a lot of emphasis that's being placed on getting to that multiplier, but you're getting to the multiplier maybe with not as many eliminations as you really could. It is very possible where if you fry out to be a competitive team on the leaderboard, even with not fantastic placements. I mean, if you are sitting there, you know, I'm thinking about, you know, duos like this, you're 15, 18 eliminations total with a 1.6 times multiplier. You're probably doing more than a lot of people who are hitting 1.8. So a team like Team Unrational, they're definitely poised to make some plays like that. I'm glad to see them at the top of the leaderboard there after one game.
No, yeah, I agree with you. I think part of it might end up being the World Series kind of hangover in the way that the teams have been playing, right? Because we've spoken about this, about how nothing seems to happen really until we start getting to like really condensed circles. A lot of teams trying to play for position. So maybe it's just that slower understanding of play right now that's going on from these players. But I agree with you. I'm hoping that a couple of them realize, actually, we can just kind of go nuts here, especially if you do that kind of play style that we spoke about before, where one of you kind of lingers around a buy. And I think Joe and Bread were trying to execute that early on, just got it a little bit wrong. But if you end up with a player like, you know, I cleared a spell around the buy, you go off and try and pick up a couple of players, and we know of several in here that can be expected to 1v2 whole teams. Maybe we do see teams suddenly skyrocket and burst into life. But right now, it seems a little bit tetchy. A couple of teams, even our superstars, not putting up those massive digits.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a warm-up. Maybe they're kind of figuring out how they want to play the game. I mean, who knows? That could have been a squad. We know that they like landing pop-up. And it seemed like there were a lot of teams kind of with that zone pull kind of probably made their way to them. Maybe they got chalked off rip. You're right. You get pushed from a team you're maybe not expecting to be there. You go to Gulag, you have to come back, you have to regain. Definitely a possibility that's there as well. Kind of always upheld to the love of the zone gods of Call of Duty Warzone, right? Sometimes. So it could have been the case. Who knows? But I got to imagine that coming into this next game, some of these teams are definitely about to come online. Looking at some of these squads that are on that bottom, though, who definitely are very capable of finding eliminations, you know, only were in the single digits, to say, hey, maybe you got to pick up the pace a little bit. Maybe there's even Enigma a little bit of it today where you can kind of use this as sort of your testing ground of like, how aggressive can I really play? What is my limit in a competitive lobby like this? Do you kind of just throw fear out the window and just say, I'm flying at everything and I'm ego challenging every single gunfight I can, because you want to get that rep of like playing hyper aggressive?
I think if you've just gotten off to a really good start, I think that's definitely what you try here in map 2. You go, look, we know we can make it happen with a solid pace. We're kind of jogging into this, and we've done a solid effort there in map 1. I think you can go, right, well, what happens if we just throw ourselves into a really hot spot, try and just pick up a hell of a lot of kills? If we do get sent to the Gulag, okay, then we'll slow it back down. I think that would be the play I was making if I was in this leaderboard. We had someone in chat saying that we've got 0.9 KDs. Very proud personally of my 0.7s. You know, but when I'm trying to think about how I would play this out, then I would definitely be looking to just full send this, try and see exactly what kind of location I want to be in order to then pick up those early kills, set myself up for a nice end game, and make that kind of rotation. We saw Gabe Kuhn and Flanked do something similar, right? They were sat around 8 when we got over to them on top of Popov power. And the thing is, I just think if Flanked doesn't give up his life there, I think that's a squad that we could have seen way through to the end stages, because obviously we see Almond and Soka still up there when we start talking final circles.
Yeah, I definitely think if Flanked is able to stay up there, it's an entirely different end game that is there, right? So, I mean, it's definitely something to think about. I think Flanked was just on the edge, and it looked like he was kind of like looking down. I think just honestly just kind of left sticked a little bit too hard and fell off the side. So, a little bit of a blunder. Classic Flanked activities, if you ask me, to have God spot, you know, on a map and to throw it like that. But it seemed like was obviously able to get back on in and kind of maintain a little bit. They were up there towards the top of that leaderboard, so potentially could have been first place, you know, without that minor mistake, but able to regain and kind of reset a little bit. I'd also like to address this one person in chat. I have a 1.4. Thank you very much. So I do believe that is in the upper echelon of Call of Duty KDs. So it doesn't make me a pro by any means, but get spit on is all I'd like to say. Getting ready for match number 2 to get it started. I'm very excited. If you are one of these teams, Enigma, who maybe in game number 1 did not have a successful, you know, kind of landing, right? You are one of these teams who has single digits, maybe not even, you know, closer towards 10, maybe towards the 3 mark. What is the change in strategy coming in here into the next one? Because obviously you got to kick up the pressure. You got to kick up the heat.
Yeah, I think for some teams, it's going to vary quite a bit. But I think, for example, Bbreadman, you were way too split. You're asking for trouble. You're lighting up on someone's UAV like a Christmas tree. You have to make sure at that point you get back together. And it looked like they were doing, and then split up again and went back together again, split up again. Like, I just, like, if you want to push on out, find some cash and resources, get your loadout together, fine. But you got to be joined at the hip, as we've said throughout this. I think other teams, it's going to be about those landing spots. You know, did you maybe go into somewhere that was a bit too hot for you as a duo off the start? If so, then find somewhere a little bit quieter. Maybe head off towards a bazaar. Plenty of stuff there, but you can get yourself maybe a quieter drop than somewhere like a high rise. However, those teams that potentially just saw like a quiet start to this, maybe they want to do the flip opposite. I'm looking potentially at Biffle and Shifty here, who might want to go very aggressive off the start.
Yeah, and you can see the zone is just pulling hard southeast here. So if they did want to land pop-off, this might be a little bit awkward scenario. You can see they're looking and they maybe potentially marking this intel.
No.
It's kind of well up towards the military side. I don't hate that, right? Do an early intel, figure out where zone's going to play, and just kind of maybe play edge of zone a little bit to find a lot of these eliminations. So I'll have to wait and see. Do players get more aggressive? Do they take Enigma's advice here in match number 2 as you get ready to drop on? And one thing I want to know when you look at the zone, a lot of it is cut off just from the map, right? And so
two guys. Okay.
you have to, you know, you kind of really is going to eliminate the amount of play you can play. Shifty and Biffle, they're already getting aggressive here off the drop on a team that is unfortunately maybe thought they had this for free, but not just yet. Well, look who it is. It is Flanked and Gabe Kuhn. Flanked going down. Shifty and Biffle trying to make things happen with pistols from the heavens.
Follow me, bait me.
I do love this drop spot, by the way. Both teams going big brain here. We'll come back to why. I want to see how this plays out. Biffle going to try and play around the back of Shifty. The problem is who else has joined the party? Unless Gabe's found himself some decent loot and wanted to come back and chow this feeling a little bit more confident. And then, speaking of which, Biffle did just find himself some sort of AR. Shifty tries to push this out. Here the bullets in behind. That is potentially another duo in behind. So yeah, Biffle and Shifty here going to back on off. Maybe try and find themselves some plates as left with absolutely diddly squat at this point. But I do love the academy landing. You know, we saw that circle. It's a very odd one. It's just going to hug this southeast side of the map. But from the academy, from these hills, you can just get a nice look out over everything else. And it's probably the best rotation to bring yourself down in towards Manor and over those horrible rolling hills, rather than trying to go from like a lower area through the open ground, which is just going to leave you trapped in kill boxes.
Definitely a solid idea. Very early eliminations.
I mean, there's going to be loadout guns. Someone's going to have the loadout guns because he literally found a loadout crate right there, bro.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, wait, I saw a camo on that gun. I was like, what the fuck?
So quick commands coming from Shifty, realizing that it looked like Gabe probably did find one of those loadout crates. So as you know, as talented as these two are, trying to go up against somebody like Gabe Kuhn who has a loadout while you just have those core 45 pistols, it's going to be not a fun time to try and make that happen. Definitely setting yourself for a two-piece if you try and ego chow that one. So they get their one. They're happy about that. They fly away. Hopefully they can regain and pop off, make something happen. Back on over to Smixy and Echo, though. Somebody's rolling up in an LTV. The PA comes on through. They go to reposition. Maybe try and take them on out.
Yeah, well, the other team have actually brought in the bunker, and they're trying to just isolate these two players inside using that area of denial. Player that they were shooting at is actually going to hop in through the window. Echo goes low. Smixy just comes off to the right. Another bunker buster comes in. Is this going to be the same team? Again, If that bunker... And it looks like two. All sorts of utility being brought in here. This could be multiple teams on top of each other. Echo actually gets dragged down. Smix is in a world of pain. Gonna have to back off to put the plates in. That's Smith. And we know how good he can be. And the duo just chow together. And that is a sight you absolutely do not want to see when you check back.
Oh, God. We kind of question, is everybody just going to start full sending? Well, Z-Smith and Aydan not afraid to hop in an LTV and ride up on you and absolutely put you in the dirt. Smixy sent to the gulag going against DJ Moss. This is going to be a huge gulag for both players. DJ wins this, gets back in the game, currently sitting up near the top as Smixy goes for it. The shots are in, but DJ with the drop shot will come out on top.
And it's split by a fine hair, one bullet in it, and got a feel for Smixy. She felt that she did a lot of things right there, and I agree with that, but just a little bit snappier from her opponent. Hisoka, by the way. Be careful, Almonds. Had his gulag, lost it. Currently watching on from the sidelines. Hisoka's not exactly in a quiet location here. You're still, albeit not necessarily the center of city, but off towards suburbs. And there is a UAV above you. Oh, and there it is, Ryder, just round the corner.
Ryder playing with Picnic. This is a squad that will be playing in the LCQ in a couple weeks together alongside Oakley Boy. So, love both these dudes. Glad they're coming in here today as a duo. UAV pinging on out. They have their bounty.
He knows I'm here now.
Yeah, that's one way to let yourself be known. Throw a grenade at the floor. I love this. Kind of use the recon drone, gain some information through the floor just to get an idea of where are they. Maybe you can fly this out. You can. Good job. Hopefully get some live pings on this rooftop.
Yeah, I love this play. It's just going to say everything that he needs to say to Picnic, and he is indeed completely alone. It's actually, we'll come back to exactly how Soka's potentially escaped from this one, but Ryder and Picnic trying to collapse together on this, trying to set up some sort of kill box. The problem is you want to make sure you're covered at all times, because if you're not, Soka will split you apart. He will happily 1v2 anyone. Ryder tries to go up the stairs. Picnic's coming the other way. They both bounce off each other and get chasing again. But have they lost Soka? Has the trail gone cold? Nades going off? Gotta presume that Soka's trying to use those to cover his own escape. There's be a mosquito drone above here, so gotta be careful about pushing on out. A PA to cover as well, but I'm looking at that mini-map as all this is going down, and there are multiple squads in this region, so UAV could provide something. The thing is, the UAV goes off, right? And they had this a moment ago. Soka, while he was looting, finds himself the stealth vest, and that could well be what has provided all of the protection throughout this engagement.
This has burned so much time for Ryder and Picnic. You know, you saw a lot of things get invested there. You have a mosquito drone, you have a PA on top of that, and look at this, Ryder, he's been able to see someone from down below. He's actually going to be the one to get the pick on the Fuzzin. Another one not too far away, MCPR in hand. It might not be the one shot, but if you can get the 3-2-1s going with the team, you can absolutely find some early picks. You can see he gets the armor crack there. Unfortunately, no follow-up from Picnic to get the down. But you bring down Fuzzin, and that's already a very solid way just to get a quick elimination.
Yeah. I like that.
Yes, I love this sniper approach play from Ryder. Just going to hold off the end of this zone. We've got a while until it becomes patrolling the edge for sure, but you're expecting teams to hit early rotations. Ryder sees an opposing glint and wants every piece of the smoke. But which side do you chow from? Live ping goes on out. I don't think it connected. Oh, that looked pretty good, but potentially needed it to be a bead higher. Doesn't hit with the second either. Third's over the top, and now the opposing player's ringing bullets back out. But I like this from Ryder. Just making it show that he's challenging at different times. Doesn't make it predictable. Doesn't make it a case of he knows his opposing player knows exactly where his head's going to be. Yeah, that is indeed a long shot to try and make.
I'm going to see if I can look at blue here. I'm looking at blue. I'm making a weird play.
I'm looking.
Yeah.
He doesn't see you. He jumped. Yeah, I'm coming to you. You can shoot if you want. You're alone, but you can shoot if you want. He should be on that bottom left wall right there.
I like these calls coming out from Ryder, letting Picnic know that, like, hey, if you want to get Mixie in this fight, I'm not too far behind you. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. This player jumps on off. They've now taken this height. They get a redeploy cover. They get a recon drone. I don't know. This player must be blind for all of this util to just be laying on the ground here. And they've now grabbed this height in this area. They know there's a couple teams around them. Bunker Buster in the back pocket for Ryder. They see the smoke. Somebody's got to come on through. Some huge shots as he goes for a little bit of a lob of the grenade. Will not connect with anyone. He's now just going to kind of keep peeking out, see if he can find anybody else.
You're good. Come back up. You're good.
Picnic falls down towards the bottom, and Ryder can hear
My hit on my stairs.
a lot of noise inside his building. The thing is, UAV was up above momentarily. They might be aware that Ryder was up here by himself. I like this reposition. Essentially try and put yourself over the top of that doorway. And actually, yeah, this opposing team have rotated off towards gas station. Feels like we've been on board with Ryder and Picnic here for some time. And although the fights aren't necessarily going poorly, it doesn't feel like they've had much purchase for what's been invested either.
Yeah, it's kind of the mark of some of these teams. If you watch a lot of the top teams, you know, even just in competitive Warzone, they're very decisive about what fights they want to take and what fights are just not worth their time, right? If a fight is not worth their time, they rotate out. They want to reposition. They want to figure it out. So far, they've kind of been able to find, you know, one player. You saw Ryder get that pick and the team shots coming in onto Fuzzin'. But that was about it, you know, in the last sort of 5 minutes that we've sort of been here, right? Other than that, yeah, sure, you have, you know, this building that's alongside here, but how long can you stay up here? UAV is ringing out. Thankfully, Ghost is on their perk package, so don't have to worry about anybody finding them, but just a lot of time, not a lot of success found here, and it looks like a rotation is going to be in the cards.
They're scrapping right now, so we should have a free.
They are on someone's UAV's got to be very careful with that rotation, because that was a bridge and water and open ground and trying to rotate uphill, and a whole
over there.
stack of odds against them. Belly and T in a region of the map we haven't seen much of. This is just south of the suburbs. This is relatively open, and again, you're going to have to push yourself towards open hills. There's a couple of players set up on headies on these rooftops. Just gatekeeping for now, right on the edge of the gas. Do have yourself time until this becomes an issue, but you don't want to be put in a spot where your back's against a wall. Smoke goes out, cover the cross. Sally and T just trying to reposition this.
Let's actually go ahead.
Incredible things before. Sorry, I was going to say yes. Let's go into a listening and see how these girls play this out.
I mean, it's gonna be a fucking weird ass building, not gonna lie. Or we could just get on. Get on the hill or something.
Safe zone.
Oh, yeah.
Lost that son bitch. Bounty contract's been pulled.
Are they in top searching? No, they're still left. Go deep right towards the bunker.
Yeah. Those are a lot of shots they hit right there.
Hey, I got lit up. I don't know about you.
A singular one. Oh, alright. Smoke.
Let's destroy. Run. I'll be here.
What the fuck are they doing?
I don't even know, bro.
Fight to earn
Unfortunate situation for those two. They're trying to make a wrap. They get lit up, and you have Destroy laying in wait, peeking out over a rock, bringing them on down. But the action doesn't stop as we come on over to Queen Eliminator and Limac. 6 points, 20th place so far. You can see Queen's got 1 so far. But over here at the Bazaar, it's not going to be enough. She gets lit up, goes down in 29th. Squads are dropping like flies this game, Enigma.
They are indeed, and it's all because of this horrible zone, right? So many squads are having to rotate so far in order to get to this point in the map, and you saw what happened to Selly and T there. You're trying to rotate uphill on an open ground, and it's just going to leave you at the mercy of squads that came here from the very start. Smith gets picked, does have the self, might get to pull it off, and he does. Whenever connected with him, didn't clean him up, so Smith does manage to get himself back up. We'll get to replay. Aydan doesn't have coverage from above, though. That's what I'm concerned about here. If an opposing team does take that rooftop, they're both very exposed, and they have indeed. But those are some straight shots. Does get the armor cracked, but does not get the finish. Another player up high. Oh my god, Aydan absolutely snapping, but it's not enough to bring either player down. And for me, maybe you abandon this, back on off, and try and bring that team towards you.
Definitely not a bad idea. Decided to re-engage, kind of just using a little bit of this heady. Spots 1. The shots are just landing. I love this. You take a couple little shots, you reposition. You take a couple little shots, you reposition. And that's exactly what Aydan is doing right now. He's keeping on the move because every time this player is popping their head up, they think that potentially...
I'm working for it, bro. I'm working for it. Give me a sec.
You know, this team might be kind of consistently looking at the same time.
I don't see him.
But ooh, I like this. This might give Aydan the angle that he wants.
Knock, knock, knock.
Oh, those are some ridiculous shots there. And I just love how Aydan's utilized his ghost in order to reposition himself around the back of this side. You mentioned it a moment ago, and now wants to set up the pinch with Smith.
Waiting for you.
Has found Prospect. Could well be seeing his opponent zip away, but wants to team this, and he does push it by himself. Has another just off towards the left potentially, but the other players managed to self-res, and actually that's going to leave Aydan between two horrible locations. He's just going to have to try and check out left. Takes way too much damage. Smith's far too late to arrive, unfortunately, because Aydan's flying out of doors without any cover.
Behind us, behind us.
Prospect could zip back across, which would leave Smith in a 1v2, and I think that you back off here, but unfortunately with Aydan just about getting out, Smith is now the player with no coverage.
Zone immunity.
Solid nades. Oh, somebody flies off the top. Aydan gonna re-engage back with Z Smith. Where's this player? Can they take this together? Flies back on out. Smoke grenade will cause a little bit of chaos. They fly on it. The grenades are landing on top of Aydan. He's doing his best on staying alive here. Smith will go down. Aydan laying in wait. Maybe can catch a timing. But this looks like Teeny has made their way on over. So that means Teeny and Tommey over here somewhere, back on the top. Aydan, tries to go through the window. The glass isn't broken. He's gonna bounce off it, throws down the smoke, has somehow been able to get out of here. Smitty does still have the gulag though, so even if Aydan goes down here, it's not the end of the world.
Problem you have with Aydan is this next rotation is not a nice one. It is over open ground. You know that Prospect and Co are nearby, Tommey and Teeny as well. And you've got to just hope and pray that you can slip out the back door unnoticed here. Give your teammate time to get back in from the gulag and land on this loadout and try late rotation. And actually, Aydan's just going to find Prospect still lurking. Will clean him up as well. Attempted trade, but it's not finished, so Aydan's going to feel confident here. No tacticals available, no lethals either. Will check out, try and get some, but the smoke goes out and just gives him a moment. The problem is the gas is now squeezing up, and Aydan doesn't have the health here. You stand in that for a moment, you're picked on off, and then Vombot, another player who is coming in on a late rotation and manages to finally bring Aydan's reign to an end.
Well, even the thing that kind of stinks about that being Vombot, the initial player they knocked in that whole engagement was Prospect, right? So they knock Prospect. They try and get up to get that full. Vombot is the teammate of Prospect, so if they are able to bring down Vombot, then it's like, all right, great. We now kind of have control of this. Maybe that fight against Teeny and Tommey goes a little bit different. But it's just Aydan and Z-Smith take a little bit too long on that engagement. Allows Tommey and Teeny to come on over. They clean up a third party. Vombot then kind of gets some revenge, cleaning them back up. It's just a little unfortunate for Z-Smith and Aydan. We've seen how aggressive they've been in this game so far, and just unfortunate for them that aggression does come at a cost.
Speaking of things at a cost, I really don't know about Attract and Collar's position here. This decision might well come back to bite them. Probably just trying to lay low right now and play for some sort of multiplier. You get yourself into top 14, you're on a 1.6 times. Although right now we're on board with Collars, who has 1 kill. I'm not sure what Attract is on just yet, but multiplier is only going to do so much work for you if you don't have the kills. There are players fighting on the island, on the shack that is available here. There is a helicopter available to potentially peel on off and get over the teams that are sat on the rocks over towards the hills, where Zone is going to pull. Although Attract and zcolors could try and parade the end of this and just catch teams rotating in, you are exposed to anyone from behind.
Guy in the water right here, Trey.
Play for that, play for that. Be careful on the kids running from the house. Be careful on the kids on the house. I'm coming towards those.
No, they're still there.
Okay, I'm coming up towards you now. Coming back to you. Close on us, close on us. Broken,
Somebody pushing up very quickly. A crack comes in from Colors.
I'm pressing this.
Helipack coming on, and there is a mortar strike, though, that's going to have them to re-engage from a different angle. You see the mortar strike coming up over the PA in return. A column of explosion just coming on in through the smoke. That's going to be raided going on down. Mayappo's got to be around here somewhere. There you go. A quick squad wipe that will be 15th for Rated and Mayappo. A much better game here in game number 2, but I know that Rated is mauling, getting eliminated through that smoke, playing alongside the edge of the gas here, Enigma. This is getting to be a little bit of a sticky situation.
It is, and Colors just got to time his push out here perfectly because he avoids the PA just about. Diving into the gas might well have thrown the opposition for a hot dog here because now you can push in late and collapse in from behind. And zcolors aware that there's a player down below, but you're getting caught by someone else who's on the other side of the island, essentially on the low waters. And, well, Donut Toes coming on out and finding a kill. But we get Shifty and Biffle, and these are the squads that are just picking these teams off. Just letting everyone walk onto the end of their rifles, and it is beautiful out of Shifty. Up to 15 kills, Dandro.
I was waiting for you to notice.
Oh my god.
Brother, this is what we were waiting on. And look, this is all it took. Apparently, they saw the zone and they said, yeah, hey, you know, I understand the car's banned. I understand all the one-shot snipers are banned. It literally doesn't matter when we are able to just both rock these. You saw Shifty right there just cleaning up an entire side of the zone. Donut Toes, that is Uncivil Queen. So, you know, huge props to them for being able to come in and clean up. But it doesn't matter when you are just immediately deleted off the map. Shifty currently sitting on 15. I'll be curious to see how many Biffle has. We said, hey, this might take 8 games for some of our teams to be able to get to that Call of Duty Warzone match point, but with a couple of games like this, it could be, you know, in for another one of those 5-game series like we have come to expect when some of these players are here in the map. They're playing on this edge zone. I love this kind of playing alongside this height. You have this rock face that you can play as a little bit of a headache. This is just a fantastic positioning. Tommey going down into our 1.8 multiplier.
The thing is, the way these two are working this as well, it's not just the rotation. They've done a great job of ensuring they're protected from one side because no one can go out into this back wall that they have essentially from the edge of the map. They put themselves in an area where they could cover over so much open ground. But the thing is, when Shifty is picking up a snipe, he's immediately pinging and calling that out to Biffle, who then just cleans up with the AR rounds and essentially just milking absolutely everyone that comes forward. And there's yet another one. Stable J sent packing 17 kills on the board just for Shifty. We're down to our final 4.
And they don't even need to move either. Look at Zone. They're just doing a great job. Vonbot gets immediately down, tries to peek out, but gets a haircut courtesy of Shifty and Biffle. Will get knocked. You're seeing the bunker buster come on in. Some of these teams are trying to play on through. The live pings are coming on in, and then it's just a field day for these players. 2v1v1 right now. So they know they just have to wait it out. They just have to wait for these 2 solos. Somebody tries to peek on through. They're getting some good damage onto Shifty. Not that I think he's really super worried about it. And they do have a PDS as well. They're running out into the gas. Maybe can they find them? They do. That's Ryda. Squad wipe. 27 for Shifty and Biffle. Game number 2. Back to back. We kind of said game number 1, Enigma. Oh, hey, only 8 eliminations. We expected more out of you. Shifty must have had mainstream open and says, all right, bet. Watch this.
I mean, sometimes I run out of ways to describe these boys. Like, what are they doing to this competition? It's at a point where I remember last year I said a line about sometimes I feel like I'm paid to talk about how Biffle, Shifty, and back then Sage won't win something. I feel like I'm trying to do it again. I'm trying to find new ways of saying, hey, this might be slightly more competitive. And Biffle and Shifty absolutely run amok. 27 kills. 2 times multiplier, 54 points. I mean, we said it, right? We were like, you said it a moment ago there. Look, we expect a bit more out of a duo like this. They went, bet. Give us that rotation. Give me a sniper rifle in hand. I don't care if it's the Car 98K. I don't care if you're giving me ground loot. Whatever it is, these boys are frying, and it is a disgusting dynasty kind of thing to watch.
Well, over 2 games, we are now across the halfway point towards Call of Duty Warzone match point. Didn't expect that to happen, but I feel like maybe we saw a couple people there, Enigma. I think game 2 figured out the sauce, them being one of them. You saw Shifty, of course, with that sniper in hand. Yes, is it a one-shot sniper? No, chat, but guess what? You hit a body shot with high velocity with that thing, you're cracking armor, and that's exactly what we saw. It was live ping, Shifty hits, cracks the armor, and it's just on to Biffle to literally land 2 or 3 bullets from that Holger 26 to be able to clean them on up, and that was just the recipe for success. That's how you get to that point where you're dropping 27 as a team. What a fantastic way to see that. But also on top of that, right, we got to talk about that sort of end game rotation they had, because they played it beautiful, right? They played that sort of other high side of zone. They're looking across the river. They clean up basically, I think they're like a fourth party to like 3 different fights that are going on. They clean up all of that. They get high ground on that rock, and it is just a shooting gallery for the final moments of that zone for them. Talk me through that, what you noticed, because man, whew, that was electric.
I mean, there's so many things that we can do to talk about how good these guys are with Hisoka or back when it was with Sage. But one of the things that absolutely rules the roost when it comes to Warzone is your versatility, your ingenuity, spotting that zone and going, okay, this is exactly how this is going to play out. This is exactly where we're going to land and exactly how we're going to make it work for us. And it just seems that there is no counterplay to what they can do at all times. Like, we came to that zone where, all right, yeah, we know we're going quite far southeast. We know that we're ending off over towards this side, but it was their faith in like the system of, okay, well, actually, we know where the best location to be is. We're up in these hills. We've got this safety behind us because that's essentially the edge of the map. No one can stray out into there. So we can just set up on over this, pick off any squads that are trying to rotate in. And we saw loads get picked up on the island. And the thing is, from there, you saw, you know, when Shifty goes over and plays the buy, he picks himself up a bunker buster, a bunch of utility, so that if needed, if that zone pull doesn't come their way, they've got the smokes, they've got the bunker buster coverage. There's so many different routes in which they can play out from that. In the end, they didn't even need any of it. They just used their gun skill to smoke half a lobby.
Yeah, I mean, we had kind of looked at it. You know, we noticed that that game was a little bit more aggressive from some of our teams, and we're seeing it come to fruition there, right? We saw people like Aydan and Z-Smith in that game start getting aggressive. We were seeing some of the other teams, Tommey and Teeny, right, actually come over and sort of third party, taking out Aydan and Z-Smith, you know, and their eventual aggression that are there as well. So players are starting to pick up the pace, I feel like, here at England. That's only game number 2. I'm excited to see what game number 3 is going to bring for us, because it seems like some of these players are really kind of realizing, like, hey, we got to kind of fly around the map and we got to be able to find some of these eliminations, but you have to clean up your kills quickly. That's the big thing that I saw. A lot of those fights that took a little bit too long, it's really easy to get third party. And now that we're kind of starting to see people start bringing out some of these snipers as well, it's going to be even easier to get third partied as well. So I'll be curious to see how does that shake out when it comes to those next games. Our leaderboard is getting ready to get populated, everybody. We want to be able to see it. But what we're going to do is we are going to go to a short break. When we come back, we're going to be dropping into game number 3 and hopefully getting an update on those scores.
Hit him with my drone.
Blew
Hit him with my drone again.
Knocked.
Shit.
He's mine, he's mine. Two. One shot, got one. Chase me. Nice. The other guys. Nice.
I'm one deep right.
I don't see anyone upper.
Wait, what does BRD on me?
Yeah, what's like above? Wait, he's on metal under me.
I got one.
Another one. Live. 1E. Dead.
Something.
I tried to smoke for you.
Look at the radar.
Go now. Ban me. One died. Weak as fuck on the left.
Go, baby.
I only 8 kills though. I don't know if that's.
Yeah, low key, right? What?
On the buy right now, on the buy.
Ready. I'm looking back that way.
One went right here, and then one's behind yellow. Another one right here.
Yeah.
3,
One on the
2,
left, too.
crack. Nice, beautiful. Are you cool? Another one right here.
Gas is inbound. Marking a...
This guy itself. Look at this. This guy itself.
Nice.
Look at our front too.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Look at this guy. You see this? You see this?
No one's on the right. Where? Yeah, I see.
Hold on. Go off my shot. Cracked. Dead.
Nice.
Friendly fire. Sorry. Solo. The right.
You want to get up on? You want to get up on this? Oh, never mind.
Nah, yes, move.
Get PDS and crack like an invisible wall right here.
I was just ride. Shit, baby.
All enemy
Good fucking
squads
shit.
eliminated.
Go.
Hey, welcome back, everybody, to Warzone Total Frenzy Season 4. If you're just joining us, we are in the middle of a duos Call of Duty Warzone match point event. We thought we were getting started off to a little bit of a slow foot. We had a great game number 1, but Enigma and I were like, all right, we're going to lock it in for probably 7 or 8 games here because, whew, not a lot of points on the board. And then Shifty and Biffle said, yeah, I got somewhere to be, and dropped 27 eliminations with the win to put them at 70 points total. Reminder, our threshold is 130. So 2 games in, already halfway over Enigma. Does that create some insane pressure for the rest of this lobby?
Yeah, I think it also asks a couple of questions of them, right, as well, because we spoke about how we saw a lot of the other teams as well kind of struggle for numbers in this case of, you know, maybe they don't realize that they can be a bit more aggressive. That will have told them, look, you can go and be aggressive throughout this. You can go and get yourself a lot of kills. They'll be looking at that and thinking, God damn, how am I picking up 10? Like, what's going on here? Why am I so far behind? So yeah, I think that we're about to see a lot of teams up the pace, because remember, if we do end up, let's say we get Biffle and Shifty here, go on beyond a Call of Duty Warzone match point, and then they win a game, which we would put beyond no one not being very far off, is it freezes the rest of the board. So you've got to make sure you put yourself nice and early, very quickly, into second and third if you want the rest of the prize money, if you want to be involved in that conversation, because otherwise you're just watching your hopes disappear in front of you. As far as halfway, 70 points after just 2 games. Now, I'm with you. After the first game, I was kind of thinking, damn, I'm going to need to get some water in here and get myself set up for a long stint. Production's probably thinking the same in the back. I don't know what we're looking at now, dude. Like, I mean, 5 maybe. Every time we seem to put a new set of goalposts in front of Biffle and Shifty, Hisoka, Sage was another one back in the day. You put that goalpost out in front of them and think, all right, beat it. Go on, jump that bar. And they go, yeah, all right, no worries. It's just ridiculous. I don't know how to stop them at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the Olympics are coming up. Records are getting broken. Same thing with us here today as well. Our leaderboard is getting ready to get on through before getting ready to hop into match number 3. I'll be curious to see, you know, besides obviously this team that has created such a gap, how are the rest of the squads faring? So let's go ahead. Let's take a look at our first bottom few to see maybe who's having a little bit of a lackluster day here, Enigma. And it's, you know, we're only 2 maps in. I want to remind everybody before we look at these other scores, but so far we are finally starting to see some teams hit double digits. But I'm looking at teams like Team Twitty, Team Queen Shadows in the single digits, 2 points. What's going on here?
No, I'm with you. I'm looking at teams like Bbreadman, Mutex, Rated, Swag, all these squads, Zeppa, all in single digits at the minute. They've not managed to even break 10, so it says that something's not going right somewhere. Again, it is only 2 games in, so I want to reinforce the point that we've been trying to make of like squads will figure this out as they go and understand exactly what they need to do. But then we look, oh my god, look at the gap between first and second.
Yeah. I mean, Soka's not too far behind with 29. I gotta give a huge shout out to Team Vonbot for jumping up to third. zcolors, we saw them in the sort of ending moments of that game, kind of finding some eliminations in fourth. But yeah, this is what has me worried, is that, like, you know, at least I'm gonna think, you know, a little bit differently about this. What this buys for Team Biffle, at least Enigma, is that you can have a really chalked game and you're still gonna hold on to your lead, right? Like, the fact that some of these teams are just gaining a few points here, every game kind of lets me know that when you have a 40-point lead like this, they could like drop zeros for the next 3 maps and probably still be in first, right?
Yeah.
Granted, I mean, I don't know. I also think it's very possible for a team like Team Soka, Team Almond to do what Team Biffle just did as well. So, you know, that's kind of the one thing I'm keeping in the back of my mind is like, yes, this gap looks insane. You know, I'm seeing people in chat give them their money now. Right, it's over. But I actually do think there are some squads who can actually drop a game very similar to them. So if you are Team Biffle, you have a really weak early game, you have one of these other teams who's able to come in, drop 27, 25, something like that, you could very easily have a much more competitive top of the leaderboard that is there. But to be honest with you, I don't know if I foresee that happening, that Team Biffle will drop, you know, 3 back-to-back zeros at all, or not have at least even a mediocre game, right? A mediocre game to them is some of these teams peak, and their best game they'll have all day, and that's what's so scary.
Well, that's one of the terrifying things now as well, is with that gap, if you are Biffle and Shifty, you just think, well, we can just full send it. Like, it doesn't matter. Even if we do have an absolute donut here, it doesn't matter. So the thing is, their peak could be even higher than that somehow. Like, I mean, I tweeted out a moment ago saying, I don't even know at this point, do it again. And someone put bet. So it's like, all right, well, sweet. Like, just go and do it again. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous how good they are. I was wondering when we brought up that leaderboard, you know, I was thinking, oh, well, maybe a couple other teams had a you know, not that big a game, but maybe a 30 point or something like that. No, everyone's way off the pace right now. All up to these two. And of course it is.
Yes. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, they went back to back. They dropped 8 points or 8 eliminations to game number 1. They dropped 27 game number 2. To pull 3 wins in a row would be a little ridiculous. I'm not going to lie. As a reminder to our friends in chat and at home, $7,000 to our first place, $2,000 to second, $1,000 for third. So, not a bad day of Warzone. If you are Biffle and Shifty, you can close this one out in 4 or 5 games to take home that win. Definitely would have them feeling very, very good. You can see as they start to fly on in Enigma, they're kind of doing this thing where I feel like they have a sense of where they like to land, but they're looking at, I think, teams around them that maybe they can double drop on and then be able just to kind of get some very quick eliminations and snowball that into the rest of the lobby.
No, I fully agree. I think that's exactly what's going on right now. They're looking around, they're thinking, okay, this is where we could land, but hopefully another team said, and there you go. If you watch Biffle there, he's just keeping an eye on this. And as soon as you end up with like, okay, a team is pushing this location, we're just going to hit it together because we feel that we can take on absolutely any duo. And the 2 land and the 2 immediately get into a core 45 fight. And actually, it doesn't go all their way. Looks like Shifty has managed to pick up a down. We'll clean that on up. And now Biffle looking to get on over the top. Live ping comes through. Plate box for Shifty. And Biffle's just trying to provide the information. Let Shifty push this. And that player's just praying at this point. And there you go. Rated. Oh, I tell you what, I feel like every time we tune in to Rated, he's having a bad day. What was the phrase you used earlier? Malding? I'm feeling it for him.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that Raiden is very vocal about his usual displeasure of things, and rightfully so. I would be doing probably much worse if I was in his position. It's been different sides of the map every single time, right? That it seems like they're just kind of getting caught out. And, you know, it's like kind of only up to him where he's like, wow, of course, the team that lands on us right off drop is going to be Shifty and Biffle that are here. So to kind of kickstart this with one elimination each, not too bad. You also get full sort of control of this area. You also have this most wanted. It's too far away either. So maybe you take advantage of this. There is that black site that is also available if you want it, but this most wanted is moving on over. Maybe doesn't think that Biffle and Shifty are here. This could be an easy pick for them.
Good. And you can see that they're trying to figure out how to play this. You can hear all the bullets ringing out nearby, but Biffle's just trying to get on over the top of this. And yeah, I think that is the call. I think that this player is located down in the bunker. Intel complete. And now Biffle and Shifty probably going to set up a way in which to pinch this, because if you pick up the most wanted and guaranteeing yourself quite a bit of cash and denying an opposing team a lot of their own, and no doubt Biffle and Shifty fancy themselves against anybody.
Oh yeah, I mean they're probably feeling themselves. They realize that anybody that's here that's flying on in, they're probably not worried about it. But back on over, we got Destroy playing alongside Stable J. We saw a moment of excellence in that last game from Destroy when we were on board with Selly and T. They thought they were making a rotation out in the middle of nowhere. Well, wasn't that in the middle of nowhere, because Destroy popped up over a rock and promptly lit them to pieces. So obviously finding some success here. Destroy, I know, probably in this duos is feeling pretty good. He's a very capable player, not afraid to probably take a gunfight against most of these teams.
One reason I would absolutely love to play with Destroy. When the vibes are high with this guy, there is nothing like it. Willing to run through a brick wall. So if you see them suddenly take off,
they are fighting on a left over there.
Expect Destroy to start getting incredibly loud. But right now, it's trying to find some opposition. It feels like he and Stable J made a lot of noise. Clean up the intel. Get themselves a chunk of cash on top. And, well, that signal flare goes on up. I will tell a couple players that they're here. They are on someone's UAV as well, though Destroy is ghosted. You can assume that Stable J might be as well. The thing is, this location's a weird one because you got a lot of these tall buildings around you. You've got that road nearby. You could well be walked up on here by a different team, but right now avoiding trouble.
I feel like, everybody loves these, kind of recon contract because, obviously it gives you, all the information of where the zone is going to pull. But I feel like people often forget, I'm pretty sure you usually get a UAV from them. And also $4,400 per player to just kind of like sit in one area is definitely not bad at all. So to get all of these things at your disposal for just kind of holding an area down for, a minute and a half, it's not really that bad. So maybe something that a couple other teams can kind of take note of and really make use of.
By the way, we did get a quick flash up of the map there from the recon contract. Looks like we could potentially be seeing a C-Town zone. So if you are players off towards City, then you got to consider that a late rotation would be incredibly difficult to make. Looking at the water side of things, honestly, you could end up either that or northern Zaravan City kind of end circle. But for me, I think I'd play C-Town. You got a little bit of height there. You can fly on off in order to get back across the river. I think trying to play this side of the map late on is leaving you between a rock and a hard place and gambling truly on that zone pull.
They see that there is a team across, mounted up. This could be, if they can 3-2-1 this could be a huge pick up. Unfortunately, at that range, it's going to be a little tough in order to catch them. So they have one of these high ultimate buildings. Here's the thing, Enigma. Do you sit and wait here? Like, just wait for zone to come on in? Or do you maybe just realize that it's going to pull a little bit deeper? Maybe get on foot, go get a little bit more aggressive, because right now, Destroy has no eliminations to their name.
Yeah, this is the thing we were talking about. Will other teams step up the pace, right? Because they've got a hell of a gap to close, and well, we've seen nothing from Destroy and Stable J to say that's the case. On over towards Empathy and Ottereyes. Empathy, genuinely the youngest looking man in the scene, and that's saying something because we have enkeo. But he is in a pretty good location. He might not know it because he's not got the recon himself, but zone is likely going to be either around here, that's northern city region, or just across the river. So could be in a good spot. Has a bounty up, but trying to assess these rooftops. See if a couple of squads are caught lacking.
I think Red's behind us. Yeah, let's go back there.
Alright, their loadie's on ours. Only one dude. Could be two teams because he got there really quick.
Trying to pick up. Oh, the bounty is on Adrian, I believe that says. Okay, so a person we haven't seen much of. I honestly feel like we haven't seen much of Adrian throughout this. And he's actually running with swag, so Empathy rips fall nets to bits. Bunker Buster goes in.
Could go roof. He could go on the roof.
They're just kind of slow playing this. I like this from the both of these. They, you know, obviously take down fall nets. I think a lot of teams would then think that, like, hey, all we need to do is just full send right here. But they kind of wait. They see the smokes come out. They're dropping Semtex up over the top. And this is why maybe you play with a little bit of patience. Somebody has their angle. A couple shots come in onto Empathy.
He's right now behind this building. And on the right.
Trying to stay up. A flurry of grenades coming in. EOD keeping Empathy alive. Just dropping the smokes. Trying to weave their way in and out. But somebody's come on over. It's Castillo, who has been able to fly in on top. 4 eliminations for the squad so far. We'll put Empathy right into the gulag. Back on over. Adrian, we saw, was the bounty target of ottereyes and Empathy, but has been able to stay alive. Sniper in hand, looking to make it happen.
Yeah, well, he will have had information that he was bountied and aware that it would have been this distance, maybe still a 1 tick, potentially getting into 2 territory, but see that gunfight happen on the far side of things. It's Amir and Castillo cleaning things up. We haven't seen much of them. That's a duo I'm definitely expecting to do bits throughout this, but we go back to that fight that kind of happened throughout that with Empathy and with ottereyes. And we've spoken about it. When those gunfights take longer than you wish, you're risking being third-partied so much. It can happen a lot, obviously, in trios, but the thing is, in duos, you know that there's going to be less ground that duo is making up, so you can really squeeze, you can really kind of push up on that opposing team and try and essentially do a lot more with your third party, a lot more aggressively than you would in trios. It's why these teams have got to either finish off their opponents quite quickly or be very selective on when they make noise on the map.
Yeah, and especially when you're in a zone like this, right? Like, you don't have really the opportunity to kind of have a lot of movement, right? It's not like where we saw in other parts of the map where you can, like, take your shots, maneuver to a different area, take your shots, move to a different area. It's because it's just so tight packed, you have all these nooks and crannies. It's just tough to kind of take your shots and then maybe find the same angle on that team. It's like you have to really kind of commit if you want to start trying to engage a specific team, which is why seeing Adrian, you know, with the sniper in the back pocket, you know, alongside swag is really nice, because if they can do something that we saw sort of Biffle and Shifty do in that game number 2, very possible for this team to put up some large numbers.
I'm amazed that swag is seeing nothing right now. Like, this is a lot of land. Like, this is Old Town that he's looking at right now. This is surely an area you would expect to be hotly contested at this stage, especially the way the circle's lining up. I know that a lot of squads aren't going to be seeing that necessarily on the recon. They are on someone's UAV, but I mean, I am amazed that it is so quiet over here. This is usually one of the hottest spots on the map. Maybe some squads over by cargo that you couldn't necessarily reach on the recon drone, but if anything, Swag and Adrian are going to be looking at that and assessing a couple of options here. Well, do we decide to get aggressive elsewhere and see if we can pick up a couple of kills here, or do we just continue to potentially play for placement? And well, Adrian hits nothing on that one.
I think they want to get some of these eliminations. It's just really tough from this sort of side, right? You have to really position yourself to find where are people kind of flooding in from, and can we pick them off on their way in? Adrian hits a great shot there, gets the armor crack, but there's no follow-up from Swag either to help get it down. The live pinks come on in. Nice hit from Adrian. There you go. Follows it up. That is Fifakill getting taken out. Bunker buster in hand for Adrian. Could potentially try and use it. Seeing one come in up over Fifakill, as well as they're continuing to just look. The smokes come on out. You got to assume that's probably maybe go to stick that res. But so, all right, you hit some good shots there, boys, but it doesn't actually convert into anything. Damage numbers look nice on the scoreboard, but I prefer to see kills there instead.
Yeah, exactly. Like, especially when you consider how much they've invested. You hear the comms coming out between Adrian and Swag. They want something out of that. I mean, Thief's res must have been instantaneous, potentially a medic vest kind of thing coming on through.
I'm hearing that. I want to
I don't see the other guy.
Right now, not much going on there. And
2 here as well. He's still there, okay?
we're going to hear the Australians. And actually, considering how much they've got around them, let's jump into a listen and see how they play this out.
He jumped. You see him? You see him?
Yeah, I see it.
Knifing.
Weak. I'm doing heaps of damage.
Ping.
PA.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, there was yellow ping,
Oh my god.
Remember my yellow ping? Like, there was a team a lot closer than we think.
Hearing you, bro, There's a Gassy here if you need, okay?
I'm good. Let's try that buy. They popped the buy around yellow, yeah? I shot it down.
I'm just gonna use it. Buy around yellow, here. I found a util box in that. I have a util, a muni, and a trophy.
They're here.
They dropped me like 1k, by the way. Yeah. Might scan.
Yeah.
Is that a solo then?
No, I think I saw a second. Oh, he might be running from the guys on the left.
No, I think it's two. It's two. Wait.
I don't know.
I just reloaded at the worst time, bro. I would have had a kill. I'm gonna go take this other building.
We have center zone, bro.
Someone might play for that buy down there.
Do we play blue or this building? What do you think?
Both.
Okay.
Like you play yellow.
Wait, comms. That's umbrellas.
Great communications coming out between the two Australians recently signed to Navi alongside their teammate Limax.
That's close. Yeah, and I'm getting
looking to represent them. Future events that are coming in here, but a little bit of a sticky spot right now, Enigma. You can see they had some good shots in some of these teams across, but they don't necessarily want to move from this spot as they are dead center zone.
Oh, you hear the comms coming out. I'm with you. I think that the comms are absolutely fantastic. Great small talk, nothing really wasted. If they feel like they're maybe saying a little bit too much, just call out that comms, which means just clear the channel. Give me a second here. I'm trying to listen out for things, and I love the way they're playing this. You can see why they've been picked up by Navi. Finished 4th in regional finals in NA alongside Limax, as you said, and I think that listening there shows exactly why they've got the potential that they have. They've been struggling so far throughout this one, only on 9.6 points. For all the good work they've done throughout this moment, all the great comms and everything, it isn't resulting in much, but I do like the comm that comes through, which is we have center zone. What I really liked earlier on was the call out about yellow ping, and that's something that if you're in chat right now and you're thinking, how do I get to the level of these players? They utilize pings so well. What they do try and do as well is track players out of the sky, and it's a crack and it is flesh, but it is not enough.
Just so much damage coming in across some of these teams that isn't getting converted into eliminations, and that's what I like to see. I want to see more just aggression and eliminations come out from some of these teams, and less of this sort of like, hey, we're gonna hang back and we're gonna sit on top of a rooftop and try our best to be able to maybe get an opening, right? I feel like this is the type of lobby that you can really get aggressive in. You see him kind of pull up the scoreboard 2-2 for both Zeppa and Levi. So currently sitting on 4 as we get into our top 20 of the lobby, but you're going to need to go a little bit more than that if you're going to try and catch up to some of our other players.
Right here. Cracked. One shot.
You see that play across on out. It's a lot of flesh, and it will actually be colors getting picked up amongst this. So you got to assume that duo's in trouble, having to dive for a buy. And I mean, you are well aware when you start to play the buy in this park area that you are at risk, considering you're essentially trapped between what is a self-made geographical kill box for sure. I was going to look on over. Zeppa's got 3 here, by the way. Levi might well be on a couple, considering these two can be aggressive. Must note that there's a UAV up above, and Zeppa is not ghosted, and as Levi plays on off here, it might leave Zeppa a little bit isolated, a little bit vulnerable.
Oh, let's see what they can do on the edge of zone. We got the German duo, Pentagon and Fuzzin. Nice crack out of the sky. Can you be able to follow it up? You can. The snipes do land. That is on Adrian. Looks like Adrian maybe coming back off of a buyback from Swag. Somebody else! Oh, Mutex! I believe at the buy. The snipes coming in clutch right now. We'll get the full on Mutex. Fuzzing very quickly, hitting some very tasty shots, if I might add.
Car 98k, heat your heart out. Apparently Fuzzing can do it with anything. Maybe took a look on over at what Biffle was running earlier on and thought, okay, you can do it, so can I. Again, the Germans running on a real high right now. It's not been a good tournament thus far. 10.6 points, 27th. We've seen a couple of good engagements from them, but in terms of placing, this looks like one of the best ones yet. 17 teams left in this. You need to get to 15 to get yourself, 14 to get yourself onto the next multiplier, which would be a 1.6. The next snipe does not come through. The Germans here, I like the location that they're holding. I do think that the next zone is going to tell them that they've got to rotate slightly north, and that could be difficult. It's a lot of open ground to cross. Likely going to be teams set up in these other buildings. For me, maybe play out the gas station, then nip into that little blue next to it. However, Firehouse, there is a squad in there, and that could cut off your rotation dramatically. So do you play for that power position instead? Oh, and that's a crack, but it's just not enough. My God. Oh my lord. Finds a rated, brings them on down immediately. You see somebody in the canal below. Grenades trying to land on top of them. Can you make it happen? Doesn't look like it so far. Fuzzin doing a great job of landing these shots. Didn't get the full underrated though, mind you, so the res could have still come on in. Spots one across. Nice armor break. As they are just keeping their head on a swivel right now, Enigma. Trying to be able just to pick apart some of this lobby. I feel like Fuzzin's got to learn the cooking time on these grenades a little bit, though. His snipes are beautiful, but I don't know what he's trying to do with these nades. Restock, by the way, being utilized by Fuzzin. Such a great perk, so underutilized in my opinion. Just going to allow them to continue to stack smokes, continue to stack nades, share them out between the team. Move on over to Brolic and Nate Dogg, who have themselves a ridiculous amount of intel. They literally know end zone at this point. And Brolic himself is on 7. Finishing off Clamp is going to be Nate. So you've got yourself here definitely an endgame situation. The problem is exactly what they're having to deal with right now. Players do have higher buildings available to them. So Brolic and Nate are just having to snake the hell out of this and try and keep themselves up. Take out the recon drone. You will be live pinged momentarily, but you gotta think that these two are in the best spot we've seen so far to see this out.
Well, they were, but look at this.
Oh, no.
Nate Dogg is gonna get down, and you're seeing the PA come in on top of it. That will for surely bring Nate Dogg down. Brolic does have the cash, but I don't know. I'm looking. You have one mobile buy in the gas. You have another one that's about to be outside. Do you kind of make the play for it? If you're Brolic, do you just lay in wait and hopefully get here? Does get spotted by somebody's recon drone, so somebody knows that Brolic is hanging out up here. Need to maybe play for a different angle. Has the double bouncing betties down below. Hopefully stop any push that comes on through. Here's people entering the building. Brolic in a tough spot right now.
Yeah, we're going to come back to what's undone them here if you're Brolic and Nate Dogg, but currently you got to assume that Brolic is just trying to play for top 8. You're currently 9th. One more team's eliminated. You get yourself up to that 1.8 times multiplier. Got to assume between them at least on double digits when it comes to kills. Brolic will find Biffle, actually, on the other side of things. So is that Shifty as well on the rooftop? It's not. It's Jace. You're essentially third-partying a situation here, catching 2 squads on the opposite side. No falls just yet. And potentially opposing players just trying to pick you up. Brolic will down Jace yet again. And trying to just hope that... You're just hoping that that other set of teams here will deal with each other, right? You're getting the knocks, you're getting the downs, but you want someone to finish each other. Instead, they're all targeting him. He's got to be careful about what's beneath him as well. Does have the golden gas. He can dip into the stairs. Zone will be favorable in terms of its pull towards you. And you know there's at least 2 teams that have got to move behind you.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about this rotation, though. You can see on the mini-map, there's a lot of people who got to fly back on through. I guess maybe you can play through the building if you want, but he's going to kind of slow play. Just try and catch any of these players who have to push in from the outside building. Brolic laying in wait. Can he make it happen? Well, back on board to your back-to-back winners so far, Shifty and Biffle. They bring down Zeppa and Levi, who we saw earlier on. believe we saw Biffle on 7 there. Brawlik on 7 himself, answering on back. As we are getting down to a cluster of solos, and I believe only one duo left alive.
Well, Jace here, just chunking. Not much he can do apart from play a PDS and hope that the zone will move enough to shift Brawlik away from him, turn the attention away. He will have to make a play sooner rather than later. But right now, top 6, highest multiplier outside of winning. You are chucking so hard if you're Jace. That's so difficult. Pentagon has lost his duo, but has pushed down into the canal. Cleaned up yet another. Looked like double digits between the two Germans here. And you can hear so many footsteps up above. How do you get yourself out of this situation? Zone's going to continue to squeeze. Looks on up. Manages to hop up. And I like this play. Just lie down. Try and figure out exactly who else fights. Some straight shots through the smoke. Semtex goes on after it. Won't, unfortunately, get anything from it. Honestly, I like this. You find one that comes in through the back. Cleans that up. That's actually Biffle out of here. Pushes up for the second. Finds Brawlik as well. And finishes it off. What a massive play from the German. 13 kills. Up to 26 points there for your map. And honestly, I was a bit worried in the sense of, like, he's underneath everybody. He's in a spot where if anyone peeks that corner, he's in trouble. But I love that he recognizes that it's essentially 3 trios. He's one of those, and once he spots Biffle come around that corner weak, knows he's third-partying a situation, gets aggressive on Brawlik, who had done a great job to stay alive up until that point, but wonderful stuff from Pentagon.
Yeah, really good patience right there, I think, from Pentagon to realize that he doesn't have to get super aggressive, right? He sees that one player to his right get absolutely laser beamed from that little shack, throws the grenade through, is able to get in some shots, gets the crack, doesn't feel the need to full push that though. Drops back down on in. It says, okay, great. You've essentially cut off the entirety of zone where you know these other players are. Understands the rest of the lobby is across the way. And just kind of lays in wait. Great job of finding a very low HP Shifty. Able to bring them on down. Goes for the swing to bring down Brawlik. But gotta give a huge congrats to Brawlik there as well for kind of being able to stay alive as a solo for so long. Coming in on second. I believe was on 7. Last time we checked on board, so coming in with that 1.8 times multiplier, definitely feeling pretty solid after that. I'll be curious to see how that leaderboard does look, though, Enigma, because when we came on board with Shifty there for a hot second, they were also, I believe, on 7 or 8. I'll be curious to see how many Shifty was on, because even if Shifty matches them, they're on 16. That was a 1.8 times multiplier. You know, that's still a 20-plus point game. That gets you very, very close and one step closer to that Call of Duty Warzone match point.
Well, this is the thing, right? You kind of touched on it before. It seems that if Biffle and Shifty don't have an absolute banger, their worst game is everyone else's peak, right? They're still up there every time, involved in the conversations towards the end, picking up the same amount of kills as pretty much anyone. They see out map 1 and then put themselves in a spot where map 3, you're third in the end of things. You touch on Brawlik there, by the way. I do think he does a great job. It's so unfortunate because I think that Brawlik and Nate Dogg had actually positioned themselves very, very well. I think they just showed their hand a little bit too early. I think that they just made it where they were, opened themselves up to too many teams, and then when you end up in that spot where you're in the power position in the middle of the map, so many different teams are going to just think, well, I want to clear you away from there, and unfortunately Nate Dogg ends up losing his life. I think if that doesn't happen, Brawlik and Nate Dogg there potentially rack up a whole host of kills, not just the players on the roof, but those scattering in the streets below, and then of course maybe if they're a duo by that point, go on to win the whole thing, considering everyone else was solos. But doing a really good job there, playing some foundational war zones, good stuff to see themselves through to that late point. How Brawlik has managed to get from that rooftop down into the trenches and play second, though, I am absolutely full of questions.
Well, it kind of looked like you said they were on that rooftop, and he was kind of, I think, second guessing of, do I want to play through the building or do I want to play up top? And I think he made the smart play of sitting on top of that roof, trying to catch some of the people who are jumping off the roof, and then you kind of can look down below you at the street. It looked like he had a lot of zone to play with as it sort of pulled over, so he could stay on the roof for a very long time. So I have to imagine probably stayed up there until he felt like it was very, comfortable to then fly on down and make that play to try and clean up the rest of the lobby that was there. That team definitely is one that I would love to see kind of get some solid points and get on the board that was there as well. So a fantastic game number 3. Love that we see, of course, the Germans come online. We saw some fantastic snipes there from Fuzzin earlier on in that game, and I feel like that's kind of what helped set them up. You then get Pentagon kind of being the last one alive, able to play cleanup for a lot. 13 points, 13 eliminations rather, sorry, 26 points total, Enigma. Very solid game for, I feel like, you know, at least one time. If you have our 130, you know, you're looking at 5 or 6 games. If you can have like that, you're going to be sitting towards that win condition.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the admins actually somehow had done that math immediately, and it puts them into the top 5, which is considerably better because I think we were seeing them on our lowest screen up until that point, so they were having a bit of trouble. Again, it seemed like individual moments, in particular taking on certain teams, they look great, right? They found Jukies and rated and co early on in that map 1, looked like in terms of gunfights, they were looking really solid, but weren't finding those placements. However, I think that solid positioning, once you started considering the fact that they were on that spot, overlooking a lot of regions in your northern city area, and then Pentagon has managed to play himself in through the trenches. We saw him in the canal, find a couple of players down there and just likely followed a couple in. One of the things that I will say on that point as well, one thing I forgot when I was talking about Brawlic, the power of intel contracts, because it's not only where that zone is going, but how it is going to pull. Just gives you so much information, lets you lie in wait for squads that are only finding out that information at the moment and just pick them off as they rotate in. Pentagon and Go didn't have that to their disposal, but that could well be exactly how Brawlic has managed to play that out so well as a solo.
Yeah, I actually think like sort of the sweet spot, if you can find an intel contract on the map, land, if you have teams around you, maybe, you know, get some early eliminations on those because it takes a little bit of the pressure off. You start that intel contract, so when it finishes, it's just as circle 3 pops to let you really know where that tighter next circle is going to be and really let you kind of play for position. I think one of the things I noticed in that game, though, is that I think a lot of people made the read that that zone was going to pull towards the city. Great, fantastic. We have a lot of people just playing on top of rooftops, playing very passive. They're trying to just get a pick and then maybe be able to kind of thirst it, right? Which can work. We obviously saw Fuzzin do that. But when we were on board, for example, with, Levi and Zeppa, they were just kind of sitting there. They were getting a lot of damage in. I was seeing, you know, armor cracks come on through, but there wasn't a lot of downs. There wasn't a lot of conversion into eliminations. And I think that's what I would love to see more. I would love to see more conversions onto eliminations, less just, hey, let's get damage out. We kind of just sit in the same area, just kind of poking and prodding anybody who peeks their head out near us.
No, I agree. I mean, even when we go back to early on in the lobby when it was Swag and Adrian, right? You heard the frustration. They invested a lot into trying to get that Fifakill kill. It just doesn't come through. And you hear them kind of like get a little bit frustrated with the whole situation of like, we've just spent so much time on this. We're at risk of being third-partied because of the noise we're making. We're trying to make this happen. It's just not coming on through. You want purchase, especially, again, when we talk about duos, it's so much easier to be third-partied because other squads are more aware of where you're going to be, especially when we know that basically the duos are playing up like on each other's hip. You just end up in a situation where these other teams kind of squeeze in really aggressively. So yeah, you do want to see something come out of every movement, every aggressive movement in particular that you're making. I think that one of the things is, again, going back to recon contracts, when I think about Swag and Adrian, they could have really done one in that moment, because you look at those zones in particular where they are split by waterways, and you just absolutely do not want to find yourself caught on the wrong side of that. And I see it happen so often where teams are then just like, oh, okay, we've now got to figure a way over this into other teams that are set up. You spoke about a lot of the squads on the rooftops. I think that, you know, they've maybe had that information that's allowed them to put themselves in those spots. It is slightly passive, sure, but there's no doubting that the teams that find themselves in those locations are seeing the end stage of the games.
I definitely cannot agree more. But we are through our first 3 maps of the day, folks. Let's take a look and see who is leading our lobby in eliminations. I have to assume it's probably people that we are not surprised to see. And wait, actually, I am surprised to see. Oh, wait, this is from match 3, not overall. Okay, solid. I was like, man, no way is Brawlic above the 17 and 10 that we witnessed today. But hey, you got number 1, number 2 up here, man. I mean, Pentagon sitting at 9s.
Like, it's great stuff, it is, but I still look at this and I'm thinking, okay, where's your duo? We're not seeing any Nate Bot, we're not seeing, Nate Dog, we're not seeing any Fuzzin, but we are seeing Biffle and Shifty. We are seeing them as a duo up here on our screens. So, I mean, it's just another case of, okay, well, everyone else, you know, they have great games, sure, but it just seems to be Biffle and Shifty's Sunday stroll. Like, it just seems to be a case of, you know, this 13 kills between them there on the board. There can't be many teams that are above that when we look at these individual eliminations. So still absolutely ridiculous stuff. Pentagon obviously ends up being the winner, picks up 2 big ones at the end. Brawlic, honestly, when we came onto him, when we saw him and Nate Dogg up on that building, that location that they put themselves in, he already had 7. So he had himself a really hot start. Would be very curious to know exactly where he's landing and how he's playing out to be picking up those sort of kills.
No, for sure. And looking kind of across to the right side, well, we have 5 people all tied for 6 in that game, being Shifty, Castillo, mayappo, Hisoka, and Zeppa. So, and Tommey only 1 elimination behind all of them. So you kind of give you an idea of some of the eliminations in that game and how it kind of shook on up. But let's take a look at our leaderboard overall, some of our bottom teams here. And I'm not going to lie, man, it is unexcusable. We are through 3 maps, and some of you have 3 points. What is happening?
It's tough, right? Like, when we do these Warzone Total Frenzy events, I always love seeing a couple of new faces, especially after, the heavy week that we had with the World Series last time out. And I love seeing, but some of you are struggling. Some of you are really struggling out there. Then again, some of our biggest names, Bbreadman sitting on 7 at the minute, Clutch Belk is a competitor that's been at the higher levels. Swag and Adrian on 9.6. It is not working right now. Change up what you're doing. Find yourself a bit more aggression. Surprised to see Mutex as well down here. There are definitely duos that are struggling that we wouldn't have expected. But of course, the lead is massive for Team Biffle. That is, they have just over double the points of Team Soka, a current 48.4 point lead.
Yeah, that is... I think that's the stat that you only need to say is that when you have more than double the team that's in second, you are feeling good. They tied Pentagon 4 eliminations in that last game, and it's just a difference of either a 2 times multiplier or 1.8. So, for them, I think what they saw is they saw that, like, oh, we don't even have to get top 5 in a lobby anymore. We just have to get top 8. And we get that 1.8 times multiplier, right? And then at that point, you get there with double-digit kills like they consistently are. You then play, you're just kind of playing for the win and trying to fry out as hard as you can. But Soka, Vonbot, those are the 2 teams I'm looking at. They could drop a 20-plus point game and immediately kind of be in that conversation that's there. If you are kind of these teams that are kind of in the next chunk in that 30s, zcolors, Pentagon, Amir, Juki's, 4, and Jace, you got some work to do if you're going to try and whittle down some of this lead. It's going to take multiple games to do it. It's going to take a lot of hard work. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about right now, right? Obviously, you have Team Biffle, who is marching to be that first team to crush the Call of Duty Warzone threshold, right? To hit that Call of Duty Warzone match point, that 130 points that we're looking for. They're doing a great job of getting there. If you're one of these other teams, though, you have to be able to sort of jump on up to be able to be in that second, third spot. Because as a reminder, folks, once we end the tournament, the leaderboard does freeze. Meaning that even if you get to that Call of Duty Warzone match point, you win the game, and you freeze the rest of the leaderboard, you have that first team taking home $7,000. Second place at that point is who is going to take home the 2,000, third, $1,000. So just kind of keeping that in mind. That's what you got to make happen here. But on board, let's get ready. Enigma, game number 4, ready to start on through.
I think one of the terrifying things, you mentioned a lot there about, the leaderboard and how once a team wins, it freezes everyone else. There is a gap appearing between 3rd and 4th. And if you are one of those squads who is not currently inside the top 3, that becomes concerning. I think Pentagon and Fuzz putting themselves into top 5 off the back of a win gives them every right to believe that they can close that gap. You don't want to see it extend anymore. And you said yourself, Team Soka, Team Vonbot, they are definitely duos that could go on huge games. You could easily see them drop in a 25, 30-point game for sure. So, no time like the present for everyone in the lobby to find themselves some big points. And the Germans here, they've liked this spot in World Series as well. Played more around the Quadri Shopping Center, but pushing out quite a bit. They've really started to understand the lay of the land around here. And I'm trying to read that zone. Is it me, or have we got an extremely northern zone here? I'm sure we'll get a flash of a map at some point, but I'm trying to read that radar.
They are being hunted. Pentagon's got that most wanted on him, and there's a bounty there. So actually, if a team decides to full send this, they will get some very solid cash for their efforts. I just freaked out a little bit. I heard that phone ringing, and I, for some reason, thought it was me. And I'm like, I don't even own a landline. What am I hearing right now?
I was about to say, if you have a ringtone like that, we've got to hook you up or something. Like, what are you doing? Like, that's like something from like 1990s. You know, they're like the chord or something.
Who uses ringtones anymore?
Yeah, fair enough. My phone is permanently on vibrate, but yes. Most wanted in play here, by the way. Pentagon and Pleasant. I'm very curious about what you have on your phone. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, the world may never know. Private information. Most wanted contract gets completed. They have a mobile buy flying in on top. This is something we've seen a couple teams like to do. They get to this high-rise sort of, high building, and then they're able to be able to kind of look down around them and maybe decide where they want to go. So they have this buy. They can spend all this cash that they just had, get their loadouts. They see that there's a team down below them. I got to imagine you might take this opportunity to just kind of full send them.
I got to say, something just came up in game chat. And it's Shifty, and he said, remember that. I'm not sure what's just happened off screen, but that is terrifying for the rest of the lobby to look at, surely. Like, again, when they dropped that huge game earlier, I tweeted out saying do it again. Someone put bet. They could definitely do that, and it wouldn't make anyone blink at this point.
Bad and ugly.
On board with Unrational, and he's got Ottereyes in the Gulag. Gets very aggressive straight away off the start here. This is one of those layouts that I can never get the read of, and almost puts in massive work with the pistol. Swaps back to the battle, and how has he won that? Woo! Yeah, no, Unrational, you have every right to celebrate. What a fireback that is. The fact that he snaps that back into place and wins that, insane stuff.
Showing why he was the top fragger for his team in some very competitive lobbies. Back on board with Careless Kitty, playing alongside Anxian.
I'm trying to third party this.
Okay, got you.
On the roof.
I'm coming.
Trying to be able to gain a different angle, maybe to help out Anxian. You heard him say, he's like, I want to try and third party this from the roof.
Okay.
And it looks like Careless Kitty's going to drop the recon, hopefully give them the information that they need.
Okay. This is a lot of work. By the way, most people would probably look at this and think, Anxian, you pushed quite far forward here. You need to back on off. I have watched this guy 1v2 many a top-level team. He is a ridiculous talent. Hasn't worked out thus far for
I just got mortared or bunker busted.
Kitty and Anxian. Currently sat on 3 points. But as the bunker buster backs him on off, again, I can expect Anxian to do huge things. We've seen Careless Kitty do some numbers last season in Warzone Total Frenzy.
I think they're trying to get closer.
Thinking of map wins, thinking of big performances that put her in conversations. Needs one of those this map if you're going to start to be in the conversation. After all, 40th place right now.
Yeah.
Oh, and takes a bullet to the teeth.
Yeah, it's from here.
Okay.
Anxian with some great call-outs. But yeah, I mean, currently sitting at 3 points, 40th place. I mean, I like that they're getting aggressive. I like that they were looking for some fights, but you know, obviously, whatever you've been doing for these first 3 maps, you know, you're getting a single point per map. You got to do something a little different here. And maybe this is your opportunity. You see some loadouts kind of drop at their feet. Yeah. Could definitely use this as bait. Maybe find some players who are just trying to hit their loadout. Rip them on down. You saw them. See some people from afar. But yet again, a lot of damage, not a lot of eliminations.
Yeah, we can work over towards that way.
Agree with you. Needs to try something different and maybe trying to isolate off a couple of loadouts in the middle of very urban areas. The way. Still find it bizarre that Skullface shaved his head. You know, he had lovely hair. Hasn't gone his way thus far though. 14.2 points. Off the back of a disappointing World Series week, but we fully expect a man of his qualities to be able to bounce back. Wouldn't be right to head to LAN, wherever that may be, without the man that won the solo YOLO.
Dude, his shaved head, he looks like a man that means business.
I hate to say it. Maybe it's the vest, but it's got like Sinead O'Connor all over it. I don't know.
Sure. I don't know who that is, but sure. I'll agree with you.
On the loadout.
Yeah, okay. I'm really bad with actor names, okay?
Right,
you saying the guy from Terminator meant way more. Somebody's dolphin diving away, Skull gets the crack, and that's actually Hisoka that they're able to bring on down. That is a huge, huge win for them. Recon drone immediately gets thrown up. Skull will bring that one on down. Does not want to give anybody free pings.
Okay. You want to push up?
As they are here at the low town, looking to get a little mixy.
Left over here. So team
We're gonna come back to you thinking that Sinead is a guy's name, but it's okay. You're right. It was a huge pick. On to Hisoka. Oh, I like this call out from Noobs. The thing is, like, as you want to push up towards this, no doubt a lot of these teams as well that are around here want to play for that buy. So as mortars ring on out around it, you just want a third party in this situation. Again, you can get so aggressive because these duos are going to be compressed up against each other. They're not going to be holding multiple power positions, and you just want to squeeze whatever life you can out of this region. Skullface fires a round or two through the cardboard.
I'm gonna play back. You can play that building.
Nothing, unfortunately.
I'm just gonna play
and for me,
there's a self right here on me.
Noobs and Skullface need to make sure they can push this together. You start to make all that noise and you turn a lot of attention your way. Maybe becomes less of a third-party situation. Perhaps an elongated fight with a team that knows you're coming, and then you're at risk of the third party yourself. Skullface spotting a couple of opponents here, but nothing given just yet.
Yeah, I think he wanted to wait. Hopefully, you know, you can take that shot. Sure, the player's not moving. That's great, but you're not going to be able to get a one shot with this gun, and you already know that, okay?
I mean, surely somebody re-landed. Yeah.
So I think, you know, kind of obviously not having Noobs there to hit the 3-2-1 alongside you to get a very quick knock. You know, don't even got to make it happen. So you see that counter UAV get kicked off a little bit south of them, so they're going to make their way north.
Break these kids down. I have one cluster. That's the only streak I have.
LTV over there too. Not sure.
I like the callouts coming through. Noob says he only has the one cluster, but you do have quite a bit of cash. Obviously, you want to make sure you've always got enough to bring your teammate back in, but could be put to use here. Biffle, Shifty playing it out through City. Shifty's up on the roof and, yeah, finds DJ Moss. Speaking of which, we haven't seen much of Ebates and DJ Moss through this. Maybe your line about being a podcaster stinging him a little bit early on. But Biffle and Shifty
you
here.
know, I have a thing where I usually try not to gas him because every time I gas him, he starts doing terrible. And anytime I don't talk about him, he actually does pretty well. And so, you know, I thought maybe now that he's not a competitor, maybe now that he's a podcaster, it'd be different. But turns out I still got it.
Yeah, well done you. 100% hit rate.
I love absolutely cursing my favorite players in the game.
Oh, that could cause trouble though. Biffle does very well. Finds Ebates because that prox mine caught both players flush. Shifty lost everything. Biffle was down to one plate. Terrifying for a moment there. That's one of those opportunities for Ebates where if he isn't met essentially by Biffle, a man of that quality, could have 1v2'd that side.
Yeah. I was like, I figured he was playing for some sort of like run out, but
well. Biffle and Shifty finally confirmed that C4s are indeed banned in this one. Just to remind anyone in chat who tuned in late. C4s out of here. Car 98Ks out of here. That's the reason they're not appearing. Especially in duos. Car 98K would have been everywhere, I presume.
I can't grab that one.
Right now. These two, it feels like they're just patrolling end circle. And the thing is, we spoke about it before, right? Like, they are a duo. Because they're so far ahead, it just feels like they can kind of mix it up and do what they want on the fly. No one's catching them at this point.
On my right. Oh, creeping behind me.
Well, this is a team that's been performing well all day long. Let's go ahead. Maybe let's do a little bit of a listening to see what is the secret to success for them leading a leaderboard so dominantly.
Oh, he's got to move in, too. Yeah. Nothing blue right now, but I see people on this fucking bridge.
Okay. I'm still looking for this guy. I don't even see him.
Yeah. He's going to have to cross out left.
Oh, he's crossing
out
out
just cut him
over
over
here.
Okay. He's probably resing his teammate.
Right. We're going blue?
Yeah. Hold on. I want to look to see if I could spot him. Oh, they're fighting right here. Yeah, get the blue. We can hold this. Actually, the whole gas. Yo, flew on me.
Nice.
He died.
Right here on live. Weak. Cracked. Absolute.
Knocked.
Nice. Throwing frags on that. Didn't hit him.
Abso-fucking-loot.
I see him.
Had to go left. Yeah, keep cutting. Can't believe I didn't get my fucking... I missed the kill shot, too. Might even take the train.
Yeah, he's on the train.
Well, Shifty and Biffle here on the hunt. Unfortunately, finding nothing. Do get a knock, but it doesn't turn into anything. Suspected opponent is on the train. Will land a couple of shots through, but it won't be enough. And And that's probably going to feel like a time invested, a little bit wasted. Actually, this is one of the risks, right? You make all that noise, you risk getting third-partied, potentially someone else coming on in. But it looks like they're on a late rotation. Whoever it is they're up against right now. I love this play to push on through blue. The rooftop here provides a lookout for so many different areas as well. But I love the comms that comes out from Biffle and Shifty there. They're so succinct. They're so, yeah, everything has value. There's moments of quiet between them. And with a lot of teams, it's high energy at all times. It's full, you know, the chat is just full of different things going on. But they make sure that everything they're picking out is actually valuable to not just them, but their teammate as well.
Yeah, I feel like this is a team that, you know, kind of when you're in this scenario where you're kind of just trying to decide what is the rotation, where do I want to move, you know, how do we want to play this side of the map, all of these sort of things. Like, they're pretty methodical with it. And then when things get a little bit mixy, you know, they're keeping things very sort of precise, right? They're being very like, all right, they only want to calm the things that they really need to, where to look, where to aim at, where people are. Can they catch any, you know, kind of free licks? Is anybody out in the open? Can they just be able to bring them on down? These are the type of things that I really like about this squad and their communications, you know, especially just because, you know, obviously you had Shifty, who's been very vocal about, like, he doesn't want to be like a main IGL on any team, right? He wants to kind of co-IGL. He wants to be able to bounce off him, you know, back and forth with some of his other teammates as well. So that's where Hisoka has been a really big boon on their team now, but obviously playing alongside Biffle, the long-standing duo, they've done a lot together, so no surprise to see that the chem is there, especially here today.
Couldn't said it better myself. On board with Clamp and Mirai. Sitting in 18th right now, middle of the pack, kind of neither here nor there afternoon thus far. And, well, they are basically in a spot here around the palace where they could control the end of the zone. Essentially just patrol, pick anyone off coming in from a rotation. They will have themselves a lot of different spots to look at, but Unrational has a lot going on. Dongy's actually just found himself Stable J with that bunker buster. You don't see too many kills with those. And Swag as well getting knocked, but Gary's got company of his own. PDS goes on out. I think that must have been a panic play from somebody. There's no way that was intended. Trophy actually must have been the intended play. Dongy finds Adrian. Dongy putting in massive work elsewhere. And Rational might only have one here, and this team currently sat in 12th, but this does feel like a duo for sure, Dandro, that could hit a 20, 30 plus point game. We saw how much work they did throughout the previous Warzone Total Frenzy seasons. And Gary is often overlooked a little bit as a Slayer, but you said it yourself. Those other seasons and some of the events we did, this guy was frying.
Yeah, we're seeing Dongy already currently sitting at 4, so 5 total. We still have 22 teams up in the zone, so plenty of opportunity for them to find more. It's gonna be a nice start of it. Somebody flying on in, just out of the way though. They are here towards the low town. You're starting to see a lot of pings come on through. Grenade will go in from Unrational, does not connect with anyone. Giving his eye to the sky, seeing if you can find anybody flying on in. Doesn't look like it just yet. Sitting on this side of zone, some shots deep. There you go. He finds the crack. Actually looks like somebody else gets in those final shots on that player. Unfortunate for Unrational to not get any credit for that. You'll get some damage numbers to boot, but unfortunately it will not increase that elimination to 2 off of that.
I was assuming that's Clamp and Mirai, by the way, considering where they were moments ago. It might not be, but considering that was the last squad we saw up in that location. Dongy spot more, player down to flesh, but again, nothing. Just pure damage numbers. Feels like right now, Unrational Dongy in a great spot. The only problem is, as we spoke about earlier when it came to Brawlic and Co, where you're showing your hand a bit early, you're kicking the Hornet's Nest a bit with so many different players engaged. Unrational spins and burns Believe. Does have Dongy there in support to help out. And this is a great location to catch teams rotating on over from Palace, potentially coming down across this little trench that we have beneath them. This riverway. But again, you don't want to make too much noise. You do not want to risk being third-partied. Gary suspects players inside the shack. There's at least 3 teams in the vicinity. The problem is with the rotation that comes next, there's a lot of players uphill from you. You could well and truly be put in a spot where you're caught on a late rotation and just walking into the end of enemy sites. And we've seen what that does to teams. And Gary hits another one. Player dives into the water, and it's yet another. That is Clamp getting picked up. Tried the smoke, tried the water, nothing stopping on Rational.
And this is kind of what we see from a couple different teams. You know, we've seen sort of the duality. Wait, let me hold on this thought. Somebody's pushing on in. Getting lasered through the wall, actually. A lot of damage coming on in. Dongy taken down, and Rational has the cash, but this is a very awkward situation. I was going to say, you know, we've seen earlier on some teams sit on top of a rooftop like this and they just sit there forever and don't really get anything to happen, right? But other teams like Fuzzin and Pentagon, like Unrational and Dongy, they do a great job of just kind of finding their spot. Unrational, see somebody hits the buy station. That's going to be Mirai. Is able to take them on down. I don't know if Mirai got the buy off or not, but Unrational just playing in the gas. And I think he has a PDS. You might be able to use this, but as he hops on up, somebody is waiting and brings him on down. He does have the self-revive. Can you get this PDS down to stay up? You can. Unrational somehow keeping it alive here.
It's unfortunate that he's just lacking cash right now because that deployable buy is right underneath him. A gas mask would have been a godsend. Unfortunately, just going to have to Hail Mary it. Smokes go out, provide coverage. That's going to light him up, though, to pretty much everyone else. Utility box goes out. More smokes available. Great movement here, but can he link back up with his duo? Dongy's just above. And Rational, unfortunately, going to have to play back through smoke. There's only so many routes here to escape from. How are you still alive? And actually slips on through. And there's players lying in wait. Adrian finds Unrational as he cut out from across. And actually, turns out he just followed him in. He essentially just shadow played that. Did his teammate trade it out? I'm not quite sure. We tune in with Clamp, who has found himself back into the middle of the map, into the middle of this zone, but surely just play multiplayer at this point.
Yeah, this is what we like to call the SEAL Team 6 maneuver. This is where you are just on your belly, slithering around the map. Try to do whatever you can to put yourself out of the line of sight of any prospective teams. And that is what Clamp is doing. Has the cash, so if somebody calls in a mobile buy, potentially can make a play for it. Get Mirai back on in. Back on over to the Germans, though. Fuzzin and Pentagon. Fuzzin currently sitting on 2. They did just win that last game with 13, nabbing 26 points. They are in 6th place. A fair amount away behind 1st place. That can be said for everyone in the lobby. Picnic will go down to the hands of Pentagon. And so they're kind of just trying to figure out how do they want to push up the side of this mountain.
One more team for 1.8 times. And you feel like this is the right moment to lay low, and there you go. And Pentagon picks up another player rotating in. Nate Dogg, that will be. Smoke will let him push down here and find more players trying to hit late rotations. That's Aydan that's been found. Feels like all of a sudden the Germans on a wavelength. Just flowing. The problem is, the last rotation up this hill here is likely going to be full of players lying in wait. Got ourselves down to top 5. There's a lot of solos in this, however, and Pentagon and Fuzzin as a duo, you feel like they're in a great spot. However, someone's hit the buy. Someone bringing their teammate back on in. You want to clear this out. You want to make sure you have somewhere to play with your back against. Prie will go on up. Nearly caught by a bouncing Betty as well. Fuzzin's got so much more work to do. Pentagon goes down. Fuzzin will be found as well. Will try and pop the self. However, he's being chunked by the gas. Can you get there just about? And stays up for a moment.
Well, if you saw, that was a PA at the hands of Shifty to bring down Pentagon. Fuzzin and Pentagon, they were looking great until they decided to play up around that buy station. You're hearing some of the footsteps come on through. Shifty, only one left alive, gets Biffle back on in, keeps it going. It's Fuzzin. Maybe trying to make something happen here. Still in zone. Back on over. Well, Empathy and Ottereyes, I think they're the duo that's still here. We'll shoot Biffle out of the sky. 7 for Empathy alone. The nades coming on through. They'll be able to get it. 14 for the duo. A 28-point game. Currently sitting in 18th place. That will definitely leapfrog them up the leaderboard.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's going to be putting them within top 5 conversations. That's more points in one game than they've had throughout the previous 3. So great work here. I'm not exactly sure how the rotation went because I don't think we saw much of them through that game. But once we swapped over and saw that they're the remaining duo, considering that Biffle and Shifty were in the spot that they were in, and we saw how Pentagon and Fuzzin were getting manhandled, it looked like it was only going one way. We actually saw this duo earlier on in a different game. We saw them doing great work, some solid comms and whatnot around northern Zaravan. So it's not a surprise that they've managed to find themselves doing well in one of the maps. But again, the gap that likely remains just says that right now you're trying to get yourself into the chasing pack for the money.
Yeah, but either way, though, like we said, I mean, they just doubled their points. And, you know, no matter what the overall leaderboard is looking like, that's still a great feeling from you as a team to be able to do that, right? You kind of are sitting down there very middle of the pack. Well, now you're sitting in that upper grouping alongside some of the other top teams to potentially kind of maybe just chase for that second or third spot. But hey, there's plenty more Warzone to play, so who knows? Congratulations, though, to Empathy and Ottereyes for taking home that dub there in game number 4. The thing that worries me a little bit, Enigma, we saw in the end there, it got down to the final kind of top 8 teams. That's our 1.8 multiplier. I saw Shifty there. I think we got a very quick glimpse of the eliminations on the board. And I believe he might have been on double digits alongside that. So it could just be another hey, really solid banger game for that team. But to look at this squad, 7-7. Feeling pretty good. If we were in Vegas, I'd be saying split them, baby. But either way, 54 all overall score for this team. Could be a little bit of a heat up.
No, absolutely. It could be. You're right. It puts you, again, you're chasing down those money positions, which go to not just first, second, and third as well. So everything to work for right now. So yeah, great game out of them. I will say, when we transferred on over towards Biffle and Shifty there at the end, I was like, okay, this is just, I think they've finished first, third, and now what, third again? Their average placing is absolutely ridiculous at this point.
Yeah, and I feel like that's kind of the sauce, right? Yeah, they're getting decent eliminations. Their average placing is putting them in that 1.8 times multiplier every single time. 2 of the games putting them in the 2x multiplier. So, sitting very, very good. They're sitting at a 50% win rate so far here today as well. So definitely feeling very, very solid. We're through 4 games right now. Be curious, how many more games do we have? We're going to need to take a look at the leaderboard to figure that out. So we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be taking a look at the leaderboard and dropping into game number 5.
Is inbound. Marking it.
This guy itself. Look at this. This guy itself. Oh. Nice. Look at our front too.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Look at this guy. You see this? You see this?
No one's on the right. Where? Yeah, I see.
Hold on. Go off my shot. Go off my shot. Cracked.
Here.
Dead. Nice. Friendly fire. Sorry. So the right.
You want to get up on? You want to get up on this? Oh, never mind.
Nah, yes, move.
Get PDSing. I don't know.
Crossing the over.
Crack. It's like an invisible wall right here.
Oh, we just ride. Shit, baby.
All enemy.
I think it's just crossing now.
Moving.
Hit him.
Bullet.
Down.
Nice.
You have a bunker?
Yeah, I did.
Have sie da hinten. Ab den. Da ganz hinten.
Ja, ich versuch's.
Yep.
One's already close on us. Up here. What are you dead?
Knock him. He's stopping.
Bad and ugly.
shoot straight.
Well earned. Secure them to the uplink station.
Hit that guy in the armor.
Knocked.
Nice. Yeah, they should.
They're landing in the water here. Another thing. Rotating left. Live thing. Hit him. Knock. We got bunkered. Got my full guy in here too. We might be fine on this.
I'm shooting like it. He's weak. Break him. In front of us on the rock. I really like.
Broken. I'm playing up with this rock.
I'm nading over. I got him.
Nice, bro. Needed that. 14.
Yeah, stop there. Good shit, Otter.
Let's go. Four games done and dusted as we are marching ever forward towards our Call of Duty Warzone match point in our duos event here today as part of Call of Duty Warzone Total Frenzy. My name is Dandro, joined by, of course, Enigma here to help you break it all down. Let's take a look at that last match's overall elimination leaderboard to get a sense of where we're hanging out. And well, we got some new faces at the top of the board here, Enigma.
We do indeed. We see Smith and Empathy take top spot with 7 and joined by Ottereyes as well. So really solid performance out of several players. What I will say, no one, it seems to be far away from that. Shifty, Dongy, Aydan, Hunticity and Flanked all right up behind with 6. So it feels like you mentioned it yourself there, seeing those new names, a couple of people starting to come online a little bit, heat up, maybe start to figure out this format.
Well, let's go take a look at our leaderboard after that game to figure it on out as we look towards the bottom here. A couple teams I will have noticed have made some leaps here. A couple more need to come online. I'm looking at Team Skullface, though, currently sitting in Team 27, right? I'm a little bit surprised to see them this far down, including teams like Fifakill and Smixy. Who is kind of you seeing here that maybe you're a little bit surprised, Enigma?
There's a few, I'll be honest. Like, maybe there's some people just not finding much comfort with this format. Huskerrs in 26th. That's a squad that I called out at the top of the game. Look like they could really do something. Does feel like a side that could suddenly pop off and have a big game for sure. They need to start lifting these averages because, what, 20 points, slightly less after 4 games, 5 points a game. That's not great. However, talking about a couple of people that are great, Team Biffle have broken 100 points, edging ever closer, just under 20 points to, sorry, just over 20 points to go before they hit our Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold. And I'm just gonna put it out there that we could expect to see that in the next game.
Yeah, 20.4 points is very, very easily doable for them. But hey, off of that win, we said it's pretty great to double your points. Well, it's even better to jump frog the rest of the competition here to be able to come in second if you are Team Empathy.
as we noted earlier, friends, if Team Biffle, let's say in this next game, they cross our threshold, they win the game after that, the rest of the leaderboard will freeze. So if you are a team like Team Empathy, you just put yourself in a very solid position to have, you know, a couple of great games, come in second. You can be taking home $2,000 as a duo. But I also want to call out Team Aydan. We've seen them have some moments of greatness throughout a couple of these maps. In that last map, when we looked at that elimination leaderboard, we saw both Aydan and Z Smith on that top elims that were there. So no surprise to see that they are just nearly edging out Team Amir here at the top. So really solid stuff. But Enigma, let's take a look to maybe paint an even broader picture at our overall elimination leaderboard. And do we need to talk about this?
No, you know what? I'm gonna look elsewhere. Shifty and Biffle are obviously topping the lot, and Shifty's doing it by a long damn way. But you know what? We have waxed lyrical about how good those two are. I'm gonna look at the rest of the leaderboard. You know who I'm quite surprised is actually up here, because we haven't seen much of them apart from that one. Juki's sat there on 16 kills. Don't get me wrong. If I was to put him into any tournament, I feel like he absolutely fries, regardless of format, regardless of situation, regardless of teammates. But I feel like we just haven't seen them throughout this whole conversation this afternoon, you know? So the fact that he's up there on 16 says that he's putting in quite a bit of work, and maybe it's just a placement factor for them that needs to improve.
Yeah, and I gotta give a huge shout out to Team Amir as well. That's a team we haven't really been able to kind of check in with too much, but currently sitting on 17, so they're making it happen as well. One of these squads that, you know, sometimes in these tournaments we see players will get a lot of eliminations, but maybe not always have the placement to match. So they're kind of being able to keep up and score a little bit just off the back of the kills that they're able to find alone. So Amir sitting up there as well. But I think the real story of that, like you said, I mean, it's just Shifty and Biffle at the top. They're really just finding a ton of eliminations game over game, and they're finding the placement to help take advantage of all of those eliminations as well. I feel like that leaderboard is always one of my favorites to show here on broadcast, because it's just so easy to show, like, how are they so dominant? Well, that is you know, a great representation of it there. But let's take a little bit, let's ignore Team Biffle for a hot second, Enigma. You know, we just saw Team Empathy kind of being able to jump up and come out on top. You know, is there any team that maybe we haven't really seen do super well today, but they've been kind of just barely keeping their name in the money, that you think that they could have a really solid game and maybe put up, you know, some numbers against a team like Team Empathy?
Well, I'm thinking like maybe like your Team Soka, right? Like Soka and Almond, you brought them up at the start of the afternoon, and I do think that at some point they are due a pop-off, especially someone like Soka. Like that guy is absolutely ridiculous. He feels like the kind of player where all of a sudden he can go, you know what? I'm just going to cook this lobby and explode into life. Very creative player. Loves to get aggressive at the right moments. 200 IQ, of course. There's a reason why he teams with Biffle and Shifty when it comes to trios, when it comes to World Series. The reason they were recently signed by the Falcons. He is on that trio because he's so damn good. It feels like we're waiting for him to have a superstar moment.
See what they're going to be able to make happen here in game number 5. Feels like we are pretty close to potentially crossing that threshold, Enigma, and putting a lot of pressure on the rest of the lobby. So landing over here, sort of on these outskirts of town, flying their way on over to Cargo, where it looks like Empathy has landed. So I don't mind that, right? We know that this rotation sort of between that side of town and Cargo can oftentimes be the death of so many teams. But when you're this early on, you got Empathy playing on side the, you know, the one side over here at Cargo. Ottereyes just lands, loots up kind of around, ruins some of those buildings, right? You can sometimes have a lot of crates that are just nearby. You loot up and then immediately flies back on over to meet up with the duo. I think it's a really solid way that you can kind of split your time and effort and then be able to get a ton of loot, kind of come back together, put yourself pretty close to a loadout.
Yeah, no, I mean, you see how quickly that number falls. We are already nearly done with the most wanted here. Empathy and Ottereyes. Yeah. A little bit split and want to be very cautious about getting picked off. But I like the idea to use the PRD to get high, give you a little bit of an overlook, and then get straight down and loot. 15 seconds, you assume that they're going to complete this, put themselves in a great start here. I am a fan of this strategy. What I will say, and it feels ridiculous, Empathy and Ottereyes sat in second with 54 points. I'm pretty sure that Biffle and Shifty have about more points just from kills than their second place team.
You would be correct. That is how the math works. I think they're sitting around 70 Or no, they were, yeah, like a 50 some odd eliminations that were there. It definitely was more than 54. And that is just insane to think about. But back on board, we got Johnny Bro and Strixie. Strixie gonna open it on up, finding a very quick pick onto Smixie, meaning you got Enkeo around here somewhere. They can fly on through and find Enkeo. This is a huge win for this squad. But Enkeo, the ever elusive Brit he is, looks like maybe has decided to disengage and run away. Maybe finding cover somewhere else. I know Enkeo loves to kind of land in this downtown area, land on top of the roof, and then maybe rotate back down here to get a lot of this loot that potentially could be here. So I think maybe that was the strat, but you got Strixie and Johnny Bro laying in wait, find Smixie, and maybe kind of foil your plans.
Move on over. Clamp and Mirai currently lighting up on someone's UAV. Clamp and Mirai never too many moments away from trouble. They love to get into the thick of things. And right now, just trying to assess the lay of the land. Quite a bit of cash between them. Gotta assume that UAV, for a moment there, has them concerned. It's one of the things when you're early on, right, in a map like this, especially when it comes to costumes, as soon as you know you're lighting up on someone's UAV, you just want to assess, make sure you're safe. Mirai takes the cash, bundles himself on out towards the buy, and I like this play from Clamp, just to find the high ground, check out over all the different angles, and ensure that the buy will come through safely.
They do get a loadout dropping on in, so this kind of be what they were waiting for. So let's see, what is the decision once they have this loadout, where they want to move on the map. So a trophy, you have that reinforcement barrier as well, dropping kind of everything so you can pick some extra stuff up.
You know, I've said it for a very long time, but one of the things I absolutely love about Warzone in the sandbox that we have is the different perks that people use and the way in which players set themselves up personally. Like we've seen a couple of people, for example, running restock. We've seen a couple of different perks throughout this, and now we're seeing quick fix come on through. And I feel like that's one that we don't get very often, but Clamp here potentially thinking, well, I could use that, for example, in a 1v2 kind of situation. You take the fight with the first guy, you get yourself cracked, but then I get the quick fix come on through off the knock and then can chow out the second. It's just one of those kind of strategic differences that you see sometimes in squads and across formats.
Yeah, I actually saw, I think the first person that I really recognized was running quick fix was actually Desmond in the lower round 2 of the World Series of Warzone. And he had that, and I kind of was like thinking about it. It makes a lot of sense for his play style because he's a very aggressive player, right? So you want to be able, when you're that entry fragger, you want to be able to get a very fast regen reset off of getting a knock. But here in duos, it makes even more sense, right? For that exact reason you pointed out. You're taking a 1v2. If you down one player, it's going to be very easy for, you know, their teammate to kind of fly on in and get the trade. But if you have quick fix, you can kind of scurry away for a hot second. Pair that up with tempered. You know, if you can, or not, the tempered vest you're able to pick up, right? You get the 2 plates in. It's real easy to reset a fight and potentially start taking some 1v2s.
Fully agree. Speaking of which, tempered on tempered here. Both players trading blows. On someone's UAV, but gotta assume that the Ghost will provide enough coverage. No comms vest. Situation, Clamp takes one to the body. I'm not sure if you're supposed to try and lie down there or what, but paused for half a second. Mirai just trying to find an angle onto this fight. The thing is, Mirai's not in a great spot either. Trying to cross over the highway that runs through this region can leave you exposed to so many different players. I like the decision to reposition this because I don't think you want to be caught on a late rotation through city. So maybe go around the roadblock that's holding you just now and live to fight another day.
Yeah, you can see Mirai kind of played ahead just slightly while Clamp has just been going through and finding cash register after cash register. keeping the cash on up. You love to see this. Could split it alongside with Mirai just to make sure they both have enough. If they do need to go for a quick res, they can make that happen. I see he's just finding more and more and more here. Just realizing that they don't have to kind of play anything super crazy right now. Just kind of focus on rotating on through, get to the position that you want, loot up along the way. If anything, this might be a good kind of a sign for them that nobody else has made this rotation yet. They could be the first. There's an LTV kind of rolling in right in front of them, though. Will it stop and jump out, or is this just another team trying to make their way through the city?
Like they just hightailed it out of there, but there's noise nearby. Move on over. Swisham and Falnets. We saw them put off some incredible duo work earlier. How do they approach this next passage of play? Well, Swish just trying to crack some plates. Sounds like Falnets is running the sniper, so you do get enough damage in and a nice shot through a window. He could do something, but I think the calm comes through from Falnets. They actually managed to get a crack there, but it won't be enough. Although
pick out this damn truck.
Falnets wanted something from all the bullets he's invested at this point. Oh, and Falnets has actually knocked one, so Swisham and Falnets are going to full send this. Hopefully won't get picked up by anyone else waiting. Smoke has come out that you could assume that that's a shrouded potentially. Nades go out to cover. And whoever this player that was knocked is trying to surely get back to their teammate.
Yeah, I'm getting shot from top right as well.
I like this. They've made this. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Well, you heard Fallen's made the call saying, I'm getting shot from top right. Swish thinks she's okay. Is starting to get some nice shots onto that player down low, but it's a track who just hits some absolute laser beams onto Swish, brings her on down. And now what looked like a great opening just all of a sudden goes for the worst for Swisham and Falnets. You hate to see it. Back on board over here with Queen Shadows and Tapulator. One of our teams that has yet to really find some success here in today's lobby. Map number 5 might be the start.
I gotta say, I just really feel for Swisham there. You can see the look on her face. Feels like you've done a lot of things right? But fly out across that open zone and you put yourself at so much risk. Oh, Queen Shadows here.
I'm not with you, okay?
And reposition. I like the idea to take the height and then, well, doubles back. Potentially worried that Tapulator's in trouble. A lot of footsteps nearby. Queen Shadows tries to go up. Can she get out of this? I mean, spinning around in an enclosed zone. Well, apparently it works. Next time you can't find yourself caught in a region like that. I forget the name for it. What's the elevator shaft? That's the word I'm looking for. Sorry. Once you find yourself caught in an elevator shaft, apparently just spin in circles and it will do the work for you.
I'm very surprised
Just about
she survived
stays
that.
up.
I'm very surprised.
Well, she was dead for sure.
He landed in like down here somewhere.
On me. In front of this building.
Oh, spots a player. Can we team this together? Can Queen Shadows and Tap push this through? They're on 3.2 points thus far. It's been a poor afternoon, but can you make something good happen here? And I like this. Gets aggressive, finds Picnic, sends him packing.
Little slide out, a little bit of a weight on the team fight there. That's the type of stuff that I think you need to kind of work on. If you're, at the bottom of the leaderboard, you're not really being able to find these eliminations. Being able to have some plays like that to happen can help build the confidence.
You can, especially if you've had a torrid afternoon. Nice and clean.
Bro, let me
Colors doing anything but when it comes to the movement here.
Are we playing Warzone or the get high game mode where you're trying to parkour your way through the course?
Dude, sometimes the movement in this game can be a blessing and a curse, and Colors there finding out.
They're in the buy building.
I hear him. You don't think you don't think we can kill him?
Kind of assume with that
We can. I just don't like
Prox mine being there, the bouncing Betty, you got to assume that Colors has company. As you can hear him attract, might have a lookout over onto this roof. Got to be careful not to set this thing off.
I'm gonna go deep over there. I can hit the drone.
Like, she's got the bag.
Same shit.
They're just camping in this fucking building, bro.
Yeah,
Let's go ahead. Let's do a little bit of a listen-in for this squad. See how they want to approach this. They know that there's a team nearby. Love to see what's going through their mind.
Jesus Christ.
They're just begging here. I want to
God.
kill these kids, bro.
Wait, you're gonna snipe from your left, Trey.
In front of me. There's 2 different teams. I still think this kid's on us though. Live mark, he's sniping. That guy's sniping. That live mark's sniping.
Okay, one second story too. Going to the roof. Right here.
How'd that kid know, bro? On the street.
Wait, they're crossing you, Trey.
I'm back
right
in
the back.
I'm hearing you.
Broke him. Alright, hit him. There's two. They're pushing you out, I think. Or they're playing the buy building.
They're playing the buy building.
I can't. Okay.
Out back, one down.
That's the team.
Oh, I'm good. They're both out back. Down the buy.
Yeah, I can see if they go in.
They're coming up top. They're coming. Yeah. Can you see my top? If they come on top, yeah, they're in my building. They're in my building.
Yeah, I'm looking. Right stairs or left?
One under me. One. They're both on both sides.
I'm looking under you. Other team behind you. Careful. You're gonna get sniped. They smoke you out. Play up there. I press him. It's not gonna kill anyone, but.
Going back to the buy building.
People are landing in. I don't know where.
Okay, just.
Top construction over here still. There's another team up on this construction. Okay.
Hearing you. See him top.
Wait, they're rotating.
I mean, it's great comms, but nothing coming of it thus far. I gotta say, I really like the way Colors and Attract tried to set themselves up there for a team pushing through the building. Colors asking if Attract's got his coverage. Attract repositions to make sure he can look on over it. And actually, this team have stuck around. Colors still has company. Attract does have a viewpoint of this.
Yeah, they're top already.
Attract giving a lot of information. Unfortunately, just feels like nothing that they can really act on. Gotta worry about how exposed they are at this point. You know that there are teams off towards the west here. There's teams also towards the east. And at this point, essentially stuck between a rock and a hard place. And I get what Colors is saying. It's frustrating when you're up against a squad that is, as he says, begging it and essentially hunkered down in the corner. But I don't know about how much you invest into this. I think you find yourself a better position for endgame.
This kind of goes back and forth to my point of like, we have a lot of teams that put themselves in these positions where they like take forever to take some of these fights, you know, and they invest so much, and it's like, yeah, like they have info, which is cool, but like I would love to see them use some of that info to kind of send one of these full squads, right? Colors actually gets us some shots at deep. He hops on up, and as he does, somebody from behind has his number, gets us some good damage on him. Able to slink away, play back on up, and I think he's going to use this opportunity to just fly across the street, meet back up with Alb.
I think it's the right play.
There's so many people around us.
Tracks, by the way, got to be one of the softest spoken people I have ever heard in my life.
What does that
mean?
He
raised it. Oh, softly spoken. You never heard that phrase?
I mean, I have. I don't.
Yeah, it's softly spoken. I'm just saying it's nice. It's a nice thing. No, like, yo, I ain't squaring up with no one. I'm just saying, you know.
I don't know. Kind of sounds like you hate Attract. You heard it here first, chat.
Don't you start. Ebates is already tweeting you on the timeline asking you to stop cursing him. So we're just going to leave that there. By the way, it turns out that squad was Shifty and Biffle.
Oh.
So, definitely the right decision from college to back on off. All right, chat. No, let's not. No. Don't encourage this. Oh, Shifty finds Juju back to the sniper AR combo that we saw earlier on that worked so well for both of them. And a bunker buster to deny. And the thing is, the location right now will no doubt catch a couple of teams that are trying to rotate in from Zarafan City, but they do have to rotate themselves at some point. The thing is, when it comes to these open zones, we saw it earlier on with their massive map win. They seem to position themselves so effectively. They seem to be so great at calling them.
Yeah, and I love what they're doing right here immediately, right? So you saw them kind of replaying that building. They don't need to play that building anymore because they want to play this slow side of zone, right? So you can kind of hold this outside, catch some of these people rotating in from the construction area. Even if they don't find any eliminations here, they're playing on the slow side. They want to play into this open area because they know how this zone is going to kind of end up kind of pulling in and shrinking in on top of it. They want to be able to be on this backside, kind of let the edge of just the entire map be at their backside, because you can see you have that little bit of height that they can then use. So especially when you're rocking this sort of one player with the Huskerrs, one player with the sniper, they should hopefully be able to find a lot of picks playing on this rotation, playing on this side.
Feels like deja vu a little bit, right? From map 2. They end up in one of these locations. Oh, but Shifty actually takes a bullet to the face. And the thing is, you're not within zone yet, so you still have a bit of progression to make here. He just got shot by... Probably wants to come back for second. The Falcons duo trying to make a move slightly inland. I feel like right now, they're in a bad spot.
Yeah.
They got to find themselves a different location. Shifty takes yet another bullet to the teeth. Burning through plates. Likely got a lot of them, but you want to get yourself into your preferred location sooner rather than later. Still got 18 teams to go, and Biffle takes a bullet as well. They've just got to make sure they see themselves through this passage of play.
All right,
Shifty then gets unrational, and of course they do. They find their way out of this.
Yeah, this is kind of the bread and butter of why this team is able to be as successful as they are. Being able to have sort of these plays where they are in a sticky situation and they just have to kind of bull rush their way through a spot and be able to kind of take it. And that's exactly what happens. They take down Unrational. They know Dongy's up there. Biffle wants to come outside, maybe hit some of the sky nades that are there. Somebody has an angle. Shifty gets wall banged through and will get fully eliminated. Biffle now, it's going to be the one that's here, does not lay down in time for that occupation scan. So somebody's going to know that he's around here. Can he make it to one of these buys?
Try to make a play for that by myself and maybe another gassy, then take that zip.
I love the comms that come on through there. And I think that is indeed the correct play. Try and make the buy. Spins out, finds Brax, cuts him down. But now, how do you play this out? And this is definitely the viewpoint. While everything else is going on in end zone, sure, but watch to see what's going on there in terms of like how they will play it on out. Selly goes down. Basically has mayappo on top of her, and well, we'll try and self. Has T actually cleaned this up? I believe so. Okay, so T protecting on over. Flanked. Has a massive amount of intel here. Basically knows end zone. Set up in a great spot. And actually could have been the team that was sniping Shifty and Biffle a moment ago, considering the location.
Here, some of the cops come out. Gabe doing a great job of giving some information over to Flank. Skullface peeks his head out. Flanked will absolutely be able to knock them, and well, looks like maybe Believe and Uncivil Queen were going to be the team that brings down Biffle and Shifty.
Felt like the right play to make, and honestly would not have surprised me at all if they played their way out of it. But Amir's got his own playing to make. Well, pick up T, and Quick Fix tries to do something, but it's probably not going to be enough. You got to dive on over. I'd maybe go quietly, but not at all. Over Almond. Absolutely. Goomba stops him. Finds a little bit of cash. Tries to bind the teammate. Gets the gas mask.
He's not going to be able to use this for so long, though. You have to get in zone a little bit. Level 1 gas mask will not give you the space you need, but Amir's been trying to make it happen. Back on over to Flank. It looks like they're in the power position right now. Some solid shots. Wait, Gabe goes down. Flanked was getting ripped up.
1v1. And Amir's going to push it. Amir finds Flank, and Amir executes to send it on. 10 kills. 20 points? I mean, maybe that last one counts. I'm not actually 100% sure. I think that'll be 11, right? So 22 points coming on through for the Mexican duo. And he cleans up his bit of his 5 a day as well to celebrate.
Oh, my God.
By the way, if you haven't seen the play that gets these guys through to World Series land, I beg you to go and check it out. It's one of the most composed passages of play I've witnessed in my entire life. Bring not just one of the best communities in the world to the table here at Warzone Total Frenzy, but some of the best damn plays too. Amir, by himself, goes massive to clean things up for the Mexicans.
Man, Amir eating his apple, letting the people know what he is about. Insane plays from Amir there. Makes their way over, is able to take down Almond. Plays in the gas, is able to kind of get that gas max, play alongside the edge. I kind of want to be able to know what happened to Flank and Gabe. Seemed like they had God spot. They had the rest of zone at their disposal. And you just have Amir who's able to take a series of 1v1s and comes out on top. A really unfortunate situation for both Flanked and Gabe Kuhn. But Amir, I got to say, that's like a little bit, I'm going to say 30% Flanked and Gabe kind of full selling. 70% Amir just going absolutely huge to come out on top. 20 points, 10 eliminations, and the double get them there. That gives them an overall score of 68.
I mean, it just doesn't surprise me when we tune in over towards those guys and they're pulling off plays like that. I absolutely beg of you in chat, if you have not seen the play in the last map, in the final moments to get Amir and Cole to LAN, please go and check it out because it's absolutely outrageous. And you saw it there, you know, you're in a situation where he has to go over the top of Brax. Sorry, not Brax. Who was he? Ends up killing Almond. Over the top of Almond, essentially jumps straight out, minimal health, lands every bullet on the way through, and then has the composure to just reassess in the situation. You know, okay, what's the best play for me here? Hits the buy, gets himself the gassy, and then approaches things in through the northern side where he finds out, yeah, all right, it's a third-party situation. You've got to clean it up. But it's the composure in that moment when everything explodes into life and he just knows the best way to put himself into endgame situation. Incredible stuff. And streamer emotes unlocked, apparently, with Amir going nuts with the apple. I don't know what that was.
Oh, I love it. I mean, he even goes for the finisher at the end as well. I feel like Amir, you know, obviously, you know, a huge content creator, but a very, very strong competitor as well. Over the last 2 months has really kind of shown that, you know, I feel like, you know, maybe the last couple of years, you and I joke a lot that it's always, oh, NA versus EU, ha ha ha. But like, you cannot sleep on these Latin American teams. Absolutely not. They are disgusting. And I feel like Amir is definitely towards the top of some of those squads that oftentimes get overlooked when we kind of talk about competitive teams in the scene. I love what they're able to do. I love that they're coming in here today and really just kind of showing out. It was funny. We looked at the overall total eliminations leaderboard and we saw Amir and I said, hey, he's obviously finding some eliminations today. I would love to kind of make them see them come online a little bit, do really great. Well, hey, taking game number 5 is definitely a way to do it. Help push them up the leaderboard just that even farther. But the question I'm going to be asking here, Enigma, we said they needed 20.4 points. Have Biffle and Shifty been able to do it in that game to put themselves over the threshold of Call of Duty Warzone match point? And I'm being told that we have the leaderboards ready, so let's get ready to dive on in. Kicking off with our eliminations. Help break it down for me, buddy, what we saw in that game number 5.
Well, Amir leads the way with 8 and has a little bit of a buffer to Almond in 6th. And you're completely right when you talk about Amir and how we got to stop underestimating them. Everyone's talking about how many teams from NA got top 10 and how many teams from me. They were all split by Amir, Castillo, and Dark. They're a ridiculous trio. And the fact that they nearly didn't make it to land shows the quality that is in that region. So I'm with you. We definitely love seeing the LATAM representation. And looking through the rest of that leaderboard, it seems we got a lot of people tied on 5 there. And actually, Flanked comes in with 8 as we get another update, jumps into 2nd.
Wow. Okay, great. Flank's coming in. You know, so at least even if they do kind of maybe sell that 2v1 at the end there, at least you end with 8 on Flanked alone. So still taking a you know, really good care of that 1.8 times multiplier. Let's take a look at the leaderboard, starting with our bottom teams that are here. And well, we got some people that are finally across into double digits, others that are just kind of sitting around the same area. We saw Team Swag at the top of that eliminations. He had 5 in that last game, but they are still currently sitting about halfway down the leaderboard in 26th, Enigma. Team Skullface not too far away as well. But here is what we got to talk about. Hey, it's our top teams. Guess what? We're going one more game, baby.
We are indeed, at least one more. Biffle and Shifty, we saw them, right? They were trying to rotate in through the whole construction apartment region and just couldn't get themselves into the position that they wanted. It did feel if they'd managed to just get that rotation on a way off towards where they wanted, which was the far southern side of the map, probably to where a tract and go, where we're sniping back at them, then you could feel that they would repeat map 2, go on an absolute heater and just cut down everyone en route. Unfortunately, though, it just doesn't work out. Shifty ends up getting picked up through the wall. Biffle can't do enough by himself, trying to rotate on in while being pushed up by the gas and squeezed by teams that are set up on headies already. So we will see them go one more at least. I would put really good money on them making the Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold in the next game. But that being said, we obviously have people in the chasing pack. There's a bit of a gap between first and second, sure, but it feels like there's a lot of teams chasing after those prize positions, my friend.
No, there definitely are. I mean, basically all these teams that have crossed 60 points are all there, right? Amir and Empathy, kind of off these last 2 games, are the latest 2 teams to jump themselves into that conversation. Before that, across those 3 games, it's all been about Soka and Aydan, right? They've kind of been there near towards the top as well. I would be really surprised if Team Biffle, like you said, did not hit that win condition in this next game. Even with like I think their worst game in that last one, they're still able to hold it on down. And yeah, I mean, I feel like this is everything you need to be able to go ahead and see. 33 from Shifty, 26 from Biffle overall.
all. Currently sitting at 59 points. Going into that, you made the stat that their elimination total was more than second place's points overall. Not the case anymore, but still a mere, I think, 5 behind it that is there. So a really ridiculous stat line coming out of those two. We obviously know the storyline coming into this next game, Enigma. Team Biffle, they just got to need, 8 or 9 points in order to cross that threshold. Cool, they'll probably do it. If you're one of these teams that's sitting at 60+ points, though, the game is on, right? You are basically trying to shore up now. You'd love to be able to catch up to them. Obviously, that's the number one. But as of right now, you're kind of playing for second. You're kind of playing for third. You want to be in that money. What do you need to do in this next game to really set yourself up for success, knowing you're about to be on a timer to clutch up some of these games?
I feel like you have to play towards endgame. You have to consider that nice and early. You got to start thinking multipliers. But I feel like we are still missing like hero moments from like a couple of our superstars. I still expect like a Hisoka just pop off game. I'm still expecting to see like a Vombot pop off game. These kind of guys that we know as straight shooters or as we know as slayers. I feel like at the minute there's a lot of like trading blows around like, I mean, I guess we're considering them average numbers just because of what Biffle and Shifty are putting up, but there's no one else really like taking over the lobbies right now. So I think though you got to start to consider, okay, well, we could go just 2 more games, and what I want to do is try and maximize what I get out of those. So I think you've got to start thinking, okay, if we get a zone that's pushing off towards that northwest, I play through Kotovo blocks, give myself the best position. If we end up maybe down towards the southeast, I play Manor, try and give myself the best position. Don't worry about a hot drop. For me, that's the way I'm going. The problem is a lot of the people in this lobby, Hisoka and Vombot included, are straight shooters and no doubt just want to get aggressive.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. Like, that's what I would like to see, I'd like to see some of these other teams just really get aggro at this point, realizing you might only have 2 or 3 games left to make it happen. Some of these squads, they are very capable of taking gunfights against any of these other teams, right? And I feel like it's kind of just about playing with a little bit of aggression, playing with some confidence to really understand that you are one of the better teams in the lobby and start just kind of flying at people. I feel like people, we've looked at the snipers and we've said, okay, the snipers have obviously come out to play across multiple different teams, and players are trying to use that to their best advantage, right? They're trying to be able to sit on a rooftop, find their picks that are there. But I think you got to like play a little aggressive, set yourself up where you can get a pick, full send a team. Maybe then put yourself on a different side of the map, get a pick, full send a team. We're seeing a lot of squads that are wasting a lot of time trying to take these fights that are not really kind of coming to fruition with any really sort of points to their name.
Yeah, I think that one of the things that isn't working very well for sides, and maybe it's just because it's harder as a duo, is edge of zone patrolling. I just don't think that this is reaping the rewards that it does in trios. I think that the best passage of play that we have seen from a team was one that was set up. Obviously, Biffle and Shifty at the end of map 2, they were set up in a location in end zone, letting other players walk onto the end of their rifles. I think when it's duos, it's easier for teams to slip through the net. I think it's harder to track those squads, clean them up. We've seen, as you said, a lot of invested time and resources from squads that turned into absolutely nothing. So yeah, I think it all falls back into the playstyle that you and me are talking about here. Set yourself up for the end game. Don't worry too much about the rest. Don't focus on playing more like a traditional trio rotation would.
Yeah, and I definitely love that we call that out. Lobby is getting reset, folks, so we are trying to hop into Game 6 as fast as possible, so we will get in there once the players are all loaded, and we got everybody in the lobby. In the meantime, though, you get to listen to us, two blokes get to yap. I have picked up way too much English slang from hanging out with Enigma, and it haunts me every day as a true-blooded American. But Enigma, as we get ready to come in here into game number 6, right? We've seen sort of like you just said, where players, are trying to maybe shift their mindset out of this classic trios play style that they're used to into duos. Do you think that there is really space on the map? There's an opportunity here for if you are one of these kind of duos who understands that you have really strong gun skill, to just kind of fly around the map and just start banging buildings out. You're popping UAVs, you're in an LTV, and you're just like, okay, I'm seeing red dots on the map. Let's fly. All right, we took them down. Pop me another one. Let's fly. Kind of that old school Verdansk, just like, pop a UAV, get a bounty contract, kill. Do you think there's opportunity for that in a lobby of this caliber?
When you started discussing there about that playstyle, that's exactly where I went straight back to Verdansk. I think obviously the bar has raised considerably since then. I don't think there's many freebies when it comes to our level of competition anymore. I think back then it was a little bit more forgiving perhaps, But I think specifically if you're in like that 5th to 10th region right now, when you're like on the edge of getting the money, I think you want an absolute banger and you just got to full send it. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you come 4th. It's like, it's great and all, but you took home nothing. You basically fall just outside of that money. And I'd rather have a plan where I'm trying to take everything, take some cash back with me, than, oh yeah, we got a nice 4th place finish. So I think that this could well be the strategy. You land in, get yourself maybe like a most wanted, get yourself plenty of cash, and just start to go ham. I agree with that play style entirely. The problem on a map like Urzikstan is, where do you start there? Like, City is quite congested and difficult. Like, don't get me wrong, if you get off to a perfect start in somewhere like City, you potentially put yourself on double-digit kills almost immediately. But there's a lot of other regions that, I think maybe you could, if we end up with like a circle that pulls off way towards one side, then that helps you narrow down exactly where you want to play that out from. But if we end up with like a central circle, something that's kind of neither here nor there, because of the way the waterways work here, it is a difficult call to make that happen.
No, that's a really good call out. I was thinking about that. I was like, where do you land? And I think like mainly center of map, no matter where the zone pulls, right? I'm looking at Low Town, Old Town kind of area. That's something that we saw Ottereyes and Empathy do, right? Ottereyes is able to land back on the cargo side. You have Empathy kind of more towards the ruins, over towards the bathhouse side, and is able to just kind of loot up and get there. And I wonder if you have an opportunity in that kind of scenario where, okay, you maybe figure out, depending on plane line, maybe where you see other people drop, one of you rotates over to the other, you pop just that early UAV, and you start kind of maneuvering your way. You maybe grab some personal radars from a buy if you can, and start making your way to some of these teams that are around there. We have seen some teams kind of do this a little bit. zSpade and Aydan, right? In a couple of these games, they've been the team that we've seen kind of, well, you have a squad who's, in an area, and you'll just see an LTV whipping on by, and you think, oh, this is somebody making a rotation. And next thing you know, it's pulling up on you and people are getting out of it. And it's most of the times Aydan and zSmith that are doing that. So they're not afraid to play aggressive. We've just seen them, I think, go down just a little bit too early. All right. And I feel like that's what I would love to see from them, is like, keep up that aggression, but just understand when you kind of need to make that pivot from your aggression over to playing for placements to really take advantage of that placement multiplier. I think that they're a team that if they can do that, similar to like Team Unrational, they could absolutely kind of find themselves, similar to Amir after one game, be in that top 3 conversation.
Yeah, it's a fair shout. It's a fair shout. I think that the whole like SWAT team maneuver, as you said, with the vehicles kind of pulling up on people and just breaching, clearing, that does lend itself a bit more as well. I like the actual shout when it comes to like Low Town, Old Town, because you could pull up on like a building, just siege it together and then move on kind of thing. Yep. I think that is a great place to potentially pull that off. It's just a case of there's a lot of open ground when it comes to Urzikstan. Obviously, nowhere near as much as Al Mazrah. I mean, like, you were rotating through sand dunes for quite some time on that map. Personally enjoyed playing it, but it was quite open. But that's when it's difficult for these sides. It's those transitional moments, because you want them to be as efficient as possible and as direct as possible, but also reduce that risk. And it's such a tough double-edged sword here. Again, there's no freebies. There's so many great squads that can just bottleneck you, hold you off, draw a line on your rotation and go, well, you're not coming through here without a straight-up fight. So it's difficult, but we do have players in this lobby. Again, I keep pointing at Soka. I feel like I'm just waiting for him to just grab this lobby by the scruff of the neck and go, don't forget that I'm part of the best trio in the world, by the way.
Well, yeah, especially when you're playing alongside Almond, right, who everybody knows is a very talented player in their own right? So I think we've kind of all been waiting for them to come online. And like you said, a little bit of, you said it earlier, and I love that you mentioned it. It's like World Series of Warzone hangover, right? And I feel like that is exactly what it is. Everybody has this play style ingrained in their brain of how they're trying to play and play correctly, which is great. But just, I feel like in a lobby like today, like, you have to understand that it kind of will all come down to more, I feel like, more eliminations heavy, just given those expanded placement multiplier sort of, kind of areas that we have. But enough of us. Sufficient yapping. I saw somebody said that we are certified in yapping. I have my yapping certificate right here on my desk. Don't worry. But don't worry. We got to not talk anymore, at least about that. We can talk about the game that's on our screen. We got Amir. We got Castillo. Map number 6, ready to go.
I mean, look, if I'm paid for 3 things, it's trying to figure out how to make it seem like Shifty and Biffle aren't going to win this. Second, putting up with you. Third, certified yapping. That's definitely what I'm here for this afternoon. So, I love you, buddy. I do. It is real good to get back on this desk with you and talk over some games.
All right, let's see. Where is this going? Where they want to drop in?
You can see they have a couple most wanted pings. I like that. They have a most wanted ping. They have a redeploy drone. You can see there's a couple teams below them. Do they want to go ahead and land on this is my question.
I don't speak a word of Spanish, but you clearly hear that these two are hyped about something, want to get aggressive, feel like someone's peeled off somewhere, and Castillo actually finds Rated. I tell you what, Rated is having a day. Like, I feel like we have seen him struggle all the way through this afternoon. Still one of the players that many consider to be right up there. Great in last year's World Series. I don't know what is going on today, though.
I'm never one to say anything about like luck when it comes to Call of Duty, but there's just something to be said. But look at this. Unrational and Dongy are going to be the team that roll on up, bring them down. It was looking pretty solid. You saw some good shots coming on in, but unfortunately for both of those players, just not able to stay up. So aggressive early start. They bring down Raiden. Feels good, but immediately get third-partied. We'll get sent to the gulag. Regain having to happen for our map number 5 winners.
Ooh, I got a stealth too.
Alien C representing Omit. A wonderful organization, by the way. If Rafi is in here, does great work in the space. Just getting themselves set up. But this is the kind of thing that I'm talking about with some of these squads, right? This is what we were talking about in that long segment there where we were just, you know, going on about strategy. It's safe, you know? It's you're setting yourself up in a safe way, sure, but at this point it feels like you need to be getting aggressive quite early if you want to be moving yourself up the leaderboard. I mean, what's third at the minute? Sitting somewhere around like 55 points, I want to say.
I think we're finally in the 60s, so you're sitting in third. I think you're looking at like 65, 66.
Okay, where do you want to go? Do you want to go to the bunker, or I'm gonna pop this?
You mentioned it earlier where you're looking at the teams, you know, we were talking about Saskia Cole and Tina Mercedes and saying that, you know, it's nice to have these duos that are, you know, women that are competing here. T and Selly is honestly just a scary duo in their own right that are there. So obviously today we are seeing they're currently sitting in 27th place. Nothing super crazy, but holding their own, which I love to see.
I don't know where this guy is.
Definitely a team that can kind of come online and have one of these banger games. I think if they can just find the rotations correctly, it kind of sitting in Narnia on the map right now. I'm seeing some pinks come on out. Maybe could open up some early eliminations.
Yeah, you back. They bought back over there. Yeah, I'm ghosted. They're fighting. You want to third that?
Yeah, we can.
No, I love that call out. I absolutely love that call out. They are fighting. Let's third that. All I will say is both players quite split right now. You are ghosted, so the UAV should protect you.
Yeah, for sure.
And you can get yourself up around Academy here. Look on over this. T is full sent. She's down low.
I can PA it.
Just trying to look on over. PA comes in. The idea there is to try and scatter a couple of players around. Try and maneuver them so that T can light up. And you see her ringing off bullets. Turning into anything. And this is one of those moments. Sniper comes on out. Sniper does not connect. And this is one of those gunfights that we've spoken quite a few times about. You've invested a lot here. You want to make sure you get purchased.
Smokes. Getting dropped. Bunker buster from Selly will come on in. You do get the confirmation. At least hit one for plates. You can see T's down there. Selly just a little bit too far away, in my opinion. Yeah, hop on off. Maybe find an angle. T playing up top. Can Selly maybe get to a solid angle here?
Just give me time.
Yeah. I have another bunker buster if you need it.
I don't think they were pushing.
I like to call out about the bunker buster again.
Just gonna wait for this.
So useful when it comes to aerial denial, especially when teams are putting themselves in buildings and making themselves hard to break down. Just call in a bunker.
By the way.
Use the gas to scare people off. Put them in a tough spot. Sorry. You either catch players rotating out or you push it yourself. Take no damage from the gas and essentially pick up a couple of freebies. I feel like it's taken a while for the community to kind of figure out how to use them, right? But now all of a sudden, seems like they're just exploding into life. Almost valued more than PAs at this point.
Yeah, it really depends on those zones that we see, right? You're in something like a city zone, you're in, you know, a lot of buildings. Those bunker busters are insane because even if you don't like get a knock with them, right? Even just throwing it on a building because you're pretty sure a team is there, and even just to get the confirmation that there's a squad, you deal some damage, you force them to move out. Maybe you do get an armor crack and you're forcing them to burn some plates a little bit. It's still, you know, kind of a win all around. When you do get in more of those open zones, though, that is where your PAs and your mortars do kind of come in a little bit more clutch. But yeah, I think the bunker buster is just a great way of trying to have a piece of utility in your back pocket that can force people out of just, you know, buildings and stuff that they just want to kind of hold up on in.
So useful currently. Oh, Aydan's going to be frustrated not to clean that up, and you do not want to then end up being picked off. Aydan under pressure. He's going to be bunker busted here. Smith not exactly in a place to cover over this.
Okay, I'm just begging. I'm just laying down.
Well, actually, considering he might be top dome.
Can you wait, hold up.
Yeah, and he gets picked off from elsewhere, and this is the problem when you start making so much noise on the map. Bunker buster comes on through. Actually, Aydan gets sniped. Has to use a smoke to cover, and he doesn't work out for him. It's unrational. Coming up on Aydan. Finishes him off. Dongy as well over the back. Great teamwork to split them apart. Smith did have a self-res coming on through, but you got to assume he's in big trouble with a duo right on top of him, and they know where he was, having gotten the knock.
I think Aydan thought he was about to finesse snake the loadout or the buy station a little bit, but he peeks on up, and it's just a quick snipe to the face. Drops him on low. Unrational's the one to then fly on up. Clean up the kill. Really good play there from Unrational and Dongy. It kind of seems like that's like the I don't know, the third play we've seen, I think, in this map alone that they've kind of been involved in. So early aggression from those two. No surprises to see that. But we were kind of asking, we were like, when are teams just going to start kind of moving around the map and start banging out buildings together? Seems like map number 6 is where Unrational and Dongy kind of just said, yeah, all right, let's just do that.
It certainly is. And the thing is that one of the sides that, again, could go on a massive, like, game and put themselves into the prize money.
Like perk glitch on my loadout guns, where like
But
the perks don't work.
I tell you what, I want to see that from Unrational's point of view with the snipe. That felt like, at least from this side of things, an absolute beauty. I think even Aydan was...
He was like, what just happened?
Yeah, I just got world starred for sure. One of those moments where you just tip your hat and move on. Speaking of hats, by the way, Desmond's set up with a little crown light. I love it every time we come in on it.
Des, Queen loves cake. Currently sitting at 41st, only 11 points. Has not been a great day for them. We know what Des is capable of. Queen loves cake. Also a very strong competitor as well. Seems like they just haven't been able to get anything moving in the lobby here today. Des just trying to figure out where they want to play over here at military. Just playing alongside the rooftops. Maybe you get an angle, get a sight line from some of these squads that potentially could be lurking around, but just kind of rotating building to building right now. Trying to gain some intel.
What do we got? 3 right now? Okay.
Team that it felt like started off pretty solidly, but seen very little of then throughout the rest of the afternoon. Rider picnic.
Yeah, they're just sitting up on top of that
Seeing
fucking
it down in 23rd. Rider apparently being given some intel from chat.
Yeah, top
But
MC right now. Might have a
seems like they're trying to play split right now. Maybe get a bit more aggressive. Maybe try and find some picks themselves. Attempt to 1v2 some teams. Like I said, if you're out on the money, you may as well. You may as well give it a go. Although Ryder's going to make a bit noise and squad firing at him from over by cargo.
I mean, he was a little bit lucky there that, you know, he hops off, pops the parachute. Some shots come on in, but not enough to bring him down. You hear Ryder call out. There's a UAV going on out. Thankfully, he has Ghost, so will not be popping up on that. You're seeing some things coming on out. His picnic is flown on over, wants to get active.
You're alone. I can bunker your top if you need to.
No, they're still underneath me. They're like in the side portion, like
yeah, I'm crouch walking up. Yeah. Just put a claymore down.
Claymore, yeah.
Huge fan of comms here. So much info. Figuring out how to set this up. That nade could break the claymore. I think it does. I think that's a shout from Picnic. And Ryder here, just trying to hold this back door while Picnic holds the top and try and squeeze this squad. And while they set up for this, why don't we tune in with a quick listening?
Yeah, one's close right here on the right of me. He's on a head glitch. I hear him.
Yeah, I blew the claymore up. Another one's in here on this side. In the back door. Might come out the back door.
Yeah, one.
Yeah, I see another one.
They're like in the little hallway. The little hallway, I think.
Yeah, here on that.
I think one's close right on me, though. See these other dudes, though? See these
I do. They're getting ready. You want to go up? You want to go up and take their height?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I got a trophy, too. I can throw down for us.
I have one as well. I have one as well.
Okay, here, you throw your trophy, then. You throw your trophy. On the buy.
Hear that?
One's up top here, too, so be careful on that.
Yeah, I see that. One's right under us. See this guy right under us?
Yeah. That guy over there next to the buy.
Yeah, I do. He won bank.
One more. We really need to kill these guys.
I agree. I'm about to get one more nade in just a second. Let me get this nade real quick off my restock. I'm gonna nade that back hallway and we can push it.
I think they're literally just sitting in that room, bro.
In this room close on you or the back hallway?
No, I think the back hallway.
All right, I'm nading it. I got a trophy.
They have a trophy and they have a fucking microwave in there as well.
Once I'm at close right. Right here. And the one's on you.
I'm just doing the wall. Almost cock one.
The one's on me. Weak. Blatant. Coming to you.
They have a microwave there. I'm sliding back to the top, right?
Wait, they're getting picture blue.
Yeah, can you come to me?
Yeah, I can.
You're inside if you can. Almost staying. It's almost literally sitting here.
Yep. You want to third this?
Yeah.
Come on, close left here.
I'm just sitting in a corner, bro. They pushing you?
Nope. Trying to bait one, do you?
Right on me. One's close right on me.
Okay, I'm gonna nade him.
In this little door.
Yeah, I'm gonna nade him. Trophy.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Other one jumped out of me, I guess?
Different team. Fuck.
Oh my gosh, and look who is finally getting revenge, being the hunter instead of the hunted for once. It's Rated and mayappo. We kind of talk about all day long of deciding when to be aggressive on fights versus when are you just spending so much time. I love the thought process from Picnic and Ryder there on that fight. Just in my opinion, Enigma, it took just a little bit too long for them to like decide whether you want to full send that team or decide whether you're just going to leave them be if all they want to do is hide out in the back of a building.
Yeah, I feel like the problem is there that they're clearly playing split to find more opponents. They want to get more aggressive, and that's fine. I feel like though they spend too long trying to set it up. They're trying to find the perfect opportunity to push that on out. And I mean, yeah, they've got. I mean, he calls it a microwave, sure, but the Guardian looking on over them. Honestly, I'm very surprised they didn't use the bunker buster, right? Like, I think that you call that in there, you land it essentially to try and flush them out of that. And in the end, they just end up getting third party because they're taking too long. And you heard the call out coming at one point as well from Ryder that they were getting pinched in from someone else. I'm not sure if that's the same team. But when you see that pinch is coming in through the back door potentially, and you start making all of that noise, you got to be thinking, okay, well, where did that squad go? Because if we don't deal with this quickly, they're coming into third party this situation.
Yeah, I mean, I think you saw, Ryder, great idea of, you want to use those grenades, you know the exact kind of area that they have to stay in. When you have those frag grenades, yeah, that's going to be a great piece of tool that you can use to kind of hopefully flush them out. But it's just the trophy system that's in there. It's kind of the MVP, right? Those last two nades get just absolutely eaten by a trophy system and doesn't let them open up the fight like the way they wanted to. So hopefully, I think they still have their gulags. Hopefully they can get back on board with Pentagon and Fuzzin, who are taking a fight here on the outside. And while we were actually doing that listening, guess what? Team Biffle has been eliminated in this lobby. They needed around roughly 8 points. We're a little bit out of some multiplier here, so I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Did they cross the threshold or not?
We might be doing 2 more, Dandro, at least. And that gives an opportunity, right? That opens a window to let some other team pop off and try and get themselves into not only a solid spot when it comes to the second and third place financial position, but also giving them an opportunity to close the gap on Biffle and Shifty. They would have to have a pop-off. You got to consider that with Biffle and Shifty out of here, you remove one of the best teams, so you're not risking coming across them, and the lobby's going to be dwindling slower. So an opportunity then for someone to take over, show up here, light this whole thing up, and again, it screams of a Hisoka or an Unrational or someone, one of our other stars in this to go absolutely nuts.
Gas is closing in. Get to the new safe zone. The gulag's locked down. Area is clear.
I'm looking around for pigs, bro.
I mean, bro.
I'm gonna start creeping on these kids.
Honestly, I'll say we can creep up and just kill these, bro.
Hey, you only say no
By the way,
okay.
I feel like Soka has been listening during the break or something, because they've intel reconned and played for a lot of end zone here in the positioning. Honestly, with the amount of loadouts that just fell into the ravine below, I think if Soka and Allman can clear this out, I think that you can actually then look on over so many teams that are going to be pushing this, and they do a great job of squeezing up here. Find themselves Echo, find themselves Smixy, and can look out over where all those loadouts landed. Could be a massive passenger play coming up if they manage to get the teams that are rotating in. Problem is that vehicle just splits everything apart with the smoke as well.
They have so much loot at their feet right now. Definitely can make something happen. And what I love about knowing where this zone is going to go, Enigma, is that a lot of players might say, oh, let's play over in this one building. We know this zone is going to end here. What I think this actually lets you do is gives you a solid idea of like, where are people going to be pushing in from? How far can we go outside of zone to then get back in and understand that we know where it's going to go ahead and play? And it looks like that's kind of what they're doing right now. They're saying, okay, we understand we can hang out in this building. This building also has some pretty solid sight lines across to some of the other parts on the map that will still be there. So it's definitely an idea, but you can kind of like wrap in and out of this building if you want. Just go find some kills. UAV comes online. That'll give them a solid idea. Immediately they go for height. This could be an opportunity. They start getting some picks.
Good indeed. I agree with you entirely when it comes to information that they have at their disposal. Could be a player trying to play up onto this wall. Soka's just checking this, snaking away, trying to find this opposing player that's lighting up on the radar is.
Good form.
Could actually be in the lip beneath. It wasn't bad, actually. Yeah, it was pretty nice. And does indeed get the crack, but it's just going to be flesh, and they're just hiding in behind the loadout. Almond actually finds Belk elsewhere.
Yeah, he does.
It does feel like this could well be a moment where they just pop on off. Soka gets more information on where opposing players could be. And you're right. So many people right now are going to be looking at zone and thinking, okay, well, we've got to move on over towards the walls here of the palace, but where from there? The thing is, Soka and Almond can just read all of those routes and utilize them. Set up early, cut teams off. But you got to be careful about anyone coming in from your backside here.
I think that's exactly what Soka is trying to worry about. You even heard Almond make the call out. We can just stay up here and then play roof to roof. And I like that call a lot. You know, kind of holding this nice little high ground. The benefit of holding this wall, you have this sort of ledge that you can use as your cover. You can play it as a heady. If anybody does decide to push on out, you can get into a gunfight with them. You can be able to just kind of hang on out. Looks like somebody, though, has been able to rotate back on through. Going on the outside. Soka doesn't want to give up this side of the zone just yet, though.
Yeah, I think this is the problem right now. Because the backside is not clear, you can't focus on everyone else rotating beneath you, and Soka will actually find Dongy. Not exactly clean, but it will do enough. Tommey is on resurgence for some reason. Not having a good afternoon by the sounds of things. We don't want to be here.
Nope.
Unless we are way ahead. Am I lost here? What's going on here? There we go. Huskerrs going to be busy with insects. This squad that I said would do a lot, having a tough afternoon, but they're finding themselves here potentially top 10.
Bunker buster incoming right on top of where they are. There's a mortar as well. Huskerrs and Intex trying to stay alive.
Yeah, I need to buy one. I'm gonna buy one too. Nice, good
Go ahead, hit the Moby, buy the gas mask. That'll buy them some time. They can kind of rotate in. I don't know if they have the cash, which I think they do. If Intex can drop some, they can kind of just hang out here and maybe wait for the zone to pull back over.
Yeah. Burning through those white gases though very quickly. Huskerrs actually takes a lot of damage and chunking at this point, so low on health. Zone will pull back across. Someone's aware that you're here though. Inside top 8, so you got yourself the 1.8 times multiplier. And for Huskerrs currently, that's only 2 kills, so you're not picking up very much purchase.
Okay. One's already on height. I got one cracked up there.
On the top right height?
Yeah, top left, top left.
Okay.
Nice comms. Trying to figure out where do they want to kind of play this from a different side. On board with Brax and Juju. Brax currently sitting on 5.
Oh, we got pull. I still have a PDS. PA, watch out, PA. We can reach out those kids. I still have a PDS. We're gonna PDS this.
Good comms coming out from Brax as they are just shooting down below. Some of these players into the rocks. Literally one shot. But Brax is taking so much damage. Has to back on up.
My gas mask's gone already. Okay, come here. From bottom. Wait, got him. Come here. We're good.
That's exactly what the bunker buster can do to you, by the way. Chrissy tries to make a play off the back of it, gets cleaned up.
They're on it.
So much damage, and the thing is the gas hangs around for so long. It's aerial denial. It is so frustrating to play against. Top 8, PA is just going to light up this whole region. And actually, you see Brax and Juju fly, find Fifakill in one of the shops. PA rattles on over the walls. And Brax and Juju here a moment and an opportunity to just assess the lay of the land. They are a duo, so for me, you play your life here. Potentially just wait for players to rotate into you. Back in with Huskerrs and Intex. They, however, have to move. The player in beneath. Huskerrs here chasing after. Intex just trying to shoot through the smoke. Huskerrs actually gets found, so Intex has just got to Hail Mary this and gets spun on. Gets deleted by Enxion.
Wow. Okay, they tried their best. Nate Dogg goes down. Back on board. We just saw Enxion get a kill. We're on board with Careless Kitty sitting on 4. They're looking to be potentially one of their best situations yet. You see the PA got called in. Back on board with Brax and Juju. Brax currently sitting on 7. Mobile buy at their disposal, but really no cash here.
Come here, down here on me. 2. Come here, follow me in here. Follow me in here. We're gonna PDS this. I have 1 smoke. Outer, 1 all smoke.
Oh, Brax tries to maybe make a little of a peek. You heard him say, we can PDS this. I can hold this on down. But there are some other people who are also looking to kind of hang on board here. 2v2 for the final fight, Enigma.
Yes, indeed. Juju and Brax have to send, and it's actually correct to find Kitty. And Enxion's going to be up top, surely, and gets picked out of the sky. Juju and Brax, I thought they'd overcomplicated it. I was a little bit worried they'd let it all go, but picking themselves up a 14-kill win in the end for 28 points, which will surely, considering they were already 4th, lift them into prize money position.
Definitely feeling solid there. I mean, I was with you. I got a little bit worried. Brax kind of shoulders the door, gets immediately ripped, but thankfully is able to get the self off. They're able to reset, and they just take the opportunity to fly on through. 28 points, 64.4 overall score. 8 for Brax, 6 for Juju. Definitely a great game for them. They're going to be feeling very, very solid after that one. But we'll have to see, where does that put them on our leaderboard? Are we past the threshold? Team Biffle went out very early in that game, Enigma. I'll be very, very curious. We are through 6 games already. What did you pull from that game that maybe was a little bit different than some of our other matches?
I think we saw a couple of new faces stepping up, right? Like Brax and Juju are one of those. We've spoken about the difficulties Enxion and Careless Kitty have faced. They put themselves into 2nd place. And it felt like, we could have seen a bit more out of Hisoka and Almond in the end. But I think they do a solid job of just managing to siege the Palace region. I think the one problem for them was that they could never fully clear that backside. So while everyone's scurrying around underneath them like ants, they would preferably just be picking them up and lighting them out. It's just a case of like we're constantly having to check over our shoulder here and make sure that we're not in trouble. So I think Hisoka and Almond are warming up into this. Looks like that they could have just light a fire and explode into things. But it is nice to see a couple of new peeps making things happen after we see Biffle and Shifty leave things early.
Yeah, it's kind of been the sort of, I feel like, storyline of today. I'm looking at it across. We had Biffle winning the first 2 games, but then it's been all different people since then. It feels like every game we're having another team kind of jump their way up the leaderboard, putting their name in contention. So
I'll be curious to see who brand new is making their way up that leaderboard. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be breaking down, of course, the eliminations from that match, our overall leaderboard, and our overall total eliminations as we are getting close, folks, to having our first team cross that Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Fat and ugly. Bro, like I can't shoot straight.
Well armed, secure them to the uplink station.
Hit that guy no armor.
Your squad made it to the
Knocked. Nice. Yeah, they should.
They're landing in the water here. Another thing. Rotating left. Live thing. Hit him. Knock. We got bunkered. Got my full guy in here too. We might be fine on this.
I'm shooting like it. He's weak. Break him. In front of us on the rock. I really live.
Broken. I'm playing up with this rock.
I'm nading over. I got him. Good
Nice,
shit.
bro. Needed that. Team.
Yeah, stop there. Good shit, Otter.
Let's go.
He's studying. Moving here. On the floor. Cancel that.
Stunning him. Nice.
Yes, sir.
Buena.
Fucking go, baby. You fucking with this shit.
¿No escuchaste el güey que está arriba a tu izquierda cuando bajaste a la tienda, verdad? ¿Cuando ocupaste el dron? ¿O sí?
Hold on, I'm playing for kids. Yeah, they're still here. They're still here, okay? Okay, but you're right up now. If they try to smoke line to me, they're gonna get pinged by recon. Still just sitting there. I'm gonna kill over here.
Here, both here.
Knock one.
On the roof.
On the roof. 20. No,
I'm
fuck off me.
fighting. Get the kill. The first kill.
Let's fucking go, baby. Let's fucking go.
Okay.
Let's go, Brad. Come on.
All enemy squads eliminated. That's a
Fucking
job
shit, good.
well done.
Hey, welcome back everybody to Warzone Total Frenzy Season 4. Our duos Call of Duty Warzone match point event is underway. Feels like we're on the slippery slope of the back half Enigma, but there's only one way to find out. That's to take a look at our leaderboard. We'll kick it off looking at our eliminations leaderboard from that last match. And well, no surprise to see the team that took the game is near the top.
No, absolutely not. I mean, both Braxton and Juju, it felt like, again, we kind of touched on it, right, about how it looked like they'd maybe over-finessed the end play there, but managed to see themselves through a very sticky situation. And when squads can do that, they always look pretty good. And then before that, they must have found themselves into that end zone somewhere. And it turns out that's from slaying out a little bit. 14 kills between them. But someone appearing here on the screen, mayappo there in second. We've spoken about the kind of trauma that they've been through this afternoon. Rated a mayappo. It's looking like it's getting a little better.
It's just a little bit. I mean, I don't know if the 6 games of getting wiped in the first 3 teams did something to them, but hey, I love that they were able to make it happen in that game. Taking a look though at our leaderboard here, and well, okay, we have some teams that are kind of pulling it together and other teams that I would love to see make something happen. A team that I'm surprised to see towards the bottom here, Team Clutch Belk.
Honestly, there's so many squads that I'm just kind of like surprised by, right? Like you've got Team Mutex down here, Team FIFA down here, Team Swag down. Like there's a lot of squads. Team Smixy, Team Destroy. There's so many where I'm kind of like, I would Team Bbreadman. You're 19 points. Like Bbreadman and Jowo on 19 points after 6 games. Like that's, I don't know. I really would not have predicted a lot of these squads being down here. I think obviously we're seeing some new names, but other than that, you're expecting a bit more. I tell you one thing, if you'd have joined me at the start of that game and put money on Team Biffle hitting that Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold, I'd have cost you big time. So I'm glad you didn't.
Yeah, we don't need to bet the house here today, but I mean, a little bit of a rough game for them in that last one. Seems like hopefully this one they can make it happen. They just need that 3.6 points. What I am looking at, you know, before kind of the story of all day has been, well, they're double the points of the people in second. They have such a commanding lead, but it's like, all right, I understand you're kind of getting close there, but you know, you still have empathy, not too far behind, 81.8. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I said 3.6. You need actually 13.6. to make it happen. We're looking for that 130 mark. Caster math, it's okay. But either way, my point being is that, you know, Team Trick Empathy, they're kind of bringing that lead back up a little bit. And Team Soka, after a very solid game, it looks like they are now currently sitting in 3rd place, not too far behind either. So, hey, if you are Team Biffle, if you can't make it happen in this game, well, Soka, Empathy, maybe it's time for them to come online. We kind of tuned in with Soka a little bit in that last game, and they were kind of finding their rhythm, feeling pretty solid. You've been asking for it, an online game for them, a huge game. Potentially map number 7 is it. But we have our overall leaderboard, and well, hey, they've been dethroned. Empathy Enigma now making their way, being second.
Yeah, and coming up just behind Shifty in first as well, from with 5 kills. It does all of a sudden feel like, yes, Shifty and Biffle have found themselves in spots of bother, right? They've gone from averaging over 20 points per game to, what, about 4 points or something over the last 2 games, really suddenly finding issue. And you feel like at some point they've got to clean that up to avoid turning it into, because obviously this is only about getting to Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold. It's then winning after that. And then all of a sudden, if you let other teams close the gap, you spend a couple of games on win condition, essentially, you start to allow the opportunity for other squads to get themselves on that threshold as well. So it becomes a far more convoluted conversation than it really should have been. But when we look at that kill leaderboard there, and we see Empathy up there on 29, putting up some serious digits, couple of players in behind that, close by as well. So we've been talking a lot about everything that Biffle and Shifty have done, handing them their flowers for sure, and they deserve that. But it looks like we're going to be handing out a few more before we're done here today.
Well, this is also kind of part of like the strategy, right? I mean, when you drop a 27 kill win, right, for 54-point game, putting yourself over the halfway point to Call of Duty Warzone match point in in 2 games at that. Like, to me, what that is saying though is that we talked about it. This buys you a little bit of time. where you can have these games that maybe aren't, you know, the greatest, but you still have a pretty commanding lead over the rest of the lobby. So like you said, they don't need to do anything super crazy this game, you know, just pretty solid. They could do it through eliminations. They could get a handful of eliminations and do it through placement. Really kind of multiple ways to make that one happen. But let's say they do, because I think, you know, it's safe to assume they will. You now put a little bit of a ticking time bomb on the rest of the lobby, because, well, in our 6 maps that we've had today, guess what? 33% of them have been won by Team Biffle, winning maps number 1 and 2. So if you are one of these other squads, the time is ticking. But enough of that. Enigma, match number 7, ready to get started.
I'm gonna go get that crown if we don't get contested.
Indeed. And we'll be loading in with Braxton and Juju. And I said something at the end of the previous map about the fact that they were sat in 6th. So where would that lift them? Actually, it turned out the admin had already done the math incredibly quickly. And it was 6th that they put themselves into. So Braxton and Juju with an opportunity then to go back to back. A heater here, and you feel like they're putting themselves in the prize money conversation for sure. If either of them would lovely... It looks like we've got ourselves potentially another really central zone here, Dandro. We only got a fraction of the map there, but it looks like we're not seeing something super north. It looks like everything's kind of encompassed, so potentially something like a town zone or a cargo zone. And again, encouraging players to consider endgame situation when they might well be within money.
Definitely a possible situation. Maybe, you know, the zones have been a little bit wonky the last couple games, so getting something a little bit of a more central zone might help with some of our teams. Kind of when we see these central zones, what it does let people do is stabilize a little bit easier, right? Because if you like landing on one particular side of the map, the zone pulls to the complete opposite side. You don't really have time. You don't have the luxury to kind of just sit around and, you know, loot up. You kind of have to land, do some initial looting, and get enough that you feel maybe okay. And you gotta start making those rotations early, right? You have to get into zone. You don't want to be playing, you know, kind of have zone 1 be making you play edge already. So that'd be not a great time. So this will give hopefully a lot of players the opportunity to get their loadout, get the resources that they think they require, and then start figuring out what is their game plan on the map.
Well, as we've said throughout this, typical strategies around the edge of zone don't seem to be having much purchase for anyone, whether that be that you're patrolling the edge of zone. Looks like Braxton and Juju have found some prey here nice and early. UAV coming on in. Juju suspects a solo, but someone could well be stealth vested.
Jump to my roof.
Ghosted, sorry. And actually the player jumps on over towards Brax. Smoke goes out to cover. And I like this readjustment here, trying to find somewhere where they can get height. The player that they're against is up on the rooftop. Most wanted contract completes while all this is going on, but trying to find a way to reassess the situation. Brax and Juju in trouble. Juju will go down elsewhere. Can Brax 1v2 this? He will no doubt try and chal it. It's going to be Lennon, and Jukies will be there to follow up.
All right. Solid play there from Jukies and Lennon to be able to wipe them. Brax, I think, you know, kind of tries to take a little bit of an ego chow, and they definitely don't, you know, hate the idea, but it's a little bit tough. I think the problem there is Juju getting ripped up in the first place, right? Like if Juju can stay alive, at least Brax can swing out, bait a little bit while Juju can reset, and then he can swing back on out, potentially clean up the 2v1 that's there. But unfortunately, Juju just does get down and forces Brax to kind of take the 1v2, and it's just a flurry of trades. Up over the team that you were kind of expecting to do better, Joe and Bbreadman. Joe finds a tract over here at construction through the smoke. Claims their first elimination of the game.
Yeah, and Joe immediately wants to get in on something else, and well, plenty of bullets into the player initially, and then into something else in behind. Couldn't quite make out what that was. Here, Bbreadman, by the way, ringing out sniper bullets. We may have no Car 98K in here, but he will absolutely not let that stop him from showing off his prowess. Feels like it's gotten a little bit better for Bredd and Joe at least, because although it is 37, at one point they were down in the 40s. And this feels like a solid start, and that's rated again. Dude, what is going on with his afternoon?
I don't know, if I'm being honest with you. It's just, I don't know if they're just trying to play aggressive, and next thing you know, they're just kind of getting caught in the foray every single time. No idea. Joe takes a PRD to the roof, starts lighting up somebody. Bbreadman's going to be able to find Rated again. Has to stay alive. No. Looks like it's actually going to be a third party coming on in to clean up that.
Yeah, so much noise going on there. mayappo and Rated getting caught up with Bbreadman and Joan. I think was it Raul potentially?
Yeah, I think it was
Raul. In the
Raul.
back. So that's one of those situations. We are seeing a lot of this in duos. I know third parties are obviously a thing in trios, but it feels like everyone's at so much more risk here in this format. On board with our current leaders, Shifty and Biffle, and honestly, after everything they did so well throughout the opening stage of this tournament, absolutely making a mockery of it, suddenly have slowed down. So it'll be interesting to see what they're getting wrong. Although whoever this player is underneath, best of luck. That will be Tommey, who not long ago was playing Resurgence, and wishing he was right now as he's sent off to the Gulag.
Quick smoke from Biffle. Sees another one. Resolute on that player. Will keep them alive just for a moment. A quick smoke from Biffle will let Shifty get put back up. Pop the self-revive. Biffle's going to take to the high ground. Sit up here. Maybe look down below. Somebody's got his angle, though. Some solid shots. Self-revive in the back pocket, though, should hopefully let Biffle get up.
There was another team, though. Yeah, you see this team over here shooting? Yeah, coming to me?
And looks like a reposition coming on in after some good comms.
Yeah, honestly, I think... Oh, you might run into a PA here. You might run into a PA here, Biffle. Got to be very careful. Yep, did indeed run into it. The map does freeze, but we hear the comms come on through. One of those moments where you weren't stood in front of it initially. You've not checked your radar. You're too locked in. And maybe just pure bad luck is what's holding Biffle and Shifty back. Something has to stop them eventually. Maybe it's just the gods against them. Finally, something that can slow them down. But I did initially like the idea that came through in the comms, and that was basically let's try and get together here because there's multiple sides coming in to squeeze this. There was a lot of noise being made, and again, going back to that third-party situation, no more prevalent than somewhere like Old Town. Very urban, very condensed, a lot of corners to round. Usually, being central of map, very, very busy.
Yeah, I need somebody to screen cap that, and it's images that precede unfortunate events. That's what that is. Brax hopping in an LTV, him and Juju, edge of zone, trying to be able to play in a little bit. Trying to figure out where they want to make their way onto the map. I think making your way over to this redeploy balloon and maybe taking that isn't too bad of an idea. Zone's still pretty center right now, so you're not super forced to, go to any one side. You kind of decide where do you want to play. Plenty of cash.
Or not?
Only one top tower, that's it.
You might be able to hit
There's one top milli in our spot.
Both by self.
All right, call comes out. Buy some selfs. We've seen how useful these self-revives have become, especially here in duos.
That's a little fucking... There you go.
I'm gonna drop a bunker. Yeah, drop it. I'm buying a bunker.
It's quite rare that this area is uncontested. Usually spot a side or two in that firehouse contesting over it. Bunker buster comes out. Again, going back to the conversation we had about how they're prioritized over the PAs at the minute.
Oh my
god.
god.
Oh, yeah, there is a side just over the backside of Firehouse, rotating in from the hills. A lot of damage for Juju and Brax, but they should be able to escape this. Only half health left on the vehicle, though.
We lost the tire.
Wait, your door's
tire goes as well, and that's going to be difficult to drive on the mud, and this becomes a difficult rotation for Brax and Juju. They don't want to abandon the vehicle, though, at this point, because you're essentially on open ground. You got to find yourself a solid location to abandon. If you're going to, and the vehicle just won't do what Brax wants it to do, trying to get back to some sort of solid terrain. Can we change vehicle potentially? Can we cross a different way? I like the smoke out into the back here. Fix the tire and get yourself moving. Right move indeed, because that was looking like panic station.
Yeah, I was gonna mention, I was like, I forget how much it costs to repair a tire. But I was like, okay, I'm glad they were able to hop out, do that. The doors being off, it's unfortunate, but you can probably deal with it. But like having one of those tires just not be around is super, super rough. And they can actually even get to this gas station if they want to. They're not gonna hang out at it. I was gonna say you could even just like leave the LTV parked, fill it back up, let it get repaired, kind of loot up at that gas station if you wanted to, and then maybe take a hot second, just figure out what's the rotation, where do you want to get in zone. They don't need to do that, though. They're just going to take this thing to the top of the hill, kind of here between Cargo and Popov, and I'll just hang out.
I don't see anything.
We're speaking a bit about how squads that are in the hunt for the money need to consider endgame situation. I will say Juju and Brax obviously rotating in with that vehicle makes a lot of noise. So if there's anyone within this shops area, likely going to try and contest this. I do feel like Circle is actually pulling strongly towards the east here. Sorry, the west. We could end up with something out towards Seaport. Maybe just across from Stadium. Those kind of end zones. And when I think about those final locations, one of the best places that I'd consider at this point, mid-game, the towers. Just slightly north of Zaravan City gives you an opportunity to rotate from many spots and also lets you catch players on rotation.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. It's definitely like a solid spot to hang out on the map. Looks like they finally made their way up. They are just on the edge of zone right now. Hops back in the LTV.
Find enough for probably
Grabbing this, hopefully it pulls him.
I mean, he's going to get squeezed. If you watch that right so he can't get out, he's going to wrap the back wall on the right side.
Well, this is a duo, Enigma, we have been curious about all day long. We haven't really seen much from them. Let's go ahead. Let's do a little bit of a listen in to see how they're going to take this fight. Maybe get an idea of how the day's going for them.
Live.
She's
going to go right too. She's going to go right.
Yeah, I hear you.
They're coming out. Right, in the road. On you. Oh, no, they're on the skyscraper. I'm dead. I'm good, though. I can self. Echo and Smixy. Can't help him.
Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Come to me.
Yeah. So, they're wrapping
I just
deep
got
left. I
sniped
just
from
saw them.
deep. From high, like the main building.
We can cut through this hole on the left. Cut through the
we'll
door.
go left.
Yeah. I have a mini. I'm going to throw it, okay? Like,
Okay. We're gonna meet KK and them like on the left.
yeah, in front of us. Right here. Literally right here. Heady. Cracked.
Be careful of the sniper.
Yeah.
There's chair behind them. We can go more left.
I was just gonna climb really quick. Hold up.
He gets me?
Yeah. One of the
Hit him.
bridge. Nice.
I gotta go left.
Yeah, you're good.
Let's go outer wall. We can go deep.
Wait, I'm on this roof though. Hold up. They're below
You're
me.
gonna kill from height.
I'm good. Let me. Right here, this truck. Tag. Money. One's under me and then one's like running back.
Yeah, I'm getting sniped from the roof though. You gotta get to me.
Okay.
One's behind me.
I'm coming. Hold up.
Two.
Yeah, I hear you. On the way.
You need it?
I cracked on. Smoke you. Oh, one behind me. I smoke you. Oh, okay, no.
Squad is down. It's up to you now.
It's so fucking annoying, bro. I literally had you. What can I buy?
And it's just all falling apart for Fifakill and Scumming.
You could probably just
honestly,
and then run here.
painful to watch there. It feels like they're in a situation where they're rotating in late. They're basically being held by players up on the road, up on the skyscrapers. You've then got players down by the beach. You think they finally escaped the situation that they were in. Scumming then gets jumped by two different players. Fifakill provides enough coverage to give Scumming a moment, but then gets shot from behind. And it just felt like one of those where every time you try and make a call, there's another team lying in wait.
You could swim deep.
Aren't the reason potentially that they're down in 32nd right now.
Am I faded, or did that seem like FIFA was just ignoring everything Scumming said? Like, Scumming was making calls like, yo, let's wrap left. Let's go. We can play the wall. We can do this. Like, there's a sniper up here. And then FIFA kind of just, like, ignored it. Like, you know, he doesn't go left with him through the breakaway. He decides to go get roof height, which then, like, kind of doesn't really help them. He then, like, takes this fight on this team below. Meanwhile, this forces Scumming to, like, play the play that he wanted to, which is go on the outside wall. Which if they both just go on the outside wall, they probably take the fight on the two players that are in front of him. Scumming doesn't get knocked. It just felt very, like, weird to me. You know, like, I'm listening to Scumming's calls, and Fifakill kind of just is hearing him, like he's saying, yeah, but he's kind of just, like, still doing his own thing, and not really doing his own thing that helps set up that play to be able to come to fruition.
I think it was concerning on two fronts because, first of all, like, I think a lot of what you just said is correct. But I think, like, Fifakill, for example, taking roof height was a correct thing to do. But why didn't he tell Scumming, like, beforehand. Like, look, this is going to be the play. Let's make it happen.
Totally.
And honestly, it rotates back into the problems that they've been facing in the World Series, right? Thief, Juki's, Lennon. Like, you tune into that and it just does not seem like they're on a wavelength at the minute at all. There's such a talented trio. Definitely shouldn't be facing the difficulties that they are right now. It just feels like you're kind of relying a little bit on individual play, and that doesn't typically, you know, that's not something that we expect from Thief. So right now, needs to get himself on a wavelength with his teammate if they're going to make something happen in this tournament.
Wait.
Well, at least thankfully is able to buy
He called a recon.
Scumming back after getting the mobile buy station called in on the water. Buys him a submachine gun as well. So potential little bit of a regain there, but I definitely agree with you. It was a mismatch in comms. Like, I didn't really hear FIFA saying anything. So at that point, I'm saying, okay, if I got one teammate that's calming, I'd rather make the wrong play together than both of us try to make the right play, you know?
Yes.
And that's how I feel, you know, all the time. So I totally agree with you. Like, you know, if FIFA says like, yo, I'm going to play this height, just hold. Like, let me get height. Let me look over you for this wrap. Like, they definitely, you know, that's like a little bit of a different play than like Scumming making a call. And then it's just, you're just kind of like doing your own thing. It's a little unfortunate.
Yeah.
But looks like the regain is in. So hopefully we can check on them later. Back on over to Prospect and Vonbot, currently sitting in 10th, 57.8. This is a team that made some waves early on. And I think that maybe if we let this game go on today long enough, they could find themselves to be one of our teams on Call of Duty Warzone match point.
In front of me, 50. The closest kid is like.
Yeah, they could. Feels like they've slowed down over the last couple, but some of our leaders, and that will give Vonbot and Prospect plenty of opportunities to keep going. Feels like a squad that could pop off at any moment. I love Prospect's position here. You have got to be careful about getting sniped from up by that radio tower, up by that outpost. But other than that, you should be able to catch teams rotating on down, potentially some coming in from the north. Loadouts are going to land ahead of you, so maybe an opportunity to cut that off. The one thing I will say for Vonbot and Prospect right now, you are quite split. So you want to make sure if you do go down, you drop onto the roof. The thing is, I'm expecting to see players then light that up with a PA, so stuck between a rock and a hard place for both, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Prospect will at least manage to self, but that's the PA that I've literally just called out. Don't get caught by it, dives, and just, oh no!
Wow.
Prospect gets picked up. That's so unfortunate, but his landing might save him here.
It does have the self-revive, can hopefully do that. Maybe wait for the tap. Can Vonbot get down here? Yeah. So at least there's a little bit of a respite there for them out of that. Don't have to burn the self in order to get it. You fall back on down. There is a loadout crate, so that should look like Vaughn maybe needed some of those guns. Muni box will let them reset. 4 already for Prospect. Not surprised to see that, but yeah, where do you want to play in this situation is kind of my question, right? We see people a lot of times, they love just kind of playing on top of these roofs. They want to be able to hold that high ground, but it's so easy to get an angle on you. So it's almost like you see players a lot of times play like the balcony that's right underneath it, because that's you kind of weave in and out of being inside and then being also to have some angles on the outside. So I'll be curious to see where do they want to kind of hold up. So far, it looks like maybe down below is going to be where they make their stand.
By the way, the train rolling through this region could be huge. And someone dives that, potentially slams the brakes on, or uses it to rotate in anyway. Of course, a buy station on there as well makes it super valuable. UAV tower will cover a lot of the region. I wouldn't be surprised if a squad potentially from port side at least makes a run for that. But where will next zone go? And it will squeeze in towards those middle towers. So squads that like to play the rooftops are going to have to make crossings in towards. There's a mortar hitting the roof. You do have a bunker bust if you're Prospect. I like the idea of it. Heartbeat sensor will pick up nothing. You know there are at least a squad on this roof who are currently getting mortared down. But if you want this rooftop, you got to make that play now. As teams try and collapse in from all sides, you want to make sure you're picking them off.
In front of me. Wait, bottom, in front of me.
Ooh.
Peeking the door, that guy's a fucking weirdo.
Ouch.
I think somebody has an insane angle on that door. You kind of heard him say, you didn't even see that like it was open at all, but just eats some of those bullets. This zone closing on in.
Be curious to see where this does go ahead and pull. You're seeing a lot of dots show up on that mini map. We see Shifty go down at the hands of Vonbot.
Good ass spot. Literally, I can see everything.
We're still top 16 right now. 1.4 times multiplier in play.
Be careful. They can
Gotta
jump
get
in
yourself
on our balcony on our right.
to 8th in order to prosper from here when it comes to the multiplier. So you feel like a couple of the sides might just slow this down. Look on out over what will be a very difficult rotation for so many of the squads that are sat in those eastern towers, because that is open ground essentially across a parkway. So many different windows, so many areas you can just be lit up from, and Prospect's gonna look out over that exact area. But Prospect gets sniped yet again, and another bullet misses him by fractions. Millimeters, the difference between Prospect standing and falling. And as this player finally starts to make a move, it is Fifakill, who we saw a long time ago, will get bunker busted. I mean, Prospect throwing the kitchen sink to try and confirm that, and it does come on through.
Oh shit. Jump out, jump out. Okay, I'm trying. I'm getting naded to hell. I can't. I really can't.
Oh gosh. While they try and take that fight, Vonbot does get ripped. Prospect somehow staying alive. He's able to jump on down, but whoever that was flies on in, takes the space, rips it out of the claws of Prospect and Vonbot. Von gets some good eliminations on a Fifakill, but the second he does that, the teams kind of falls apart.
I should have threw the nade bag or something.
I was popping plates, so I couldn't.
I might just fly this guy early.
I'm good.
You hear the call come in. Might go at that quite aggressively. Gabe flanked. We've seen them in good positions in earlier games. Flanks could be accused of being a bit guilty of giving up solid positions towards end games, but right now, holding high ground. Players going to rotate across. Misses a clean one, and it gets the crack, but gets the down onto Raul. Can you hit the second? No. Yeah, the resolutes will help that opposing player come on through, and although you get the down onto Raul, you see the PDS come up on the minimap. That won't be confirmed. Flanked, low on health here, chunking. There will be a PDS that comes out, but it feels like as soon as you bring those out in a moment like this, it just tells everyone that you are going to be forced into a rotation very, very soon, and you are going to be vulnerable, and you are open to everyone. Smokes will provide cover. Flank's actually going to change this up and head left, hits the drop shot, finds Prospect, and that will be the remainder of that team dealt with.
2v2.
What the freak?
Oh, wait, somebody's behind.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even know.
Foreign Jace, he thought they were ahead of him, but Jace is behind.
No, we need that.
Okay, Jace, Jason Raul, the team that go over early. Little 10-bomb game from them, 20 points, okay?
Dude, you like those fucking
I mean, I'm with you. Like, I want to see whatever Jace just got up to, because I'm with you, right? I thought that the duo were definitely going to be ahead. Was it the squad? Was it Raul and his duo that made it across that rooftop? Because Attractive Flag didn't finish them off. So at some point, I'm guessing at some point they've made the decision to double back on themselves, right? Because otherwise, how do they get there? They zipped back across potentially and then dropped down off of that zip. I don't know. I'd love to figure it out. But you hear the Jace come out celebrating the calls. And when you make those big IGL plays in end zone, it's got to feel pretty good. And what will also feel pretty good is picking yourself up that 20-point victory.
Yeah, definitely great. Yeah, I think they were that team that go across. We see them get the knock. There's no confirm. If I had to guess what happened, I think PDS, they're able to get up. And I literally think they just basically jump over them from height. And they see that the fight's going on. They watch them push on over, and they just literally full send off it. Maybe you have Mountaineer on, right? So you don't even have to worry about trying to pull your shoot. You're just full sending off the top of the building. You're landing. You kind of land behind them, catch them off guard. You even see it on Flank's face. You know, they take down Prospect. They thought they were in front of them. They were kind of positioning for it. And all of a sudden, they're getting shot in their back. And they're like, wait, they're behind us? What? I don't even know how that works. But Team 4 and Jace, 20 points, earning 73.8 in the overall score. So very slowly but surely making their way up that leaderboard. I feel like I've said this 4 games in a row, but did Team Biffle, did they do enough in that game, Enigma? Did they cross the threshold?
I feel like I see Shifty when we're in about 15 teams, 20 teams, somewhere around that region. So maybe by that point you've picked up enough kills, because that's not much of a multiplier. It's like around a 1.4x. So yeah, I don't know if they somehow have fallen short again. By the way, just coming back to that end fight, if you're flanked in a track, you're thinking, well, if I just hit that snipe, if I just managed to pick them off the zip as they went across, surely it turns into their victory and not the other way around. Yeah. But yeah, as we wait for our leaderboard, I'm not going to lie, if Biffle and Shifty somehow haven't made this, they basically were averaging like 25 points a game throughout our first bunch, and then we'll be averaging about 4 over the last like 3.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Is it just like expectations? Did people start playing more aggressive, so they're pushing from angles that they weren't expecting? Is it that everybody saw what they were able to do with, you know, one player running a sniper, one player running a Holger, and now everybody's doing it, so it makes rotations really hard? There's a couple different factors that could definitely come into it if that is the case. But I'm going to wait to see our leaderboard before we jump to any sort of conclusions that are there. But hey, we saw some good showing from some of the teams that we haven't really seen a lot of thus far, right? Vombot and Prospect mainly. Got to watch them for a hot little bit. Vombot goes down, a little bit of maybe miscommunication goes on there. Von's trying to plate back on up. Prospect is like, I need to plate too. Do I just kind of wait this, maybe play trade, so by the time I go down, you're fully plated, you can play off the trade there? Do I throw the grenade back? What is it? In the end, he has to kind of just jump out, make his way down to the bottom. It's a full elimination on the Vombot, but he was able to get the 3rd, which I feel like as a solo is still pretty impressive.
Yeah, no, they've done well, because they felt like they were constantly riding the line of danger, right? Like, go back to the amount of sniper bullets that the duo took and the amount of different rotations that they had to make, because they were on the northernmost tower off towards the western side, eastern side. So then they try and make that rotation. They have to go into not only a second set of towers, but then a 3rd set of towers as well, in order to continue to stay up and make the rotations happen across a lot of difficult territory. I think they're just very unlucky. I think they both have the same idea about where to go for cover and basically bounce off each other. You hear Vombot just go, oh no, because I think that they both tried to squeeze into the same area. I think Vombot's trying to get out the window potentially and ends up bouncing off Prospect. So they just end up stuck together looking at each other like, well, I hope this frag doesn't kill us. Yeah. And it's just bad luck. But the fact that Prospect stays up from there, gets himself into 3rd, and honestly nearly snaps on for a kill there at the end as well. Impressive work indeed, and a squad that have been consistently doing solidly through this event. It feels like we've been constantly talking about them.
No, yeah, for sure. I love that they're kind of finding their footing now in this lobby. Still a little bit away though. I gotta to be honest with you, from being able to potentially be at that top, be one of our teams that is crossing the threshold for Call of Duty Warzone at match point. Only one team so far through 7 games is seemingly close to that. That's what we are waiting on to see. Do we finally have a team who has crossed that threshold, or are we going one more game? We thought after game number 2 that, hey, this was going to be, hey, nice, easy day. All right, fantastic. Well, I know you and I were both expecting a lot of games today, and it looks like we are definitely getting awarded. One thing I do love, I brought it up before and I want to bring it up again, is that we are seeing a lot of different people come online and win these games sort of over match. So it makes me really happy to see different sort of teams are finding success here, and it's not just one all the time. It just so happens that we had one team literally pull a 54-point game, so everybody's just playing catch up off the back of that with 20-point wins, which is insane to think about, that they earn more in one game than some of these people have earned in like 2 or 3, which is really, I think, the case of the story that we're kind of focusing on here today.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think that it does put it into a bit more context, right? Because I think after game like 3 or 4, we were like, okay, they're just running away with this. They're absolutely unstoppable. This is ridiculous. But I wonder if as it's balanced out, that 54-point game has proven to just be the difference now between them potentially being on Call of Duty Warzone match point and them still being a part of the chasing pack and it being really tight up there. I will say, with Biffle and Shifty, obviously we've not been fully tuned into everything that they've been doing because of the amount of view that we get on all the different squads. However, I am curious about what's changed. If they maybe tried a few different tactics here, maybe they're just finding out that their strategy that was working for them, as you said, maybe other squads are getting a bit more aggressive, so now it's not. I do wonder if other people are seeing them, getting a knock onto maybe a Shifty and thinking, okay, let's go find Biffle. We don't want this to end right now. I'm very curious about how it's all going and why that squad have suddenly gone from indomitable to underwhelming.
Yeah, no, that's a really, really good question. We'll have to wait and see. Our leaderboard is ready, though. So let's go ahead. Let's take a look at some of our scores. Starting off with our individual eliminations. At the top, we got Scummin with 9. Raul with 6. So Scummin on 9 was obviously carrying that team, feeling pretty solid there in that game. Unfortunately, we just watched them go down early. But Raul sitting up there with 6, not too bad. Seeing Hisoka with 5. But I am looking at that 9 and 10. Biffle and Shifty with 4 each. That was 8. They needed, what did I say? Like 13 point something in order to get there. So their placement is going to determine whether they made it or not. But let's look at our bottom teams here, Enigma. Talk to me about it.
It's still tough reading on some of these squads, right? Like Bbreadman being down there continues to surprise me. I think looking through some of the rest, like you've mentioned Team tfue in the past, Team Danya, right? First game, it looked like they were doing some good things, right? They're making the moves through pop-off power, finding kills onto Rated and mayappo. It looked like that they were maybe getting themselves off to a solid afternoon. But when you're this far down the list, this late on, it has been a difficult afternoon.
Oh my God.
We're going at least 2 more, my friend.
Oh, what is happening? Okay, now we'll talk about it. What is happening? That they are getting so little points. They got 8. Now they're, I said before, I misspoke and said they needed 3.4, but really they needed 13.4. Now they actually legitimately just need 2.4 points in order to cross our threshold. I will be surprised, but it's here to me. We got to talk about it here at Enigma. Trick Empathy. Hey, they're kind of consistently game over game. They're getting some solid points. They're not too far away. It's finally our first team to really kind of create a lead from the rest of the pack that is here. You know, they're what, 33 points away, or 37 points away rather, from being up there. They've already won game today on 14 eliminations. So if they could go do just literally that again, that's 28 points. You have another solid game that's, 9 or 10. All right. Hey, you could be another team that's knocking on the door of Call of Duty Warzone match point. So just a couple little storylines to start bubbling up there. Overall leaderboard, though, let's talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, you're still going to see Shifty and Biffle up there in first and third, but Empathy truly holding his own, splitting the difference there with 33 and doing a lot of work. We got, I mean, the fact that mayappo is sat on 27, by the way, is very impressive considering that I feel every time we've seen that squad, they're just getting torn apart. So clearly mayappo individually having a great time and just needs potentially a little bit more of maybe Rated or some sort of placement, because it feels like that squad are in a world of trouble all the time. But he's putting up there with some of the best in the world.
I mean, yeah, let's be clear here. Every time we've seen that team, someone go down, it's always been Rated. It's never been mayappo.
True.
The first one.
True.
It's always been Rated. So I feel like we're watching Rated somehow just have the gnarliest COD timing of his tournament career, like 8 games in a row. And mayappo is staying alive, hopefully able to get them back on in, still finding the eliminations. I love that we have there. But hopefully, friends, we will have Team Biffle expectations here. They will cross the threshold this game. If you're now just joining us and curious, hey, how does this go? And I see some people asking how many more games left, right? Well, how this works, it's not a set number of games, okay? We have to have a team that crosses our 130-point threshold. Once they do that, they are now on Call of Duty Warzone match point, and they must win a game in order to win our tournament. So we're about ready to head into game number 8. Team Biffle, they only need literally 2.4 points, I believe I said, in order to cross that threshold, and then they just have to win a game, and they can take it on in. But a couple of other teams have the potential to come online if maybe it takes Team Biffle a couple games to cinch that win.
Ready for a fight, right?
Yeah, well, this is the thing, isn't it? Like, at one point, it seemed like they would have basically all afternoon and evening to finish things off if they so wish, because they were leading by such a ridiculous margin. And then Biffle and Shifty have slowed down because of that massive E2 game of 54 points in game 2, and then some solid performances as well in map 1 through 3. It's putting them into a solid position still, and you surely would put your money on them reaching the threshold after this game. But I think they've made itself a bit more interesting for them, and you end up in this spot where you're like, okay, well, we need to get this finished, because within the next 2 or 3 games, we really could end up with more squads joining us here on win condition.
Yeah, I mean, even if they just like continue their same sort of pattern, what worries me is that it's not like we've seen sometimes games, you know, teams might do really well, and then maybe they have 1 or 2 games that are just like not great. Seemingly somehow since what, game 3, I think, they've sort of been lackluster and haven't really been able to come online. So it's like, great, even if you go over the threshold this game, I don't know if I'm really confident in their abilities right now to be able to immediately clutch up that next game, right?
Yeah.
Just by their placements, what's been happening. But here's the thing, once you hit that threshold, your whole kind of game plan can change. We've seen them do it where they're rocking recon contracts. They want to know where that zone is going to go. They're going to stack up on money. They're going to try and buy as many PDSs and trophy systems and everything that they need to stay on top. And they're just going to find center of zone to hang out in. So, you know, who knows? Maybe them having to get the eliminations was kind of been holding them back a little bit. Maybe getting too aggressive. And if they just have to go for the win, could be a completely different setup for them.
Jace, by the way, pops the intel, and we immediately see the balloon next to them get dragged down. Now, Raul, and Jace did bring a chopper in, so they can use this to escape. However, it does seem like some side is getting aggressive. And when you see a side immediately spot you and full send it, you start to become concerned. But actually, Jace and Raul, they want all of this. UAV will pick up, portable radar will pick up the 2 players that are pushing them. Jace trying to just figure this out. Flex will tell them that there's going to be actually a deployed weapon, and Vonbot found, and then Jay spins out and actually gets dragged down. Can his teammate trade this on out, and he will die before it gets all cleaned up. Trade does eventually come on through, but that's frustrating. It feels like you could have gone away with a clean one there.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, good work from Prospect, though, to kind of on the fadeaway to go for the full. But immediately into the gulag, 4 and Jace has to go against Vonbot, who they just fought over there at Manor. Jace says, I won the first one, I'll win the second. Sends Vonbot out. It's going to be all up to Prospect to win their gulag to keep the team back on in. But a huge gulag win for Jace should let them come back on in, land on that side of the map, and just have a nice, easy regain.
You're level 3.
Easy regain for them, potentially. For Tommy and Teeny, potentially a easy stroll through farms here. Like, really troubling them. Almond and Soka playing around black sites. I feel like that's a strategy that we don't really speak much of these days. I feel like it's a whiplash, right, from Al Mazrah, where everything was about black sites and strongholds, but these days not as useful and therefore not really prioritized. But Tommy and Teeny do have company, and it's someone in the bunker beneath.
Tommy throws down the bouncing betties.
I threw 2 meshes down there.
There's a mortar. Whoever is in the bunker there really wants them out. Well, as Tommy moves around, somebody is going to be able to laser him out. That's actually going to be Fifakill. Getting some great damage brings Tommy down. That means Teeny's the only one left alive. He's going to have to rotate back on out. Yeah, and here's Scummin. MCPR in hand.
Oh, they've done a lot of intel contracts, by the way. They're putting in the work. Basically found out where end zone is. Tommy into the gulag up against Diana Mercedes, and we spoke about her earlier on at the top of the show. Tommy's just gonna check right, lines a couple of bullets, and it's straight shots to clean it up. Gets a kill, will get back in. You gotta hope that Teeny stayed alive, and yeah, you hear the call out come on through, and I'm not surprised because Scomin and Fifakill have the bounty in place and are hunting, and Scomin spins, MCPR in hand, hits the first, hits the second, calls in the PA to try and get the full, but Fifakill's run into trouble elsewhere, and Scomin's being pushed by yet more, has to abandon this, and full actually didn't come on through there, so what could have been an incredible situation for this duo just seems to unravel in front of them, and that sums up their afternoon thus far.
Yeah, great shot onto Z Smith, but unfortunate. Fifakill is just a little bit too aggressive and will get taken out. It seems like there's a lot of people who landed this side of the map. I feel like I never really see a lot of this action coming over here towards these greenhouses. You know, it's interesting. There's so many people. Scummin now taking this fight. He gets a little bit stuck. And Z Smith, after getting revived, will exact his revenge, send Scum into the gulag, immediately thrown in against Chrissy.
Yeah, they're chasing. Actually, no, they're still on that way.
It's tough to look at. That looked like a situation there that should have resulted in 2 or 3 kills. You know, you get yourself some good positioning for later endgame, and I feel like Prime Scumming and Prime Fifakill definitely make that situation unfold in their favor. But right now, whatever is going on, especially for Fif, just seems that when things go against you, when it rains, it pours, and they are really suffering. On board with another squad that are suffering, Mutex and Blast, currently down in 23rd place, and it feels like, I mean, I think that that's actually an improvement, right? Because if I remember right, Team Mutex were in our bottom like 10 for a long time. We kept talking about how much they were struggling. And it might be slightly better, but considering the caliber of these 2 players, it's nowhere near good enough just yet. And they find some purchase here around the bathhouse.
Can you close the doors on me after?
Colonel calling out that they were very excited about their ability to regain.
On the bridge, on the bridge, on the bridge, on the bridge.
Back on into it. All out. Blast. Oh, okay. Take some shots. Armor gets ripped.
Ping. Weak. I got more than.
I got one.
Nice.
See some on the mini map though. Mutex. He's actually able to find Almond. The full is in, meaning this has to be Soka somewhere. Blast just taking so much.
I don't know. No. I'm just getting bunker buster. I thought the bunker buster was somewhere else.
I'm calling in my recon trying to see where he's at.
Yeah, he's smart.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know how Blast thought it was somewhere else. It lights up on your radar, and he gets straight hit by it. Chopper up above. Is anyone going to dive out of that? The answer looks to be no. I mean, sure. Yeah, try and do that. But if I was you, I'd be a bit more concerned about where Soka got on off to. You found Almond. Soka's definitely the caliber of player that can split you 1v2. V6 made some panic comms, but I don't think that he's actually got a beat on him. And, well, there it is.
We could play this.
Soka backed on off, brought his teammate back in. He's trying to get there. Although Blast can see him at this distance, you don't expect him to be able to rip him from that place.
No. It's going to be very, very tough to make that happen. So, great that you find Almond. That's a huge pickup. I would have loved for them to be able to also find Soka at the same time, but
I don't know. I only have one.
Stay okay.
I'm getting sniped. Behind me on the hill. I'm getting to Mosque fast, bro.
Very good. Be fun.
Ooh. Mutex making the comms. Somebody's got their angle. Tries to make his way into the mosque, and it looks like Blast might be able to follow Mutex. Get on in here. Actually opting to grab height.
Yeah.
Curious about what Mutex is running here as a set of perks, because Blast does have Ghost. But I think... Oh, potentially off the back of that UAV, they're in trouble. Biffle, by the way, has 3 kills, so that means we do see Biffle and Shifty finally cross the Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold. They have finally hit it by at least kills. Biffle manages to regain here, backs on off. Shifty finds ottereyes. I think there's going to be more company in beneath Shifty. You can't push that just yet because of the bunker buster that's come on in. I wonder if it was ottereyes that sniped Biffle or where he got tagged up from. Because he seems to be a little bit worried about players off towards City. So I tell you what, I'll tip my hat to anyone who's managed to dome Biffle over that distance. But the problem is for this duo now, sure, they're onto the threshold and the rest of the game is whatever it is. Their rotation from this point is awful. They've got to get across the water and then in through C-Town. Although Balloon could well be a get out of jail free card. I would be concerned though about the player who keeps sniping you. Actually, there's someone just tucked into this building. There's actually a duo. Biffle will get one. Prox goes up. Shift kill to... I'm trying to read who that is. I can't pick that up.
Clamp. Means Amire's got to be around here as well. And wow, what a quick team wipe from Biffle and Shifty. Opens up the door. The 2 of them are just kind of, you know, hanging out in there. They were trying to slide across, take the fight, but Biffle wasn't giving it to them. And then finally, Biffle and Shifty slide on in, get the cleanup onto Clamp, and then they're able to fly on Amire, end that one on down.
Let me talk to you. Wow. That's good. Dang,
Big fan of the advanced play here, by the way. I spoke about how difficult their rotation was going to be. By utilizing the advanced, it's just going to let them get in and pick up all the information. You know, single UAV comes in. You don't have the information that you need necessarily. So advanced leaves nothing up to chance. And I think that that's one of the things that players like Biffle and Shifty do so well. They roll, they stack the odds in their favor before they roll that dice. They make the crossing, and they are into Old Town. And Shifty's gone beneath the bridge. Biffle will try and join him. Looks like they're just going to leave a couple of squads here, potentially start to consider endgame situation and where they want to be towards it. But as far as we know, we saw a recon contract earlier. That is a long rotation over towards farms.
Yeah, it is going to be a while. I mean, thankfully, they know that they've already crossed the threshold, so now they can really just kind of maybe just try and play and play edge of zone, maybe hold out some teams that are trying to make their way on in. It's definitely possible.
I want to get this right corner of Mosque. Could have an advance on us here. Nah, people probably aren't even buying it because it's no fair sale. It's not even fucking clicking on their dumbass brains.
Jesus, Shifty.
They know we're here, by the way, because it's my bounty.
I mean, sure, yeah. No, that's one way to think about your competitors. The thing is, I do wonder now at this point, with the fact that Biffle and Shifty have crossed the threshold. Sometimes you end up in these spots where you're just like, okay, are we just cursed? Like, what's going on here? And then you cross that threshold, and it just opens you back up. Oh, and Shifty with some beautiful shots onto Pentagon. Going to try and fool that with the PA. Can Pentagon actually go anywhere that will provide him with cover? And Shifty will clean it up. So, where is Fuzzin? That body gets yeeted into Nadia. You have got to assume that Fuzzin was up behind that dome.
It's got to be around here somewhere. Yeah, if you're Shifty and Biffle now at this point, it's kind of just open season for the rest of the game. I maybe would take the rest of this lobby to figure out how do you want to try and play an end game scenario, right? Because this is what you're going to have to do in this next exact game. You have to be able to win the game. You don't have to put yourself in any real disadvantageous positions. You can just focus on how do I get here? How do I make sure that I'm giving myself the most possible success to win the game?
They're also throwing recon drone. Yeah. Cut it out.
Wait and see. Hearing footsteps underneath. Biffle deciding where does he want to play. Takes a little bit of a peek. Somebody rips him up.
You're watching a hop up. Yeah, too much dip on your chip, boy.
What?
I don't know. I'm not sure I want to know. Shifty and Biffle here. Very relaxed as they cross the threshold, apparently. I love the assessment here when it comes to the utility. I'd probably split a little bit of the money if I was this duo as well. Ensure it's neatly balanced. But right now,
I'm getting impatient too.
relaxed. Looking to just get themselves through the game and onto a position where they can see this whole tournament off. Take home the $7,000 of first place. Squad that is trying to get themselves into the chasing pack is Mutex and Blast. It's gotten better throughout the afternoon, but still a lot of work to go. And Blast has found diddly squat so far. And you got to assume Mutex is not too far ahead of him. And it's actually this duo that are right by Biffle and Shifty. In fact, Biffle and Shifty could be stood just above them. So that is very concerning for this pair, because pushing out underneath those two is asking for trouble. However, bullets are actually ringing out from the dome. So I wonder if Biffle and Shifty are otherwise engaged.
Yeah, I mean, I think they make the good call. You just got to go for this very wide wrap. You know, you don't have to push through the mosque. You don't have to, you know, really get over there. You can just kind of hang out in the back.
Might throw those 42. We can pop in advance.
Be able to go. And, ooh, he actually is going to take the time to snag this cash crate. He's going to throw the portable buy ahead. Do you have the time to use it? You will for the time being.
Popping in advance, I'm gonna buy a shriek.
All right. Using that cash box in order to get an advanced UAV lets them know they kind of have a rotation in for free. They can mark where there is a squad, though, so if they want to take this building, they can. Otherwise, they could honestly just kind of keep rotating in, go across the river, and just get into zone.
I got sniped out. I got sniped out.
Spoke a moment ago about how Biffle and Shifty leaving nothing up to chance by playing their own advances. The exact same thing here with Mutex and Blast. However, a bit split right now, but trying to pinch up on this. Mutex makes some noise initially, and Blast will catch players rotating on out. That is Desmond. Can you find the duo? Can you find their teammate? There's actually 2 more players in front of you, and then an LTV rotating in. This could be a 3rd, 4th, maybe even 5th party situation here. Lots going on. And Mutex and Blast here would do well, to get together. And for me, I don't know if you take this on. I think this is too much action going on, and I think you just try and cut your losses and rotate away from this.
It's like you just popped the advanced UAV to understand where the rest of this lobby is, and you've just kind of forgotten all that information at this moment in time. So you see them, they want to be able to do this. They do fly ahead. They find Queen Loves Cake. So that's another team gone, another elimination for them. They've been able to make their way on over, so great. You have this building, but you still are far away from zone. You have to be able to make your way on in. It was pretty open for the most part until you get over to that low town side. So hopefully they can remember that.
All right, we gotta go. We gotta land.
Sort of understand it, but it looks like maybe they're just going to try and hit the redeploy and decide to land somewhere on the relative side of zone.
I think this is the correct play to make. However,
oh baby,
you will no doubt be greeted by lots of bullets, and someone else was hitting a deploy right next to you. And do you essentially just try and follow that? Do you just shadow that in? Mutex sails on over Blast's head, who cut his shoot early and dropped into low town. Now trying to hit the rotation. Mutex has actually found himself a nice shack on the edge of zone here. It's not a million miles away from being within range. Blast here just trying to light up a couple of shots through the smoke. Another player lands on the roof. PA will come on out to try and shift that player from the rooftop and give you a freebie. Mutex trying to look on out over it. Blast will get up close. But right now, honestly, I'd just be happy with the positioning overall.
Yeah. I mean, if you're on this zone on the edge of gas, like, you're feeling pretty good. They have a PDS in their back pocket as well, ready to rip. You saw them, the peek out. They saw there are people in front of us. There are people out here on the side. Do they know Mutex is a little bit deep? Some good shots from Blast.
Bro, run them through. We got bunker. I'm good on this wall. I'm good on this wall.
I'm good too.
Okay, mortar will come in. Or bunker buster, actually. Mosquito drone not too far away either, as it goes in on top of Blast. He's able to duck it down in. Has to kind of take an opportunity, wait to plate. Peeks back up. Only has the one play. Enigma. This is all of a sudden becoming a very, very scary situation if you are Blast and Mutex. It looked like they had strong positioning, but in a quick moment's notice, this has gone from good to worse.
Thing is as well, like, you even play like a perfect grenade into your opponent's building, and then it's just countered by a trophy. Mutex takes a sniper bullet to the chest. We've just seen him hand out plays. They do have an armor box, an opportunity to rotate. You got to be careful with the PA, or else you risk doing exactly what we saw Biffle do moments ago, where you just walk into it. And Blast with no gas, he needs to just fly back into zone. Is he going to be able to get there? He has to make the last second PDS play. Something you surely wanted to save for the end. Won't have much choice. And now that will tell everyone that can see him on the mini-map where he is and where he's got to rotate in from. Tells you how vulnerable you are. Mutex was having to peel off across the river as well and was in trouble himself. Looks like that duo could be seeing the end of their map right there. On then to Prospect and Vombot, a duo that have been pretty loud throughout all of this, and they are off towards endgame location. We are down to our final 8.
Make sure they can't get to our right.
You hear the comms, making sure that they know where do they need to look. They know that there's this team to this left. There's got to be some people to the right, though. You're seeing some of these smokes come on through. Prospect trying to go on over, and I actually like this a lot, right? They can kind of look at Billboard. If anybody starts shooting them from the side, they can play from this. Unless this happens, which is when you're in the middle of a fight, you aren't able to really fully block off the line of sight. So if multiple people look at you, it's going to be very hard to stay alive. Gets the self-revive off. Flies back over to the median.
I'm watching it. Almost broke that.
Red on 8, by the way. By far the best performance we've seen out of these two so far. Other than a little bit at map 1, we've seen very little from them, and even in map 1 we saw nothing but holes in their approach play. But the way in which they approach this next fight could be massive for their outlook in this tournament, and unfortunately they're just trying to back off here They're on a ridge, essentially. You've got water to your left. The gas is going to encroach upon you. You can run up this bank, but it's open territory. Back to Mutex and Blast. I mean, you are making yourself into top 6 here, but Blast has a single kill, and I don't think Mutex has been involved in much positive either at this point. You're hoping for so many of these remaining players to run in front of you, and it's 4. That's rough.
I'm hitting him.
Yeah, I mean, it is rough. It's not really what you want, but at least it's sort of the reps and how you want to play this end game scenario. And I feel like that's exactly what they were, kind of looking for. Maybe if you're able to make it the end game with only 4 in this lobby, okay, whatever. Sets you up for next game. Maybe you'll feel a little bit more confident to be able to find your eliminations and play for that end game. They hold down this building, which is great, but they're going to have to move out of it at some point.
Bread trying to make a PRD play, and yep, that was only going to go one way. I think this, as soon as the 2 players decided to instead head down towards the river, you're in big trouble. He's still alive.
Ooh.
Doesn't get fooled, manages to get Joe back in. You're still inside your top 6, and if you do manage to get through this next passage, you're a duo here with plenty of solos around, so opportunity. Skullface and Noobs in the building next to him. And I think there was another squad on the rooftop as well, and a player comes flying in. It's actually Shifty. So that's Biffle and Shifty finally dealt with. We do know that they've crossed the threshold, however, so we'll be able to win this in the next one. Skullface and Noobs on par to win it in this one. There are solos remaining. And actually, no, now it's down to multiple duos. All 3 here as Noobs pushes the equation. And we swap back over to Bread.
Bread might be able to play spoiler a little bit here. Sees one at the top. The shots come on in. Nice. That's Tommey. Goes out over 2v2 right now. I believe it's Skullface and News going against Bread and Joe.
They do have a PDS inside, yeah.
Solid damage from Bbreadman. They decided to peek on out. Smoke grenade comes on in. Solid damage from Bbreadman. He's going to drop all the way back down. As these smokes are just absolutely eliminating his line of sight. And as that happens, Joe fully dropped on down. Bbreadman trying to do their best to stay alive. Just literally hip firing into the gas. Finds Zooms, goes for the turn, finds Skullface. Bbreadman with the 2v1.
Okay. He drops 11 of the 12 for his side. Somehow stayed alive when he was down by the river by himself. Somehow managed to self-res and bring Joe back in when he was down next to the building. And then goes absolutely nuts in the 1v2 to seal the deal. I thought, for sure, okay. It's a great effort, boys. It's better. You've done enough. They head down to the river. I thought they're out of this. Joe gets picked up. Then Bread gets knocked. I think, okay, you've done better. Great effort. You get that end play situation. Joe gets knocked. Unlucky. 2nd place. And then Bbreadman just goes huge. M&K come on and on out. He hip fires the whole lot. It is beautiful stuff through the smoke and tears one of the best duos, Skullface and Noobs, in the world to absolute pieces.
Hey, I mean, you got to talk about it, right? When you're playing inside those smokes like that, if you are on controller, you lose aim assist, right? Mouse and keyboard, hey, you never have aim assist your entire time. So I feel like that's actually what helped him kind of be able to do that, because you see him, he's kind of just running in and out of that smoke, just kind of hip firing, trying to be able to get those eliminations. He finds the one and knows that he just has to win the 1v1 at the end and is able to do it. I love that. 11 eliminations for Bread of the team's 12. That gives him an overall score of 46.6. Still definitely behind the pack, but it can be the start of just something cool. At the very least, gave us a fantastic 1v2 end game, which, hey, listen, if you're not playing for clips, what are we doing? If you're not playing to get a nice clip on the Warzone Total Frenzy socials, I don't know what you're doing, which, by the way, go ahead, come check us out at WZ Total Frenzy on X over there, and also on TikTok. We would love to have you. Go ahead, drop a follow, stay up to date with all of the upcoming events and some great hilarious clips from today's event as well. But Enigma, we finally have, after 8 games, our first team crossing the Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold. Help me break it down. Do you think Shifty and Biffle has what it takes to close it in 9?
Absolutely. I've seen them do it multiple times at this point, where they get themselves onto the threshold and go, okay, this is exactly how we execute this. I've seen them do it with moving cars. I've seen them do it by essentially just hugging the edge of the map and putting snipers on and just saying, okay, you come find us. they have strats in play for wild scenarios like this. They're so versatile. We saw, for example, in map 2, you get yourself a rogue open zone like that, they're just going to position themselves perfectly for endgame. And that's what it has to be. They do not need any more kills. They just need to play out for endgame. I mean, it's Biffle and Shifty. Winning is in their blood. If it comes down to essentially laying low and winning the final fight, they will do exactly that. So yes, they can. The problem is, and we've spoken about this before, if you are a team Soka or a team Vombot and you're sat just outside the money, you knock a Biffle, you chase a Shifty. That's exactly how this is going to go. So they want to just lay low, not cause too much trouble, not to make too much noise.
All right, well, we will have to see. Will that be the case? We are going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to look at our leaderboard, see who is close, potentially also joining Team Biffle on that Call of Duty Warzone match point. We'll be jumping in to game number 9. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with plenty more Warzone as part of Warzone Total Frenzy.
Hit him with my drone.
Blew
Hit him with my drone again.
Knocked.
Shit.
I don't see anyone upper. I don't see anyone upper.
Wait, what does Beard eat on me?
Yeah, what's like above? Wait, he's on metal under me. He's on metal under me. Another one, live. 1E, dead. I tried to smoke for you.
I'm on the buy right now, on the buy. One right here, and then one's behind yellow. Another one right here. 3, 2, crack. Nice, beautiful. Very cool. Another right here.
One's already close on us. Up here. What do you think? Stop him.
He's outside now. On the pause. Yep. Gun cutter. The gun cutter me, one shot her. Absolute dead.
We're drawing the circles right there. Alright, that guy should have got a teammate up. Switch sides.
7 across. I blew one. I'm here. Down one. He's at absolute fucking loot. There's only one other duo. I'm on the first one. Is there another? There's somebody right here on our left. Somewhere. Yeah, on the truck. Money, dead. Flying at us. 2-2. That pull, bro. No, they just had to pull. We're good. Yeah, I mean, I didn't even know where he was, bro. Yo. Yeah, my audio was fucked right there.
Dough, we need that dough right there. We love it.
Another PDS. One's on the roof. It's not full plates.
Tommey laying down the gas now. Right. Hit them.
Holy shit, Joseph. Holy shit.
You're hit.
Hey, welcome back on, everybody. Call of Duty Warzone Total Frenzy Season 4. We are kicking off with a bang. We are 9 maps deep into our duos Call of Duty Warzone match point event. Only one singular team has crossed the threshold, though, but there are couples that are also trailing not too far behind. Let's take a look at our total eliminations leaderboard from that last match to get an idea of who was frying and who was piecing. Well, look who's at the top. It was our guy Bbreadman, but look who's not too far behind there, Enigma.
Yeah, no, I still see Biffle putting up the numbers, and we see Shifty as well inside there. 14 in the end for the duo. What I will say here, Bbreadman goes crazy in that end play, right? I mean, it's funny because we saw Noobs and Skullface trying to use smokes to cover them, and then the one place where MNK probably does prosper is in those close-up hip firefights, especially in smoke. So all I'm saying is we obviously have to buff aim assist at this point. But the performance here from Bbreadman in that 1v2 at the end in particular, absolutely huge. He saved his team so many times at the top of the individual elimination board as well. Shows superstar power that he possesses.
Fantastic. I was going to give a huge shout out to Tommey and Teeny, both with 6, putting up 12, kind of making their way up the leaderboard a little bit as well. Let's go ahead. Let's take a look to see where we are sitting, starting at the bottom. Well, Team Bbreadman, they've made their way up a little bit, currently sitting at 26. So very, very close to making their way to page number 1, as we have a couple of our teams still just not really finding success here. After 8 games, it is a rough day on the map. But let's take a look at our first page here, Enigma, to see what teams are at the top. Help me break it down.
Well, Team Biffle finally get themselves across the match point threshold for what feels like the last hour and a half, where they should have finally gotten there. They do it with a bang, put themselves over 150 as well. Thing is, if your teams like Empathy, Flanked, maybe even Soka, you feel like you can have 2 good games here and put yourself onto that same threshold. So if I'm Biffle and Shifty, then I'm looking at that and thinking, I want to get this over with nice and quickly. I do not want to make this a conversation where it's essentially last winner gets it all. You have $7,000 for first. You don't want to have spent the entire time in the lead. Leaderboard gets frozen. Someone else is taking it, and you get put in second for the 2K.
Definitely agree. I mean, right now, the only people really kind of threatening them are Team Trick Empathy, right? You need 130 points to get there. They're at 105.8, so you only need 24.2 points in order to get across that threshold themselves. Definitely possible, right? You end up with, I don't know, 14 eliminations of 1.8. You're feeling pretty good about that, I think, to get there. So that's just the kind of type of thing that I hope that they can do. Get some solid eliminations early on, get to that 1.8 multiplier, and you are feeling very good. But it's going to be all eyes on Team Biffle if they can clutch up this game. They have been known, right, to be able to hit that Call of Duty Warzone match point and then win the next game immediately. It is not uncommon for this squad to do this. But can they do it here in duos, which is a little bit different? Overall leaderboard, well, Shifty and Biffle, they've retaken their throne here, Enigma, 44 and 40 respectively.
I mean, yeah, they really lead the way. 84 kills between the duo. Even if we consider every single kill to just be 1 point, they are basically carrying more points there than, what, up to 4th place or something like that? It is a ridiculous performance, really. They've been putting on. Trick Empathy just in behind. He's been keeping up throughout this entire tournament. Definitely deserves to be up there in the prize money conversations. But can they go big one more time through this tournament, put themselves onto that win condition, and apply some real pressure for the first time this afternoon to Biffle and Shifty?
I would love to see that. At the very least, though, I have to give them credit for, it took them a little bit. It took them winning game number 4. But once they've kind of won game number 4, they've been doing a really solid job of being able to maintain their status on that leaderboard. It's not always easy to do. We've seen a number of teams, they'll win a game, it kind of skyrockets them up, and then very slowly but surely as the games go on, do they kind of chunk down that leaderboard. So huge shout out to them. Like you said, one solid game gets them in the conversation as well. And we got a match on our hands. So I'm excited. We have map number 9 getting ready to brew here. So we talked a little bit about it before. I asked you, do Biffle and Shifty have what it takes to close this out here and now? You gave me a pretty solid answer of, yeah, I think they do. But what I want to know is dive a little bit deeper. What do you think is going to be like the main tactic they're going to use in order to try and bring this one on home? What if, you know, because I think it's kind of cool if you're maybe one of our viewers at home who wants to kind of get better at winning games of Warzone. Well, you can take a little bit of a kind of a note from some of our competitive players here on what they're doing when they need to clutch up when it matters most.
I think one of the things you do immediately, take a quick look at where that zone's going. If it's a wild one like they did in map 2, you just put yourself right on the edge of zone and you put yourself off towards the edge of map like they did in that map 2. Essentially use the back side of the map, the edge of boundary, as a safety point where they could then look out over everything in front of them. They know nothing in behind them. If you end up with a zone, let's say like a Zaravan City or a Low Town or a Cargo, something like that, play the recon contracts and give yourself as much information as you can. Information being knowledge, knowledge is power, and these two with a bit of power in their hands, absolutely lethal. So I think everything that they've got to do at this point when we go in and they're loading up and they're checking out exactly where that plane's flying through, it should be straight away onto a tactic between them and figuring out exactly how they're going to avoid a lot of trouble while at the same time making sure they pick up that final kill.
All right, I love that breakdown. I think I totally agree. It's going to really depend. Where is that zone pulling? Can you do those intel contracts? Can you get some cash in your back pocket to make sure that you can buy each other back if you need to? If you find any of those mobile buy stations, keep those in your back pocket. PDSs, everything you need to do to ensure that you can come out on top. I feel like sometimes, you know, a lot of teams, they maybe get a little bit nervous when they're in situations. So hopefully for these guys, they just kind of play it. I don't want to say play it like they would play a normal lobby, but, you know, play it a little cautiously, but also understand, like, you can also fry out and still be able to close a lobby. We saw them do it in that game number 2 where they had 27 eliminations yet again and the dub. So would love to see them be able to clutch it out. Here we are in the pregame lobby, getting ready to head into map number 9. Kind of the storylines that we're focusing on here, folks. Obviously, we got Team Biffle, who's trying to end the tournament right now. We have Team Empathy, not too far away. Can have a banger game and also enter themselves into the conversation, crossing that win condition threshold. Our sort of 3rd, 4th, 5th place teams, they are also just trying to have very, very solid games. That way, you know, if we do go another 2 or 3, they're in the conversation. They are inching ever closer to get there. Reminder, folks, 1st place taking home $7,000. 2nd place taking home $2,000. 3rd place taking home $1,000. So if a team does end this tournament, the rest of the leaderboard freezes and your payout is going to be based on where you were on that leaderboard. So a lot of these teams trying at least to be in that 2nd or 3rd conversation so they can go home not empty-handed.
Yeah, no, and the thing is, again, like I do wonder if you are a squad that's just sitting outside the money, how much you just want to full send it. But enough yapping from us. Let's get ourselves into match 9, the first game of the whole afternoon, where we can say that a squad is on your Call of Duty Warzone match point. But we're not going in with Shifty and Biffle. They've had enough of the limelight for now, and no doubt will be a part of the story as we continue. We're going back in with Bbreadman and Joe off the back of a ridiculous performance, in particular from Bread. 11 of his team's 12 kills, and a huge 1v2 at the end to see his squad through.
All right. So we are getting a zone that's pulling a little northeast, but most of the map is still in here, which, you know, you love to see. Pretty southern plain line. So you want to stretch, you can, which is something we have seen teams do. Once they hit this win condition, they're more than happy to just fly to a corner of the map and say, all right, cool, we don't have to really do anything here. So you can fly up there, you know, towards obviously the military complex. You can fly up there towards the resort area if you'd like, a spot that not a lot of people will find themselves landing at, and kind of just get there. So I'll have to wait and see. Bbreadman, though, you got a intel contract pinged, and it looks like that is going to be how they want to start map number 9.
It sounds like they got a lot of footsteps as well. There's an opponent, and Bbreadman actually looks at Joe, and that turns into everything going wrong for the duo. Bbreadman, I mean, look, they're laughing about it at least, so he's all giggles at the end of the day. Bbreadman up against Uncivil Queen. He just checks the wrong side. He hears Joe land and thinks that that's an opponent, and essentially the opponent has a free 2-piece waiting on the other side of a doorway. Ready in hand for Bread then here. Uses the smoke, pushes it, trying to put that mouse and keyboard to use. We'll get a few bullets of damage and actually gets the crack through the smoke and finishes it off. We'll get themselves back in. But they're laughing and joking about it, but it's so unfortunate and maybe sums up why they struggled so much through the afternoon.
No, I mean, the thing about them, they're always willing to have fun. They're always willing to, you know, just kind of, you know, do what they want to do. And that's all you can do, right? What is the other option? They yell at each other for it. I mean, Brett obviously knows. He's like, oh, I looked at Joe and I absolutely should have been looking at the person that was in the building that was there. So, you know, if you can't laugh at yourself making maybe a little bit of a less than smart play, then I don't know, maybe you take life too seriously. One thing I do love, though, I do love getting those pistol-only gulags. I think that's something we need to bring back.
I'm a big fan. The Deagle's great. There is one, though. I can't remember which one it is in this game.
The TYR.
I hate that thing, dude. Like, that thing. Oh, I swear to God. Like, I get that. I already know I'm done. I'm cooked. I'm out of here. Cannot use it. I would much rather smoke my way in and just try and melee people to death.
That's what I did every single time. Empathy. Had somebody fly on in. You see this sunroof get cracked. Here they go on the outside. Tack in hand, trying to be able to push up on them. They're flying around. Wait, he loses the aim assist. It looks like, I don't know, that player just hit some insane strafes. That was Prospect and Vonbot. Empathy, you had the jump, but just unfortunately, you get a little skated on.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think he gets the first bit of damage, changes onto the second player, gets the second. I think he's all, you know, one of those moments where you're already trying to think about transferring onto the next player. I just thinking that I think he's had one of those moments where he's like trying to overthink it, hasn't finished off his first one, and just puts himself into a spot where he gets absolutely skated on. Is the nice way of putting that. But yes, he gets ripped apart there. So we'll want to watch that one back. We've spoken about how Empathy is currently third in our overall eliminations, having himself a great afternoon. But yeah, that one won't be something to check back on.
I'll be getting a loadout.
Bounty picked up. It is on to Lennon.
They moved away from the buy. They did get
So immediately you can actually kind of respect this. You know, I don't mind that Skullface and Noobs, they get this bounty. They see that it's Lennon and they're like, yeah, let's start going. Let's start flying at them.
Far left out, so we get fucking hide on them. Oh, they got airstrike.
So it seems like maybe Scully's making the call. They could already be in a fight here. So they're going to roll on up. Either your bounty gets poached, or you might be able to kind of third party here and get more than you bargained for.
Knocked him.
Nice. Mortared. It's all nice. Wait, they're behind us.
The play here between the two. But the thing is, like,
On me.
Noob saying this player's in behind. The location here is just going to be compromised from so many different sides. Skullface finds Jukies. Lennon's still nearby. And actually, the bouncing Betty catches him and means he can't push on out. His own mortar actually then connects with him next. Series of unfortunate events happening here as Noobs waits on the gulag. And Skullface will want reinforcements relatively quickly because you got to assume that a player like Juki's being sent to the goo as well will win his and be sent back on in. Lennon's trying to wrap this and maybe find an angle onto Skull, but the thing is with Lowtown, with the way it plays out, especially around this favela region, it just feels like there's so many different squads tucked into different areas.
Yeah, that's kind of the hard part. You're almost in like a valley, right? You're hanging down here, you're trying to take fights. It's really hard to tell when a team is rolling up on you, and that's what makes it so tough sometimes. Like, yes, that's what makes it great about trying to be a little bit of a sneaky, you know, you can pop in and out, you can find these team kills very, very quickly. But, you know, if you're not careful, it's very easy to have people rotate up on you, and next thing you know, you think you're in a fight, and you think you're just trying to clean it up, and you're getting third, maybe even fourth partied out of nowhere.
And for me here, Skullface and Nib's got to get on the same wavelength. You got to get together and try and play this. You've got Lennon in behind you. You've got a player potentially fighting Lennon right now, a duo there. Jukies might well have gotten back in. Noobs is in a spot of bother as well. Skullface will actually get the crack with the hipfire through the smoke, chasing on after, but the other opposing player is actually after Noobs. And could they just wrap this together? Noobs will clean it on up. It's actually going to be Selly. But could they get third party? Because it feels like Lennon's encroaching on their territory, and Lennon was getting shot at moments ago. So I think you just want to reset this. Find yourself higher ground and a new angle to approach this from.
Fuck, I hate those fights, bro.
Yeah, it's just fucking... I'm pretty sure Juki's landed back.
Yeah, he definitely did. I'm pretty sure I saw him like land on like top green.
Smoke right side, fire. They're returning back. Okay, going blue. A-train.
Ooh, good shots. Catches one. Sees another one up there.
Oh, they're getting pushed
So I
out
like
too.
the positioning right now. They're kind of like cautiously aggressive, I would say, between Noobs and Skullface, right? And this is kind of where I would like them to be. You know, they're not afraid to be in the line of fire of some teams, but they're just like, okay, we're gonna be here. I don't feel the need to full send a team. But like, I'm gonna be in your face and let it be known. Even just taking a couple of those shots lets those squads know, like, you're not making it into this town. Like, this is where I am. You have to play the outskirts. Go ahead, rotate out. Wide wrap if you need to, but you're not making it in the Old Town right now.
Absolutely not.
I just got to smoke.
Skullface and Noobs here.
Restock them now.
Assessing the lay of the land. You heard them coming moments ago about his Juki's back in. You know that Lennon likely survived. There was a team chasing him down, so there's so much potential danger around every corner. Recon drone up above will actually find Skull. Just feel I get a little bit antsy about this every time Noobs and Skullface split. It feels like you want to be hip to hip through this region. You could easily crack open a door and there's just a duo waiting on the other side of it.
Ooh. Lennon trying to stay alive here, getting tagged up. UAV will get triggered. Does he have his loadout? He does. Thankfully, Ghost will keep him off it for now. Sees a couple more pings showing up on the map. Deciding to maybe rotate away. Oh, wait, back on board. Wait, Gulag. Biffle against Fallnets. This is a huge win.
Oh, my.
Oh no!
Biffle!
No! Biffle and Shifty are done! They're out of here!
Shifty falls in the back as Biffle's trying to deal with fall nets. And in that moment right there, we will be seeing another game, ladies and gentlemen. We will be moving to match 10 at least tonight. I tell you what, I have never seen Biffle so unsure in a gulag. I don't know what happened there.
I mean, I got to give Fallnet some credits. Fallnet's just doing a great job of basically just kind of throwing the pre-fires in. And I think, you know, Biffle was obviously trying to catch a timing. I don't know if I love that he threw the smoke, because I feel like he threw his smoke, which helped, you know, obscured it. It looked like he had an idea that Fallnet was going to take the zip, but it just was the timing of it that kind of came out at the end of the day. I mean, I would have loved to see him get hyper aggressive. But hey, we'll go one more game. Biffle and Shifty are out, but back on board with Lennon. Finds KK wide in the open. Puts themselves on 3. If he could just get to this buy station, get Juki's back on in, this could be a solid regain game for these two.
Buy sale nearby. Likely going to make Lennon a little bit tetchy here. He wants to push out that buy over by the firehouse. The problem is, likely, so do so many other squads. I'm very curious, by the way. I know I'm going off a tangent here. Where on earth Lennon is playing from? That's not his usual setup. But right now, all he's got to concern himself with is trying to get over to... And again, the thing is, you could well play for this. I like the idea to use the PRD to get onto the roof. But yeah, there's teams already looking for this buy themselves. They want to take advantage of the lower cash buys. He gets shot at by multiple, and the trophy will give him a moment of respite, but that could well be all he gets. He does have his gulag available to him, at least. But you can hear all those footsteps beneath, and the bunker buster is a heartbreaker.
Gonna force him to jump on out. Flies on down. Somebody's got a shot on him. Goes a little wide, though. Well, that could be a huge pickup if he's able to do it. Comes out on top. Sees one pushing. That's going to be swag. Adrian's got to be around here somewhere. He's going to fly down on in. Can he be able to find it? Grenade dodged. Weaving in and out. Don't know if swag was able to get back on up or not. He's trying to be able to finesse his way out. He cannot.
What's he doing?
Self-revive is there. Swag and Adrian hunt down Lennon. He's still got the gulag, though. Isn't over yet.
There's a portable buy here, bro.
Blast playing shirtless. And you know what? For the first time this afternoon, I feel a guy. It is warm here in the UK. I said it at the top of the show. But,
Oh, you don't have to watch over me, bro.
apparently Blast also struggling with the heat this afternoon.
No, this is actually just how he normally plays.
For real? With that mustache? Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
No shirt Blast. S&D 8s is like the quintessential move.
No, probably not.
I'm not exactly sure, by the way, how Ebates falls into the ladder. I think he actually just lands and drops straight through, but I think it actually saves him from Blast's follow-up nade. We're very fortunate.
I should have fucking
He
reacted.
gets backed on off, and you hear the frustration come on out. Mutex
I should told you buy bunker buster.
isn't there in order to provide shots on over the top. I think that's one of the problems when you're both trying to approach this from different levels. You know you're up against Ebates and DJ Mars at least, and Mutex and Blast will feel like they want to take that fight.
I could drop money you buy too.
So I think that right now what we do is we go into a listening and see how they approach this.
Love that.
Got it.
I'm looting all these trades that are unopened. We're not gonna have res money, that's the only problem.
Fun. What's up, Goo?
There's only one.
Bottom, crack.
I got a mortar strike and a morty.
Enemy buy station deployed.
Mortar strike and a morty.
I mean a fucking bunker buster and a morty.
Yo, I got a bunker.
Let me know if you see anything like pits that way. If they're across the road or something, you know. There's LTB here. I'm gonna grab that and bring it this way, okay?
Looks like we're instead gonna head on over to Queen Shadows and Tabulator, and this is a team that we have seen struggle through this afternoon. 22 points. I think the only other time we actually got to see them was they were essentially a little bit split, finding themselves in a spot where they couldn't really recover. Shadow spots an opponent long distance. I think that call out is right. It is one guy, but you're going to need some straight shooting. You are mounted, so it does give you a little bit of a performance bonus, but yeah, I don't know if you're making that happen. Tap brings the Jeep on over, but getting bullets from elsewhere. And will Queen Shadows want to check back on this? Absolutely. Problem is, again, you're going to need your best shots in order to finish that off.
In the building, look over.
Someone's coming in my right.
You hear him?
Someone's to my right, yeah.
Like footsteps?
Queen Shadows. Here's yet more. There's at least 3 teams and a solo in this region, so a lot going on here. And actually, Shadow's going to get spotted out by a recon, so the gig is up. And honestly, if you've been having a bad afternoon, moments like this is where you can turn it all around. And it's a crack, but it's not a down, and that's just frustrating. One of those moments where you want to open something up and try and push on it and make the very heavily contested area, very busy region right now, a bit more safe for you.
See how that plays out. Back on board with Noobs and Skullface. Currently sitting on 15th with 63.2 points. One of these teams that a huge game could help tee them up for, you know, you have one huge game, you then have a decent second game. All right, you might be flirting with Call of Duty Warzone match point. As Noobs will be able to find a Limax. It means Queen Eliminator's got to be around here somewhere. Seeing some of the nades go off.
Yeah, right there on that ping. Cracked him.
Yeah, I'm pushing.
Good job from Noobs and Skullface. They get the kill, but it's not over yet. Thankfully, Noobs able to stay alive. Skullface throws down the smoke. Self-revive coming on through. He'll be able to come back on up. They do have this vehicle if they want to try and take this into zone.
I don't have any more fucking smokes, but I'm just running back.
Picked up smokes on the body.
Be pushing up, yeah.
Good comms. Noobs kind of being able to reposition. Sees that this team might be pushing up. Skullface, some good shots coming on through. The armor crack is there. He's taking that fight, and it's somebody from the left going to head and to snipe them. One smoke in the backpack. I don't know if they have any more.
I'm gonna have to kill this team.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I think the problem you have here, if you are Skullface and Noobs, is it feels like there's at least 2 teams off to your right. One directly ahead of you, and definitely going to be more rotating in from the left. It's all open territory. You're essentially smack bang in the middle of all the kill boxes here. It's going to require one of the best rotations I have seen in some time to get through here. Noobs getting downed doesn't help. Bbreadman finishes him off.
Frustrating as fuck.
That's 2 different teams, correct? You guys high by?
Yeah.
And yeah, I can feel that for you.
I mean, they just worked so hard to work through this open area just to get here for Noobs to get double sniped. And it sounds like it wasn't even like a 3-2-1 from the same team. It was just 2 different teams sniped him at the same time. And Bread again just finding Skullface alone, coming off of a 1v2 World Star clip to win the game. Now taking out some of your teammates.
They're here in the window.
Gotta wonder what's that gonna do to the cam enigma.
I'm trying to get angles with you.
Let's leave it. Wait.
It's not going to be a good thing for it. Blast and Mutex, it feels like they've been here for a very long time. I guess that they've just considered it endgame situation and rotating in here, but I mean, 21st, you're a long way away from where you want to be. You're catching up. You've got a lot of points in order to catch up. We will see another game after this one with Biffle and Shifty being eliminated quite early, but you need a lot of points here on Blast. And moments like that where you're just not finishing off your fights, you just get more and more frustrating. And at some point, they will have to rotate. They will have to head off towards the north. It looks like Zone could pull towards Abtal Academy, which any squad that's up there and using the hills to kind of rotate on down, you're going to have the lookout and the pickings of everyone trying to fight below.
Give it to me. I'll throw it. Give it to me.
There's a recon drone above us soon. These kids are playing the wall. I mean, listen, bro. End of the day, we have goldies and 2 PDSs. The PDS will last 15 seconds.
We got it, bro.
I drop money.
All right, thinking towards the end game. Blast and Mutex. Hear him calling out. They have 2 PDSs. They have golden gas masks. They should be all set. Somebody in a vehicle is going a little aggro here. Blast and Mutex just want to hold this high ground, and I like this sort of positioning here. You're going to catch a lot of people who are trying to rotate on through. They're going to drop a smoke and try to get in here. Bunker buster on the left onto that Guardian.
No. Knock right here and done. They're just in this building.
Refresh on that kid. Should I go refresh?
Yeah.
Thing is here, like, Zone will pull in towards the center. So any squad that was up by the academy, anyone that was trying to use those hills will have to come down. Problem is here, Mutex and Blast are fighting essentially uphill still.
It's money, bro. I think we just go right late, bro.
You do have a lot of utility available to you. I like that call out, if I'm completely honest. Go deeper right. You pick a right or a left. You definitely do not want to send this through the center. You have a lot of buildings here, a lot of different windows. You are asking to get smoked from one side at least. If you do play this right side, there is actually a small shack there that you could find yourself in. There's actually a player tucked off into the corner. Blast takes bullets, returns a couple, puts the plate in. Him and Mutex probably want to push this, make sure it's cleared out, and it looks like the player's rotated off towards that little shack, but look at the look at the radar, sorry, light up multiple teams. Out goes a trophy. I'm not sure if that was intentional. PDS then to give them a moment to breathe.
I don't know if I necessarily like this PDS right here because it kind of leaves you in a little bit of an awkward situation, but they do find this vehicle. They start moving on in. They're both in here. Mutex goes down a little bit low. I mean, hopefully you have another PDS, but somebody has this angle. Lights up Blast. That's going to be Tommey up top. Brings them on down. Back on over. Zeppa and Levi. Currently at 20th place. 56.2 points outside of gas. They have a PDS. They could use it one more time. They might be able to hold this for zone pull.
I have a good spot on me. There's still people second there. We have to start going, bro. I got PA'd.
And the thing is, the PA is actually going to cut off that rotation. You heard the call out come on through. We need to start going. We want to move, but that PA just lights up the whole region that you wanted to run into. So no is the answer. Hisoka getting aggressive now. Onto the shack, onto what remains. It takes a lot of bullets in the back. Zone is going to slowly rotate on over, and Soka gets hit by pretty much everything. A hope, a prayer, a self-revive. It comes through. More plates go in. You're not running with too many. Actually finds a couple on the deck, so he's fine for now. Deployable buy available. That could be huge. If you can get it down, if you can get Allman back in, the chances of it making over are slim. Actually, oh, it falls just short. Everyone's landed nearby, but he's actually going to bait this out. Surely he does indeed.
Ooh.
Finds Jowo, who was still alive. Another good showing from that duo.
I don't either. Just keep holding this.
Brax and Juju. They won game 6 with 14 as we come over. Brax currently sitting on 6. Could have a repeat performance.
We're good. No, I'm coming to him from you. He's out right there.
Juju sitting on 7. So 13 already. 1 behind. But they won. But Brax gets taken on out. Thankfully, the revive will be able to come on in.
Here. We can go chow this. Come here. Check stack this room right here. Come here.
I'm with you.
In this office. Last one went roof.
Oh my gosh.
Fantastic effort out of Levi there. Down for 2v1. Brax and Juju up against the track. And Juju smokes him. Brax is actually trying to figure a way up. Both players right now just trying to figure out how to get up there. Brax will finally get up top, clean it up. And I tell you what, Juju snaps, and that is 15 for both Brax and Juju. That is 30 points on the board. 2 map wins now for these guys, and looking like they're bringing a bit of heat towards the end of this. It could be a little bit too little too late, but Biffle and Shifty are stumbling at the minute. So if you want to find yourself on a heater all of a sudden and put yourself into prize money conversation, no better time than the present.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a great way to have that. You are sitting at roughly 70. You have a 30-point win. Going to crack you up over that 100 sort of point threshold. Hey, but it's only 29 points away from crossing our Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold as well. So, I mean, but my thing is that you kind of have to do that back to back, right? They would have to literally do what they just did again in order to cross the threshold. But hey, if we go 2 more games, 15 points a game, it's really not that difficult for a squad of that caliber. But let's go ahead. Let's take a look at their stats from that game because, whew, I mean, it got a little bit hairy at the end. There was 7 for Brax, 8 for Juju, 15 overall, 30 points earned, puts them at 101, and we're not talking Dalmatians.
We are absolutely not. Michael White on your screen, but it's all in the kill feed for Brax and Juju getting themselves onto that 101. Honestly, I think that part of it as well, like as you're starting to cook more, as you're starting to look better throughout this, I genuinely think that with the 130 Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold, once you cross that 100 mark, it feels more within reach, right? It feels like you can just reach out and grab that, put yourself obviously likely up towards the top 3 when we start talking prize money. So I do think that, you know, there's a couple of teams that started off hot throughout the afternoon. They've faded away throughout the conversation. I do think Brax and Juju suddenly bringing up the rear throughout these last couple of maps bodes well for them. They are an interesting duo in particular, and they're one of those squads that you feel can pop off. There is a lack of consistency sometimes in them, but they are a side that could go and do a 30-point game without a doubt. So I feel like could break that threshold. And as you said, if it takes 2 more maps of Biffle and Shifty, then it starts to bring in, okay, well, could Empathy also cross that threshold? Who else could we see maybe make it? And then how much of a 4, 5, 6 way does this conversation become?
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how this leaderboard shakes out because, you know, we had Team Empathy not too far away from being a team. We said they kind of had to have a pretty solid game and win. They didn't. Who knows? Maybe they went completely rogue and just took advantage of that 1.8. We'll have to wait and see. But there are a couple other teams that are starting to put themselves in that, okay, if we go another 2 games, you know, and they play very consistently well, they now start entering the conversation. So I'll be curious to see how does that shake on out with some of those squads. But let's talk a little bit about the falter there of Shifty and Biffle, right? It's one thing to get taken out. You know, you're trying to make a rotation. You just get absolutely pushed by a team. You know, sometimes it's what can you do in that scenario. But for them to be in the gulag, to get sent to the gulag, mind you, but also in the gulag to lose them the way you do, that's got to be really frustrating when you're trying to clutch this one on up.
Yeah, I think there was a moment as well where Biffle he's chosen his angle, he's holding it, he's got it locked down in the gulag, and then Shifty dies in the back. And I think there's that split-second moment where you're just recalculating the situation. It's like, oh, if I die here, I lose. And I don't know, you know, I'm not expecting Biffle to get shaky leg or anything like that, but you do spend that extra second just going, oh no. And then things have unfolded in front of you that then crack his armor, leave him in a situation where he's got to pull off a miracle play. But to watch how Biffle comes in through the smoke and just watch his opponent sail up the zip is so heartbreaking. I know that Warzone Total Frenzy have actually tweeted out a clip of that moment. It was indeed as tough as it looked, and Biffle will, be ruining the fact that he didn't finish off that fight nice and early. But the fact that Shifty, because when we saw Biffle in the Gulag, I kind of thought, oh, well, Shifty will surely have his. But no, he must have lost it at some other point as well. So getting off to slow starts, this duo at the minute.
Yeah, probably a little bit of a rough scene. You know, it does require a hardcore shift in gameplay, right? To be able to kind of, you know, go from being, okay, we have to get these eliminations, we have to get these points, you know, we're trying to get there, to now, okay, we just need to win the game. Sometimes teams can struggle with that for a game to be in that transition. But I'm being told the leaderboards are ready, so let's go ahead, take a look at our eliminations from that last game. And who was on top? Well, at the top, you got Juju with 8. Not too far behind is Bbreadman. We saw a couple of those snipes coming on through, so no surprise to see that. But 7s across the board. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so many players showing on up. I will say, tip it again to Bbreadman. It hasn't been their afternoon, but it feels like he's consistently showing up at the minute. We haven't seen much of Amir for a while, but still popping up inside our top 10. Jowo seeing better, pushing himself onto 6 kills. So yeah, it feels like we're seeing like a variety of names, which I love when we start talking about these tournaments and formats with so much talent on display here. It's not just the Biffle and Shifty show.
Well, looking at our bottom teams here, we're seeing some teams sort of have started to slip as they start looking at here. I'm looking at basically like Team Rida, Team Ebates. These were very early on squads that came out hot, were finding a lot of success early on, but now it's just been a little bit rough for them, I think, to continue to find that. A couple other teams that are here as well. But let's take a look at our top teams to see how does our leaderboard shake on out. And as we look at it, okay, this is where things start to get spicy. Enigma, walk me through this 2nd through 5th, because I think what we're looking at is potentially a couple teams, you know, all it takes is one good game for any of them to join Team Biffle on Call of Duty Warzone Match Point.
Well, Trick Empathy, right? This is a duo that we have seen up there in the conversation all the way through this. They need 21.2 points. Definitely achievable for them. Soka needs 24.8 points. 100% achievable for a squad of that quality. Team Vondel in just behind Braxton. That feels like those 4 right there. It feels like they are maximum 2 games away from joining Biffle on the threshold. However, you wouldn't put it past them doing it in one, having a heater where they go on to win. So I think after that, you're kind of out of the conversation. It's all about you then just chasing after and trying to have like a solid, consistent next 2 games. But yeah, I think that Team Biffle right now, you're looking over your shoulder and thinking, we've got to get this done. Otherwise, we start to make this incredibly difficult for ourselves, and we just didn't need that when we were at 70 points after 2 games.
Yeah. You know, and now that I'm kind of thinking about it too and looking, Team Amir, Team Flanked, you know, obviously they need a little bit more, but I don't know. Team Amir, that's a squad I could see dropping 20 kills and being able to catch a dub, okay? So I feel like, you know, you can't count them out. If they were able to do that, they would then be crossing the threshold. Team Flanked, yet again, I would not be surprised to see them drop 20 with a win. You get that 40 points. All right, well, now you're just over. You're barely there. So, I mean, it's really, you know, kind of for 2nd through 7th, if you have a really, really solid game, you could find yourself at the top. But we look at the overall individual eliminations, though, you can see there's a clear-cut difference. Shifty is just frying today, currently sitting at 47. His teammate Biffle in 2nd.
Yeah, and I think that's even more impressive when at one point we saw that Shifty was the guy on the sniper and Biffle was cleaning things up with the AR. So it was kind of like Shifty was picking up a lot of assists throughout that Heat2 game that went on as well. So shows how much he's putting on right now. I will say, again, Empathy still sticking around here in the conversation. He's sat on 37. He's been the only person to split Shifty and Biffle thus far throughout things. No surprise to see Vondel and Amir, though, very close to things. 2 absolute Slayer players. 2 players that can go on massive heaters and drag their sides into this. As I said just moments ago, Team Vondel can definitely do that. I think for Team Amir, it's going to require a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wild thing, but it's a possibility, right? I'm telling you, there's a chance. That's what really matters. Some of our squads, though, you know, like we said, if Team Biffle if they can't manage to clutch on up. We have a couple teams. We go another, game or two. We are going to be having a lot of teams on that Call of Duty Warzone match point. I cannot wait to see who is joining them there. But we got to talk about it. Brax, they're the only other team to take 2 games, right? They take game 6, they take game 9. Feeling pretty solid. They are warming on up. Why do you think it is that Brax seems to be the only other team that can clutch out games? Do you think that if they can be able to maybe cross that threshold, that they are actually a real threat to Team Biffle, because they are now one of the only other teams to win multiple times in a lobby like this?
I think it definitely adds to the credence of that claim, 100%. I think that you end up in a spot where they've shown that they can see out end games. And even in that last one there, they weren't exactly quiet about it. They were still trying to find their eliminations, but they just spring up at the right moments. It feels like everything's kind of going on. Chaos is unfolding absolutely everywhere, and they appear out of it and just control it and mold it into their favor. When squads can do that around end games, you back them to go on to see out a match point threshold. You truly do. So I do think that you end up saying that they could go on to do it. It's whether or not they can make it, because they've been so inconsistent throughout this. It feels like they've had 2 really good games, and then from there they've not really been a part of the conversation. And I think that sums up Braxton and Juju a little bit, to be honest. I think that they are the kind of players that you can look at sometimes and go, oh yeah, 40-point game doesn't surprise anyone at all. But then you can be like, okay, well, they dropped a 10-pointer there and just kind of did very little. I think that sums up kind of who they are as a duo. But I mean, again, Biffle, Shifty, they're stumbling at the minute. They're tripping their way forward, tiny step, baby step. So if they can't get this done over the next 3 games or so, I think we suddenly end up with 10 teams on our Call of Duty Warzone match point. I think at that point, it becomes a case of, well, Brax and Juju, you've won 2 games. You could just do it all over again.
Yeah, and I feel like that's kind of what I'm looking at, right? Is that as we add more and more of these teams, it's just kind of becomes where in those end game scenarios, not that it's RNG, but sometimes you just you make a play and you get blessed by it, right? I'm going to think back to Pentagon in that, earlier game where plays in the canal and all of a sudden catches Shifty just kind of running around the corner. And he's like, wait, if you were running away from somebody, there's got to be somebody chasing you. Jumps on out into the gas and is able to find that last kind of player to have a nice little 2-piece in order to clean it on up, right? So when you get to that point where we have 5 or 6 teams that are on Call of Duty Warzone match point, you can sometimes have just who is the team that got blessed the most in order to come out on top can be the one that takes it on home. So yeah, if you are Team Biffle, it's been a little bit of falter, but they are here now. Now is the time for them to come online. Our current only team across the Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold. Can they get it done here in game number 10?
What I want to see is it. Oh my god, flash that up again. Show me that zone again. I think that is extremely okay. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be, but it is very much so off to this eastern side, potentially southeastern. So maybe a bizarre finish here, which one of my favorite drop spots on the map. And if you are a Biffle and Shifty, that's probably where you're thinking, right? We land somewhere where we're predicting to be the end zone, and we try and just quietly avoid trouble. But it looks like actually for Juju and Brax, they want to go the opposite side of the map, essentially pushing out Seaport. You've also got Rostava shops underneath, and actually they're going to light up a contract down on Rostava. But there's a lot of company on this side of the map too.
Yeah, it looks like there's a couple people joining them over here. Maybe one team? I think they got one team as they're kind of trying to float towards Levin.
You can get one out of a crate. It's just rare. I'm going to take this up to base.
Just a little bit curious what the idea is here. They go ahead, they land. Couple of looks across the sky. See anybody landing on in? It doesn't look like it just yet. Currently sitting in 5th place with 101 points. Got to make it happen. You heard Brax on the fly and says, we got to have ourselves a game. So I like that is where their eye currently is. They know that they kind of have to go huge in this game. And apparently landing over here will be the start of that.
Or the Sidewinder game? Let me use it. I use the Sidewinder the whole game.
I always think when you come to these kind of games, like Braxton Juju right now, SATA 101, I think that what you want is a heater. I don't know about a drop spot that requires you to rotate so much.
Yeah.
I mean, I've spoken about this on World Series. You have as well, of course. I think some sides, they have their preferred drop spot and they just play out from it regardless. I think that, you know, sides that are versatile depending on the zone seem to do better overall. And
I'm about to grab this.
I don't know, for me, Juju and Brax, like, might have been a
See who's around us.
better play to just put yourself elsewhere. Then again, they've won 2 maps, so who am I to judge?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is a team that finds a lot of their eliminations in the latter parts of games, right? They take the early moments they want to get their loadout, they want to get what they have, and they want to make sure they have what they need in order to clutch out an end game, and they're always just being able to find kills. But it does look like now they do have a bounty up, and I think they're maybe going to try and make their way towards it, which I don't hate.
They're not about it.
I wonder if they've been dropping here throughout the afternoon. And yeah, I was about to say they're aware that some teams are trying to land up by 11 resort, maybe Kotovo blocks, and they're just trying to catch them on rotation. I think actually going to play around the bunker as well. Unrational saying GG in match chat. Not sure what's happened there, but I'm always interested in kind of spicy fight just went on down. Juju knows exactly what he wants from this bunker, by the way.
Oh, yeah. You want the foresight.
Come back out. Come back out this way.
I'm about to turn. I gotta pee.
We just leave him?
Ooh.
I want to see that. I want it to flash on up and show me exactly what we're playing with here. No doubt as we rotate on over, it just tells us everything. And there's the foresight right there. It looked maybe just slightly west of Manor.
Yeah, I was trying to see if it was like more towards Manor or like south of like construction.
The other one I think crossed already.
Wait.
Oh, the contract rotating off across in front of them. I'm not sure what Juju was smoking there, to be honest. I think he's just smoked his opposition across, but oh, he gets caught. There's quite a bit of damage. Brax, you heard the comms there. Stay up. I need you here in this fight. We get shot from the right as well. And I think this is going to be a Bounty's teammate peeling off to the side. And, well, Brax cleans it up. And is there a second play? There is indeed. And Danya did not spot Juju down. And Juju makes her suffer.
Wow. That was a really good job for him to be able to pop the self-revive, catch Danya as she pushes out the smoke. Really, really solid. It was looking a little hairy there for them, but to be able to clutch it on up is huge. As we come back on over, Prospect taking a little bit of a joyride on this LTV, was getting in some solid damage, but had to hop off. LTV just drives away. I don't really know what we're doing. It has to drop the smoke. You're trying to be able to get into zone. You'll be able to finally make it into the burger stand.
You should see a Prospect laughing away. I don't even think he's aware of what just happened.
I was getting shot by everyone. No, I fucking got on top of the car and he switched seats and it looked like he jumped out. I don't know. But he stayed.
Okay, so that's how that all plays out. I mean, look, we've spoken about it before. Potential highlight reel play. Prospect will crack one. His flesh is not going to be enough. The problem is here, you're likely going to be gate kept. You're likely going to be held. He might have to play this building and won't have Vombot to back him on up. I think he just dives out of this. This, for me, is the correct play. Smoke did go through the window. I was a little bit worried it bounced back on itself there. I agree with this. This other team are likely going to be holding or looking to hold anyway from the rooftop. I think you want to be back with your teammate at this point. Play hip to hip. If you're going to try and patrol the edge of the gas, right by the edge of your seat, you got to make sure you're doing it together.
Oh, they're not out of the...
I'm getting rid. Backing up.
Out of the jungle just yet. They have to be able to make their way into zone. It seems like there's a couple of teams that have them in their sights.
Okay, I heard.
In front of me. Close. On this hill or something.
You have to
Bombot pushing on up, kind of by himself. Prospect laying back. Maybe trying to play, you know, a different angle if they are there. But Vombot, you're kind of by yourself. He does find Queen Loves Cake, though. On the outside, Prospect, though, will get taken out by Desmond. Now a 1v1.
He's ground loop, by the way.
Caught there, and it's just gotta be frustrating. I think that's one of the things about playing the edge of zone. Prospect, though, going to have to put it behind him. Up against Queen Loves Cake. Pulls out the Lockwood. Slips forward instead with the Superi. Definitely the weapon of choice right now. You saw the insane statistics from World Series. You read them out yourself, and that's why you can absolutely snap. Although I think he was just going to bake her alive anyway with the Molotov.
Back on over. Hisoka and Almond. Only sitting in third place. 105.2 points. I don't really know what you're trying to do here. I'm witnessing a 22-point turn as they fly this LTV off the overpass.
There was about 9 I'm goods there before he realized that whatever he was doing wasn't a good idea. And then I'm not exactly sure what the point was in driving off the top there and switching seats midway through. I'm going to be honest, I'm lost on that one.
Well, maybe they just wanted the vehicle to rotate out, I guess. Like, you can follow this road and kind of go back over towards cargo if you really wanted to.
Dinner? Yeah. On the wall. Money. I'm guarding my car. I'm guarding my car. Oh, shit.
Yeah. Looking to chase after his live ping will do a lot of work. Teeny cleaned up. Almond. Hisoka back into their vehicles. Back into just marauding around the map. Want to hit this buy again? What is it? Hisoka's after here. Bunker Buster goes into the pocket. Vehicles left behind. Hit the redeploy. Float on in. We know where end zone is likely to be. Almond and Hisoka are a long way from it. However, I think this game for them is purely about trying to pop off. You want to put yourself over that threshold. You need 24.8 points to do it. If any duo can breach that, these are definitely there.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those squads that I think we know has it in them to have a huge game like that. You got almost 15K. This is kind of where you can start snowballing a lobby like this, where you have an intel contract. They could do this. You can hit this buy station, get a UAV, start pushing some of the different teams, start feeling good. We see that foresight coming in clutch right now from Biffle and Shifty. They are close to where this endgame zone is going to be as they are taking this fight. Resolute keeping that player alive. Coming back on in. That's noobs, actually.
On my left right here. Right now. Okay.
Skullface still in here.
On me. Yep.
Weaving in and out of the smoke.
Oh.
Grenade. You got to be careful. They finally get him. That is a huge team wipe if you are Shifty and Biffle.
It is. That's something that you want to make sure happens. You just get rid of your biggest competition. The foresight means that they want to make sure this entire area is clear. I mean, to be honest, this is not too far away from the end zone where they pulled off that huge 54-point game earlier on. Slightly more northern in towards the ranch rather than being out in the hills, but I like the idea here, and this just essentially stacking up different loot as well, options.
They're gonna end up playing for us again, okay? Yeah.
And floating over above, and yeah, as Biffle said, they're expecting to get hit again by Almond and Noobs, teams that are going to find out where they are and essentially try and hunt them down, stop them freezing the rest of the leaderboard.
I kind of like this because you can play inside and outside this building. Yeah, just do this. You can kind of play a little bit of heady, watch aside.
The good thing is, like,
if you need to, you can drop down in. You have a big enough area that you can kind of just like run around. You can finesse people in this building. I think if they can manage to hold this, they set themselves up really, really nice.
No money, no buys. You think I could grab this just to get money if it dies? Yeah, they found me.
I like the comms going on there. Figuring out exactly how they want to set up for this. Almond into the goo. Hisoka rotating through village. Gotta be so careful progressing through here by yourself, because you could easily come a cropper at any moment. So many windows, doorways, little cubby holes. Upload the intel potentially if Almond does get himself back in. He does win his goo. Potentially didn't have anyone to fight anyway, although it felt pretty quick. And Almond has so much cash.
Yeah, I think, what, he had like 15K, I think, before he got taken out. So, I mean, you lose some of it. but you still get to keep a lot. So 11K in the back pocket. I mean, even if they split this, this is solid. You have enough to be able to get the buybacks going, to get some UAVs. You can see they have this intel too far away, but Hisoka knows that there's somebody around here. Oh, some shots rang out from Hisoka, but none of them connect. So they now know there's somebody from this side. Almond trying to be able to give the live pings. This is going to be really tough.
I love this play. I absolutely love everything about this play. Hisoka puts the nades on. Almond dives from above. Hisoka joins by the PRD. What a combination and execution there. And then absolutely flies after Queen Eliminator as well. That was beautiful stuff.
Yeah, that was real
timing there.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I was worried that Hisoka made himself like kind of known. Like, Almond's flying back in, doesn't really have guns or anything. You know, you just have whatever you use in the gulag. Okay, cool, but you know that's really not enough, right, to try and take this fight. So by being able to fly over, you kind of have Almond just baits all of their attention. It looked like Limax was ready to take the fight, and Queen wanted to just fully fly off the building. Unfortunately, it leaves Limax in basically a 1v2. Quick turn and burn. They're able to bring down Queen Eliminator, and just like that, squad goes down. Now let's them take this recon contract. Let's see if they can get this done before zone starts closing on it.
You're gonna make me flip.
Almond and Hisoka here disagreeing on a few things potentially. A lot of gunfights going on across the way. Hisoka's just going to try and shoot down the balloon and make their afternoons a bit more difficult. And loot ain't going his way. Hisoka
Fucking outplayed Drew. We actually just fucking outplayed the fuck out of him.
Yes, you did. We all saw it on main stage, Hisoka. Absolutely gorgeous stuff. But the thing is, they need a big game. They got a long ways to go. We already know that Almond and Noobs and Skullface are aware of where Shifty and Biffle are. But Almond and Hisoka not aware yet that the people that they have to stop if they want the afternoon to continue are set up here towards the back end. On 1-2, the team in second place and have been in the conversation the whole way through. Ottereyes, Empathy, and they've just killed Scummin.
I have a recon.
Not too far away.
Maybe. You said you want
from where Shifty and Biffle were.
Okay.
2 already for Empathy.
No, he's with FIFA.
Yeah, you bought back.
Have to see
Teammate,
how many Otter has. Recon drone coming out from Empathy Trick. Trying to get an idea of where some of these other players could be. My only worry here, Enigma, is that you kind of have a little bit of a wild rotation if you want to try and get out of here and into some other positioning.
We can bully that. We can bully.
Yeah,
we can bully this on
you do indeed, especially as well with how busy Bazaar is looking.
You see one there?
Yep.
Got at least 4 players there, and that's just on the near side.
Come here.
Ottereyes pinging a couple more.
Kill this kid and we have this LTV for free. He was second.
Up to an edge.
You hear what Empathy wants to try and enact here. Pick this player off, use the LTV to rotate. I like it.
Come here.
Whether or not you can execute. Smoke's going right side. Gonna play up. Bursting through the door. Finds nobody. And actually a player follows them up, and it is gonna be Scummin again.
We got bunker buster.
Still not finding Fifakill in all of this. A bunker buster to counter. That is coming from over towards Bazaar, but I'm not sure if that's FIFA or a different team entirely. Again, when that recon drone went up, there was so many things lighting up. LTV here for free. That's exactly what they wanted. Ottereyes will get in, and it looks like they have that free rotate on. They can head out into the hills and play towards endgame.
Can't get flanked.
You can probably just 3P with this car.
Yeah. They end up voting
I like that.
In the long voting. They're peeking like.
You kind of hear him call out. He says we can 3P with this car, meaning that if you really want to, you can kind of hop in the vehicle and just kind of like look around to gain your intel. You don't have to just use your your raw eyes and throw a shoulder or anything. You can use this LTV, kind of roll around, get an idea. I like this playing slow side of zone though, because if they can kind of hold this hill, use the LTV as cover, that could be a decent spot to kind of look down on a lot of these teams. they're going to come in there. But there's only one real building, looks like, that's going to be in zone. And, well, it's the one that Shifty and Biffle have laid claim to.
Yeah, the foresight coming in huge. And I agree with this play. It is not pretty, but it is effective. Although Biffle does get picked up by a recon, counters it.
I'm gonna throw up a recon right now.
And the thing is, as teams rotate in through farms, and they will no doubt have seen that LTV come in from Empathy and Co. What I will say is a lot of the squads that are over around this region already do not possess snipers. And there's multiple teams fighting over by the UAV tower. You're into your final 12, though. Shifty and Biffle, they'll be happy with where they're at thus far.
Yeah, I mean, they know exactly where the zone's going to pull. I think what's even better about knowing where, you know, sort of that smaller zone is where, like, the smallest zone after that pulls, right? So you already know where you need to position yourself on this map if you want to be able to try and grab it. So good shots from Biffle here on that LTV. I got to assume that's Trick and Otter.
Two kids on my pings. They're super separate. There's two men on the left here. Two men on the left might be trying to work our left.
I love that they're just shooting down the deployables. Actually, that's going to land in the end zone, like the final zone. So that could be useful or a nightmare to deal with later on. We'll come back to that, I'm sure. Biffle sees players smoke. I'm not sure if Empathy and Otter are in trouble or if they're just trying to use that to cover their own push. Biffle actually, though, is going to take damage. Players have pushed in through the bottom of the barn. And the thing is, you just want to be making as little noise as possible. I agree with this play. Get out of there. It's getting a bit too noisy.
Well, and the fact that you know that teams like Skullface and Noobs, if they were able to regain, they know that Shifty and Biffle wanted to hold that. So they could decide to try and fly in off of that, thinking that, hey, you know, we want to try and take them out. We want to make this lobby a lot easier. So Shifty and Biffle, they know where this zone is. They know that they can play slow side. They don't have to do anything super crazy. I would love to see them kind of play, you know, maybe smoke across and try and grab that other building, knowing that it's about to be just outside of one zone and then to be close to the next zone. You can see in the minimap, there is going to be a team there. So you'd have to kind of ego fight for it. And when you're trying to clutch up a win, I don't know if that's what you want to do. Biffle jumps on up. Tries to get some shots off onto Trick, Empathy, and Ottereyes, but we'll get ripped from the other side.
Well, they're having to push back on into the barn, and actually it's Huskerrs and Intex that have pushed up on Empathy and Ottereyes. They are out of here. Jace dies. I think he may well be out of here. Juju and Brax were potentially flying around here as well. Shifty and Biffle pushed back into that barn, and that means they were up against Huskerrs and Intex, but I think I saw someone get downed in the background of the def cam, basically. Juju as well, possessing the final location zone. Biffle picks up Skullface, rotating on in. This is all of a sudden exploded. This feels like a World Series lobby all over again.
Look over me. I'm going to go get an advance. Okay.
Oh, I love that. Shifty has 19K, says, look over me. I'm going to get an advance.
Top right.
Going to drop in. Biffle doing a great job finding
It's just one. Let's head him out.
so many eliminations.
Fine, let him leave. Let him leave. You see that still? He's going to go for the buy. Yeah. Noobs right here about to go for this.
For a moment there, Biffle completely missed it. There was a player underneath him. They bait out the buy.
Whoa!
Noobs is gone. Jace is gone.
I see that. I see that.
I think that was like two. You saw Noobs and Jace get taken out.
It's just been led next to each other. Nice little date meet at the buy station. The thing is, Almond and Hisoka still alive on the other side of this. And we're down to, we know there's two more duos. There are 3 duos remaining in this. One team could end the tournament right here, and the others are trying to stop them.
So far right now, Hisoka and Almond, they kind of have God spot. You see a bunker buster that is there. The rest of these teams got to rotate back on in. If you are Shifty and Biffle, what is the play? Shifty in this fight, trying to get the shots off. Bunker buster, though, is ripping off those plates. He does have smokes. Trying to be careful. Ooh, good shots through the smoke. Coming on through. Does not have a gas mask, though. Do they have PDSs? They do.
Mini block for me? Yeah. I need it.
Dropping back. Oh, huge.
They're fighting. Go. They're fighting. I'm taking the right side.
I think they're just going to try and third party this, Dandro.
I like it. I think this is a smart play. You pushing in. You're getting some shots in the smoke.
I stuck one on left. Knocked him.
Hearing the sticks go off. The bouncing Bettys come on out. Sees them in the gas. The squad wipe is there. Shifty and Biffle. It may have taken 10 games, but it is A-OK. They hit the foresight. They see where the zone is going. They play it beautifully.
pure composure. I was so worried when it became that moment where Shifty's trying to play on out for that advance. I think that he gets spooked a little bit by the fact that so many players try and play around that buy station, has to double back on towards Biffle. They don't get what they want out of that, and they had to make that rotation, and we knew that from the foresight. But the way in which they've just slowly creeped up into zone and they let the other two teams engage each other and then collapsed onto third parties shows yet again the ruthlessness, the efficiency, the versatility that comes from a duo that is just this damn good.
Yeah, I would love to go back and watch what happened with Hisoka and Almond, because they kind of had God spot to me, right? Hisoka is up on top. He's using that sort of chimney to block off one side, and he's just looking at the rest of zone. And then you just have, you know, they had all of the space in the world to hold Shifty and Biffle, but it looks like they decided to take the opportunity to take a fight. And the second that Shifty and Biffle hear that fight going on, they're dropping smokes. They use it as their opportunity to fly across the map, bring them on down. First place, 14 points, 7 eliminations. They didn't need much. They just had to win the game, and they are able to do it. The dominance continues for Shifty, taking home another $7,000 as a duo, $3,500 each. Absolute insanity, Enigma.
No, it's at this point we again run out of words to describe them. It's dynasty stuff at this point. Watching what they are doing, Shifty and Biffle. I mean, we didn't think they could get much better when they had Sage. They suddenly then bring in Hisoka, went on like what, 6P, 7P, something like that. Look, every part, the players that we keep talking them up to be, regardless of format, regardless of event. They're signed up to the Falcons now. They got the Esports World Cup to look forward to, and looking every bit as good as they always have been when it comes to the World Series. So long may their reign continue.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it worried me a little bit, right? We saw them in game number 2. They dropped 27 eliminations and a win to grab 54 points, right? We were like, man, we thought we were going to be here all day. These guys are going to get it done in 4 games, it seems like. Well, they did not, because we had a lot of competitors come online and made it tough for them. It took them all the way to what? I think 7 or 8 games to even cross the threshold. But once they did, all it took was 2 games for them to make it on happen, clutch it on at the end there. They won 3 out of our 10 games here today. 30% win rate, not too shabby on a day in a lobby of this caliber, might I add.
No, I mean, you're right about how the afternoon played out. It was kind of a case of we were a bit worried, oh, we maybe undersold the amount of points that we needed here for our threshold. And you end up with then, you know, other teams aren't keeping up. So maybe it is just a case of they're just too damn impressively good. But they stumbled, they tripped, they fell essentially over the line. But once they were there, it didn't take them too long to figure out exactly how to see things through. They've been in this spot so many times now. They've clutched it up so many times. There was never going to be shaky leg. It was just about pure execution and the composure there in that final play, again, showing why they dominate so many of our tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, that was just beautiful. I love that they were able to grab that foresight. They know exactly where this zone is going. They hold that barn, but we got to talk about it real quick, too. That moment where they just fly out of barn. They say, yo, we don't need to hold this anymore, right? We can just go over to this shack. We can kind of hang out here. Even Biffle tries to kind of get on a little bit of a cheeky angle to take a fight against someone, gets ripped up, able to stay alive. I think that was really, really huge. But then they go back into the barn and kind of retake it, right? In order to kind of hold it as their own. That sort of just small micro decisions, right? I feel like can summarize kind of their day, right? I'm excited to see the overall total elimination leaderboard. I got to imagine both of them are probably up there at the top. That kind of is a good indicator of how they were able to get to where they were. But, you know, it's those small things at the end of the day that really makes this team just absolutely so dominant. But they weren't the only ones going big all day. Let's talk a little about some of the teams that I think really impressed me today. Number 1, they were second going into that game. They went down in 10th, I think, with a solid number of eliminations. I'll wait to the leaderboard, but I got to give a huge shout out to Team Trick Empathy, because they were very consistent. Once they won their game number 4 with 14 eliminations, they were able to stay in really that top, 3 conversation, basically fluctuating between second and third for the rest of the day.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, especially Empathy himself, like, seems to be constantly... I think he was the only person who managed to split Shifty and Biffle on the kill leaderboard throughout this afternoon, at least until potentially this final leaderboard, but it seemed to be putting on an absolute clinic at times. I thought that their end play there, their idea to stack up with the LTV and rotate in was a good one. Unfortunately, I just think they get a bit overwhelmed, making too much noise with the LTV. Another side to talk about... I think I want to go with Juju and Brax. They bring home 2 maps. We were talking about, you know, if they do get themselves onto Call of Duty Warzone match point, onto the threshold, can they then bring it home? Well, they've sealed off 2 maps. I think there's a little bit of inconsistency there, but if they can clean that up, I think they're a real force to be reckoned with.
I totally agree. Well, I'm told our leaderboards are ready. So let's look at our overall of the day. Total eliminations that we have. And, well, at the top, no surprise, Shifty sitting at the top with 51 eliminations. Biffle with 43. But, hey, you know, not too far away. Vomba, Trick, and Almond were just shy of Biffle's eliminations, too. So good on them.
Yeah, no, I mean, you right up there. I feel for Empathy, actually, a little bit. The fact that we're going to list him as 4th because he did so well throughout the afternoon. I will say... I know I brought him up a little bit ago, and I know I'm usually like EU bias and whatever. I'm so surprised to see Jukies make top 10. I feel like that they were not really involved. We're going to get to see our leaderboard here. And these are the teams that did not perform, unfortunately, on the day. I particularly feel for Team Saskia Cole, I'm not going to lie. But there's quite a few squads here that just never got going. We did have teams down here that eventually picked things up throughout the afternoon, but I'm thinking Team Swag in particular. I'm thinking like Team Selly. There's a couple of squads here where it just feels like we've spoken about them a lot on this page.
Yeah, it was very interesting to see them kind of sit there. But let's talk about our top teams. Well, you have at the top Team Biffle. They are taking home first place at $7,000. But they weren't the only people taking home cash today. Second place, Team Soka, 125, just barely edging out Team Trick Empathy. So Team Soka and Almond will be taking home $2,000 in second place, $1,000 each. Trick Empathy being Trick and Otter coming in third. They'll get $1,000, $500 each, which, hey, not too bad for a little solid day of Warzone. Team Brax, just on the outside looking in. Team Vombot, not too far away. Team Flanked just couldn't get it together. Unfortunate for them. But, hey, a huge day overall for those 3. Congratulations to those 3 teams for being able to clutch on up and make some money here in today's Warzone Total Frenzy. We've played our 10 games, Enigma. We have crowned our champions. We've given out $10,000 in a total prize pool. I think it's about time we wrap this thing up. So, hey, give me your overall kind of thoughts on the day. A little bit of a different format for you and I to be able to talk about. So, how did you think it all went down? And, well, if people want to keep up to date with you, where can they find you on the internet?
If you do want to find me for whatever reason, whether that be Twitter, Twitch, whatever it is, at EnigmaMC. I believe it's like on the screen down here somewhere. But like, yeah, I mean, rock a couple of games every now and again, always running with viewers. But as for the day, another new format tested, tried out. I'm sure we'll have plenty of feedback. Could well come in from you guys and the viewers. And we just, you know, continue to mold things here at Warzone Total Frenzy around the competitive scene. The whole production team doing great work. And of course, brother, wonderful being back alongside you. They can't keep us separated for too long.
No, it was a fantastic day. It was a blast to be back here in the booth with you, doing something new. I loved the duos format. It was cool. We saw some old duos come together. We saw basically some duos that are part of established trios really kind of fry out together. It was a really, really, really fun day overall. But that's all we have for you. So before going, though, I want to let everybody know, number one, make sure you're following us on social media over there on Twitter, on TikTok, at WZ Total Frenzy, so you can stay up to date with everything we have going on. You can find clips from this event, past events, all there. You'll see our dumb faces plastered and hear our voices all over it. That is for sure. But also all upcoming events, including tomorrow's event, which is going to be very extra special. It is a trios Call of Duty Warzone match point, but with ground loot only. No loadouts. All you can use is ground loot. It is going to be a really, really fun time. You got me and Spider Tiff here on the desk, bringing you all of the hype, all of the action. If you guys want to keep up to date with me, you can find me at DandroCast. You can see it's right there as well. But thank you, everybody, for tuning on into today's broadcast. Thank you to all of our players for coming in and participating through our 10 games. Huge shout out to everybody in the back, the admin team, the production team, for making this thing run nice and buttery smooth. But with that being said, I'm Dandro. That's Enigma. We'll see you in the next Warzone Total Frenzy.